It was late October, the kind of cold that seeps into your bones, even when you're wrapped in layers of clothes. I had been looking forward to this trip for months, trying to get away from the chaos of city life and reconnect with nature. I rented a small cabin in the mountains just outside of a little town called Pine Ridge. It was a remote place, far enough off the beaten path that I wouldn't have to worry about other people, but close enough to the town that if anything went wrong, help would be nearby. At least that's what I told myself. In the end, I wasn't sure if I had made the right choice. The cabin itself was simple, just a one-room structure with a wood stove in the corner and a few pieces of old furniture scattered around. There was no electricity, just candles and a lantern for light, and a small, running stream nearby that provided the only sound to break the silence. The place felt a little run down, but that was part of the charm. It had a kind of rustic beauty to it. I had everything I needed: food, firewood, a few books, and a feeling of isolation that I thought I'd enjoy. When I first arrived, the skies were overcast, a dull gray that matched my mood. I wasn't sure what I was hoping for, but I wasn't prepared for the weight of silence that settled in around me. The first day was spent exploring the cabin and the nearby woods. I wandered around, taking in the crisp autumn air, the smell of damp earth, and the sight of the trees with their leaves turning bright red and orange. It was peaceful, almost too peaceful. That night, after dinner, I sat by the fire, reading a book I had brought with me. The fire crackled, and the wind outside howled, but inside, the cabin felt warm and secure. I thought about how lucky I was to have this time alone. But as the hours wore on, something began to feel off. It was subtle at first, a sense that I wasn't truly alone. I brushed it off, chalking it up to my overactive imagination. I had been alone before plenty of times, but this was different. This was the kind of isolation that made you hyper-aware of every little sound and movement. The wind was picking up outside, and the trees creaked in the distance. It wasn't unusual for the weather to change rapidly in the mountains, and I knew I had to be prepared for anything. Around midnight, I was jolted from my thoughts by a sound, a loud thud, followed by what sounded like something scraping against the side of the cabin. I froze. I didn't move, barely even breathed. My heart was pounding in my chest. Could have been anything, a tree branch, an animal, maybe even just the wind. But something about it didn't feel right. I grabbed the lantern and cautiously walked toward the door. As I reached for the handle, I heard another noise, this time from behind the cabin. It was a soft, almost imperceptible shuffle, like someone was walking in the dirt, trying to avoid making a sound. I stood there for a moment, debating whether I should open the door and look, but something told me not to. Something told me to stay inside and lock up tight. I decided to pull the curtain shut and go to bed, but sleep didn't come easily. I kept imagining the worst, someone outside, watching me, waiting for the right moment. The shadows seemed to grow longer and deeper with every passing hour, until it felt like the entire cabin was closing in on me. It was the kind of fear that wraps itself around your chest, squeezing tighter with every breath you take. The next morning, I woke up to a light dusting of snow on the ground. The storm had come in overnight, bringing with it a biting cold and a heavy layer of clouds that blocked out the sun. I figured I'd go into town to pick up a few things, maybe take my mind off the strange events from the night before. I bundled up, grabbed my gear, and set out for the road. But as I approached the edge of the property, I stopped. There, just beyond the trees, were fresh tracks in the snow. They were too big to be from any animal I knew of. They looked human, but the gait was wrong, uneven, almost as if whoever had left them was dragging their feet. My heart skipped a beat, and I took a step back. My mind raced. Had someone been out here last night? Had they been watching me? I couldn't be sure, but the hairs on the back of my neck stood up. I decided to leave the tracks alone for the time being. Maybe it was just some hiker or someone else who had rented a cabin nearby. But as I made my way back to the cabin, the feeling of unease settled back in. I spent the day inside, keeping the doors locked, even though I knew it was probably unnecessary. But I couldn't shake the thought that I wasn't as alone as I thought. The next day, I woke up early to the sound of something tapping against the window. Soft at first, then harder. It was a steady rhythm, almost like a knock. My heart skipped. I froze. Who could it be? I hadn't seen anyone in the area since I arrived, and there were no other cabins nearby. I didn't move. I didn't even breathe. The tapping continued, each knock louder than the last. I grabbed the lantern and cautiously approached the window. I peeked through the curtains, but I saw nothing. No one was out there. I opened the door just a crack and scanned the area. The ground was still covered in snow, but there were no tracks leading up to the cabin. No sign of anyone. I locked the door again and sat down at the table. I couldn't make sense of it. Who would come all the way out here just to tap on my window and leave without a trace? I couldn't focus on anything for the rest of the day, my mind constantly wandering back to that noise. I checked the locks on the door and windows, ensuring everything was secure. As the days passed, the weather worsened. The storm had turned into a full-blown blizzard, and the temperature had dropped so low that even the fire couldn't keep the cabin warm for long. I was forced to stay inside, staring out the window at the swirling snow and listening to the howling wind. It felt like the world had been swallowed up by the storm. The isolation grew more oppressive with each passing day. Then it happened again. Another knock. This time I didn't wait. I jumped up and ran to the door, flinging it open to see if anyone was out there. But again, there was nothing. No one. The snow was untouched. The landscape was as still as it had been the first time I opened the door. I slammed the door shut, my breath coming in short, panicked gasps. I didn't know what to do anymore. It felt like someone was trying to drive me insane. There was no one else out here, no one to help me. I was completely alone, trapped in this cabin, with nothing but my fear and the strange noises that echoed through the night. It wasn't long before the storm reached its peak. The wind howled so fiercely that I thought the cabin would be torn from its foundation. The snow piled up outside, covering everything in a thick, suffocating blanket. I could barely see anything beyond the window, the snow swirling around in a frenzy. Then, at the height of the storm, the door burst open. I didn't have time to react. The force of the wind was so strong that the door slammed against the wall, knocking the lantern out of my hand. The room was plunged into darkness, and I could hear the sound of footsteps in the snow outside, growing louder and louder. My heart was pounding in my chest as I scrambled for the door, trying to slam it shut again. But the wind pushed back with an almost unnatural force, and the door wouldn't budge. My mind raced. I had to get out, had to escape, but there was nowhere to go. The storm was too strong. The tracks in the snow, the tapping at the window, the noises in the night, it all made sense now. Someone had been out there watching me. Someone had been here the whole time. With no other choice, I turned and ran toward the back of the cabin, hoping to find a way out, hoping to find some kind of safety. But the snow had piled up so high that the back door was blocked. I was trapped, stuck in the middle of nowhere, with no way to defend myself. Then, just as suddenly as it had started, everything stopped. The wind died down. The snow settled. The door, which had been banging against the wall just moments before, was now quiet. I stood there, trembling, staring at the dark doorway. For the first time in days, I felt the weight of the silence pressing in on me. I didn't know what to do, where to go. My mind was a whirlwind of confusion and fear. But in that moment, I realized something. I was still alive, and that was the one thing I could hold on to. The storm had passed. The terror, the unknown, the fear of being watched, it was over. I don't know who was out there that night. I don't know what their intentions were. But in the end, I was able to make it through. The storm cleared, and with it, my sense of dread slowly faded away. When I left the cabin the next morning, there were no tracks, no sign of anyone else. Just the quiet, peaceful woods, as though nothing had ever happened. The experience left me with a lasting unease. I still don't know what happened out there, but I do know one thing for sure: I'll never forget that feeling of being watched, and I'll never take solitude for granted again. It had been one of those spontaneous decisions. A weekend getaway just to get out of the city and into the quiet. It sounded perfect when I first thought about it. A small, isolated cabin deep in the woods. No noise, no distractions, just me and the wilderness. I needed a break from the grind, and I figured a cabin in the middle of nowhere was the best way to reset. I'd been saving up for a while, working long hours in a job I didn't particularly enjoy. I needed something real, something raw. The cabin, located just north of the Adirondacks, seemed like the ideal spot. A local rental place advertised it as a cozy retreat surrounded by thick trees, and they promised total privacy. I rented it for the weekend, a 2-day escape. I wasn't prepared for what happened once I got there. It was mid-September when I arrived, the air already crisp, the trees starting to change color. I was in my late 20s at the time, old enough to know better, but still a little naive. I had a small hatchback, packed with my essentials: clothes, food, a couple of books, and my camera. I didn't know exactly what I was hoping to capture with the camera. I wasn't a photographer, but the idea of the wilderness and solitude made me feel like I had to document something. Maybe it would make the whole experience feel more profound, more meaningful. The drive was longer than I expected, winding through narrow roads, then dirt paths, and finally, a long gravel driveway. I felt a strange sense of isolation as I approached the cabin. It wasn't a luxurious place, just a small, wooden structure with a slanted roof, nestled among the trees. The owners had warned me that there would be no cell service and no internet. The cabin was meant to help you disconnect from the world. At first, I found that appealing. The thought of leaving everything behind, even for a couple of days, felt freeing. As I parked the car and grabbed my bags, I was greeted by an overwhelming silence. There was no wind rustling the trees, no distant sounds of wildlife, not even the hum of power lines in the distance. It was pure, deep silence. It felt like I was the last person on Earth. I stepped up the small porch, my boots crunching against the weathered wood, and unlocked the door with the key I'd been given. The cabin was small but comfortable, with a stone fireplace in the corner and wooden beams overhead. The place smelled of pine and aged wood. The furniture was rustic. Everything was simple, nothing too fancy, just enough to get by. There was a small kitchen, a few shelves lined with books, a bed with a thick quilt, and a small bathroom. Everything felt a little worn, but it had a certain charm. The first few hours were peaceful. I unpacked, made some food, and sat by the fire, watching the light fade outside. As the evening came, the temperature dropped, and I wrapped myself in a blanket, enjoying the warmth of the fire. There was something comforting about being alone in a place like this. The quiet was overwhelming, but in a good way. For the first time in weeks, my mind was empty. But as night set in, things began to feel off. The first sign was the sounds. I couldn't tell if it was the wind or something else. There was a subtle creaking above my head, as if someone or something was walking on the roof. I shook it off at first, thinking it was just the house settling, but it kept happening. Every now and then, I'd hear a soft thud, like a heavy footstep, followed by a long pause, then another thud. I went outside to check, but the night was still. The trees were silent. Nothing seemed out of place. The air was colder now, biting at my skin. The darkness pressed in around me, and I quickly returned to the cabin, locking the door behind me. I could feel the hairs on the back of my neck standing up, but I couldn't explain why. I tried to relax, reading a bit by the fire, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. The creaks on the roof continued intermittently, like a slow rhythm, steady, but never predictable. After a while, I decided to try and sleep. I turned off the lights, crawled under the thick quilt, and closed my eyes. Sleep didn't come easy. I woke up around midnight, hearing a loud bang from upstairs. It wasn't the roof this time. It came from inside the cabin, directly above me. I shot upright in bed, my heart racing. There was no way it was just the house settling now. Something or someone was up there. I grabbed a flashlight and crept toward the stairs, my breath shallow. The flashlight beam bounced around the dark hallway, illuminating the wooden steps that led up to the attic. The door to the attic was slightly ajar. I don't know what I thought I'd find, Maybe some raccoon or other animal had gotten in. But there was something in the air, something about the stillness, that made my pulse quicken. I opened the attic door slowly, the hinges creaking as I pushed it open. The small room above was just as dusty and old as the rest of the cabin, filled with discarded furniture and forgotten belongings. But there was no animal, no creature to explain the noise, just silence. I was about to turn and go back downstairs when I saw it. A footprint in the dust on the floor, a large, heavy print, as if someone had walked across the attic recently. The print was too fresh to be from an animal, and it was far too big to be from me. I don't know what it was, but I felt a sudden, overwhelming urge to leave. I wasn't supposed to be here, and whatever was in the attic, whatever had made that footprint, was not something I wanted to face. I bolted downstairs, grabbed my things, and made for the door. But before I could leave, something caught my eye. The window by the door was cracked open, just slightly. I had closed it earlier, hadn't I? Couldn't remember. It was hard to think clearly, with everything rushing through my head. Suddenly, a loud bang came from the direction of the window. I spun around, flashlight beams swinging wildly, but the cabin was still, and no one was there. It was then that I realized just how completely alone I was. No one was coming for me. No one knew I was out here. I made the decision then, no more. I was leaving. I wasn't going to spend another second in that cabin. I grabbed my keys, ran outside, and jumped into my car. The gravel driveway was a blur as I sped away, not stopping until I reached the main road. The next morning, I called the rental company and explained everything. They didn't seem to take me seriously at first, brushing it off as some kind of miscommunication. But when I demanded to speak to the owner, they said they'd have someone come check out the cabin. Turns out the owner had had problems with previous renters. People had reported strange noises, a feeling of being watched, and footsteps in the attic. But no one had ever stayed long enough to investigate. I never went back, and to this day, I can't shake the feeling that someone, was waiting for me in that cabin. The woods are full of silence, but some silences are more oppressive than others. I'm not sure what I encountered that weekend, but I know this. Some places are meant to be left alone. It was early October of 2014 when I decided to take some time off work. I was 31 back then, working a job in downtown Denver that ate up most of my life. I needed a real break. Not just a lazy weekend, but something quieter and far away from the noise of the city. My cousin Tyler had mentioned a small cabin his friend owned up in northwestern Colorado, close to the Wyoming border, deep inside a place called Fallen Pine Woods. Tyler said the friend barely used it and that it was sitting empty most of the year. After a quick text exchange, I got the green light to stay there for a week. The drive out was long. I left before sunrise, pushing through empty highways with nothing but dark fields stretching out on either side. As the sky turned lighter, the landscape grew rougher. Hills folding over each other, patches of pine trees thickening as I got closer to my destination. There weren't many cars once I left the interstate. The last hour was on a bumpy dirt road with potholes big enough to rattle the whole truck. The cabin sat by itself near the middle of a clearing surrounded by towering pine trees. It was small, made of dark, weather-beaten logs, with a rusty metal roof and a porch barely hanging on to the front. There was a shed off to the side, crooked and sinking into the ground a little. No other houses in sight. No cell service either. I didn't think much of it at the time. That was what I had wanted, after all. I spent the first afternoon cleaning up. Dust covered everything inside. There were only 2 rooms, the main living area with a wood stove and a small table, and a bedroom with a sagging mattress. No bathroom inside, just an old outhouse 50 yards into the trees. The only light came from oil lamps scattered around, and a cranky old generator out back that barely powered a single light bulb if I needed it. No TV, no internet, no phone. It was about as quiet as a place could get. That first night was cold. I got a fire going in the stove and wrapped myself up in an old quilt I found stuffed in the corner. It took a long time for the place to warm up. I sat by the fire, reading an old hunting magazine someone had left behind. Outside, the woods creaked and groaned in the wind. At one point, I thought I heard a soft knock on the side of the cabin, but when I looked outside with my flashlight, there was nothing, just the trees swaying back and forth, whispering. By the third day, I had settled into a rhythm. Chop some wood in the morning, hike a little in the afternoon, cook some simple meals on a small propane stove, and read or write in a notebook during the evenings. I liked the silence. It felt like my brain was finally unclenching after years of city life. But small things started to bother me. Little details that I would brush off during the day but that gnawed at me when it got dark. Like how sometimes, when I came back from a walk in the woods, I would find the porch steps covered in fresh mud, even though I had cleaned them off. Or how sometimes the woodpile behind the cabin seemed messed up, like someone had kicked through it. Once, I found a piece of rope that I knew I had left tied around a bundle of firewood lying out in the yard, unraveled and stretched toward the trees. Could have been animals, I told myself. Probably raccoons or maybe even a bear rooting around. Still, I started locking the cabin door at night, even though it wasn't much of a lock, just a flimsy latch. On the fifth morning, I woke up to find something worse. Someone, and it had to be someone, had nailed a dead rabbit to the front door. It was hanging there by its back legs, a rusty nail driven through each one. Blood had dried and run down the wood in dark streaks. The rabbit's belly was slit open, its insides missing. It wasn't an accident. It wasn't some animal dragging it up there. Someone had done it and they had taken their time doing it. I stood there, staring at it for a long time. I didn't want to touch it, but I also didn't want to leave it there. I finally used a broken broom handle to pry it down and threw it into the trees as far as I could. Then I packed a few things into my truck. I was ready to leave. I didn't want to stick around to see what else might happen. But when I turned the key, the engine just clicked. Dead. I popped the hood, not that I knew much about fixing engines, and saw that the battery cables had been cut clean through, neatly, like someone had taken wire cutters and snipped them while I was sleeping. It didn't make any sense. I hadn't heard anything the night before. No footsteps, no truck pulling up, nothing. The generator was still working, weak as it was, but without a phone signal and no way to drive out, I was stuck. I weighed my options. It was about 20 miles back to the last town I had passed through. Maybe I could hike it, but the sun was already dropping low in the sky, and the woods weren't something you wanted to get caught in after dark. I decided to wait until morning, pack up what I could carry, and walk out at first light. That night, I didn't sleep. I sat by the fire with my back against the wall, my hatchet lying across my knees. Every sound outside made my skin crawl. Sometimes I thought I heard footsteps, slow, crunching steps out in the woods. Sometimes it sounded like something brushing against the walls of the cabin. Once, I swore I heard breathing right outside the window, slow and ragged, like someone pressing their face against the glass. I kept the fire burning low, not wanting to make myself an easy target. I stayed awake, listening, until the pale light of morning started to creep in through the cracks in the walls. When it was finally bright enough to see clearly, I stuffed my backpack with a few supplies: water bottles, beef jerky, a flashlight, a small first aid kit, the hunting knife from the kitchen drawer, and set out. The woods looked different in the morning, still dark in places, the trees packed so tightly that the sunlight barely touched the ground. It was colder too, and there was a dampness in the air like rain was coming. I started down the dirt road, following the tire tracks my truck had left days ago. I had barely gone a mile when I noticed something wrong. Footprints, not animal tracks, boot prints, big ones. Someone had been walking back and forth across the road, weaving in and out of the trees, like they had been pacing or waiting for something. I crouched down to look closer. They were fresh, the edges still sharp in the dirt. Whoever made them couldn't have been more than a few hours ahead of me or behind me. I kept walking faster now, heart pounding so hard I could hear it in my ears. I kept checking over my shoulder, expecting to see someone stepping out from behind a tree. Every little sound made me flinch. A branch cracking, a crow cawing, even the rush of wind through the trees. After a few hours, I started feeling like I wasn't alone. Sometimes I caught movement out of the corner of my eye, a flash of dark clothing slipping behind a tree. Once I thought I saw a figure standing way off in the woods, half hidden by the trunks, just standing there watching. But when I blinked, it was gone. The trail felt endless. I kept thinking I would reach a place where I could see open fields or maybe hear a highway, but the trees never broke. The sky above grew darker, heavy clouds rolling in. It started to drizzle, the cold water soaking into my jacket and dripping off the brim of my hat. I must have walked 10 miles when I stumbled across the first trap. It was a tripwire, stretched low across the trail, nearly invisible. If I hadn't been looking at my feet, I would have hit it. I followed it with my eyes and saw that it was connected to a crude snare, a loop of wire rigged to a bent sapling. It wasn't big enough to catch a deer. It was meant for something human-sized. Me. I stepped over it carefully, heart hammering even harder now. Whoever was out here, they didn't just want to scare me. They wanted to catch me. Or worse. I kept moving, legs trembling from cold and fear. My mind was racing. How long had they been out here? Were they the ones who left the rabbit? Cut my truck? How had I not heard them all those nights? It started getting darker, even though it wasn't evening yet. The clouds thickened, the rain picking up. Mud sucked at my boots. My clothes were soaked through. I knew I had to find shelter soon, but there was nothing. Just endless trees and thick underbrush. And then I saw it. A small cabin, maybe half a mile off the trail, hidden behind a stand of thick pines. It looked abandoned. The roof sagged in the middle, and the front door hung open on one hinge. It didn't look like a good place, but it was better than being exposed on the trail. I hesitated, then made for it, crouching low as I ran. Inside, it was worse than it looked. Rotting floorboards, piles of leaves and debris, a smell like wet animals. But it was shelter. I found a corner that seemed the driest, crouched there with my knife in hand, trying to stay quiet. Hours passed. It got darker. The rain turned into a full-on storm, thunder shaking the ground. And then, through the cracks in the wall, I saw a flashlight beam sweep across the woods. It flickered back and forth, searching, getting closer. I held my breath. The light passed over the cabin once, twice. Then footsteps, slow and steady, squelching in the mud. Whoever it was, they were right outside. The footsteps stopped. For a long moment, I had never really planned for a solo trip like this. In fact, I hadn't really thought much about it at all until the idea came to me on a whim. It seemed harmless enough, a little weekend getaway in the mountains. A break from the noise, the chaos of city life. A chance to clear my head, be alone with my thoughts, and breathe in the fresh air. The cabin I rented was far from anything fancy. In fact, it was basic. Just a small, old wooden structure in a forested area about 15 miles outside of a small town. I'd found it on a rental site, looked decent enough for a couple of days in nature. I didn't need much, just a roof over my head, a place to sleep, and a little bit of peace. The year was 2023, and I was 28. Nothing about me seemed extraordinary. I worked a regular office job in the city, and though I wasn't exactly unhappy, I couldn't shake the feeling that life was moving too fast. I needed to slow it down for a while, so I booked the cabin. It wasn't expensive, probably because it was so far out of the way. The nearest store was an hour's drive away, but that didn't bother me. I was looking for solitude, not convenience. I arrived on Friday afternoon. The drive up had been uneventful, just winding roads cutting through the mountain range. The cabin sat in the middle of a clearing, surrounded by trees. There was a small stream running nearby, its water trickling softly. I had no idea what to expect, but I was pleased with the peace and quiet. The cabin looked weathered, but not in a bad way. More like it had been there for years and had seen countless sunsets. It had a worn, rustic charm to it. The wood was darkened with age, the shingles on the roof curling slightly. Inside, it was even more basic. There was a small living area with an old couch, a wood-burning stove, a simple kitchen area with an old fridge, and a small bathroom at the back. Upstairs was just one small bedroom with a bed, a window, and not much else. I immediately got to work unpacking my things, setting my bags on the bed, and putting some food in the fridge. I planned to do some hiking the next day, but for now, I wanted to relax. I lit a fire in the stove and made myself a cup of tea. Felt nice being out here. The silence was almost overwhelming at first, but it was also refreshing. The kind of peace I didn't even know I needed. As the sun began to set, I sat by the fire, reading a book I'd brought with me. The cabin had no Wi-Fi, which, to be honest, was exactly what I wanted. The only sounds were the crackling of the fire and the distant rustling of leaves outside. It was the kind of calm I could get used to. It wasn't until after dark that I started to feel a strange unease. I couldn't pinpoint it at first. It wasn't anything specific, just a general sense that something was a little off. The house creaked occasionally, which I figured was just the wood settling. The wind howled through the trees, and I could hear it whistling past the corners of the cabin. Still, I tried to shrug it off. The cabin was old, after all, and I was in the middle of nowhere. It was bound to make noises. I went to bed early, figuring I'd wake up early for a morning hike. But as I lay there, my mind raced. Thoughts of the cabin being so isolated, the stillness of the forest surrounding me, kept creeping into my head. The more I tried to fall asleep, the more I felt like something wasn't quite right. Sometime in the middle of the night, I woke up to the sound of something scratching. It was faint, almost like a soft tapping or scraping, but it was definitely there. I lay still, straining my ears to figure out where it was coming from. It didn't seem to be coming from inside the cabin, but from outside. I told myself it was just an animal, a raccoon, maybe, or a squirrel running along the roof. I tried to ignore it, but it persisted. The sound grew more distinct. It was definitely scratching at the wood. The tapping had become a rhythm now, almost deliberate, like something was trying to get inside. I shot up in bed, my heart racing. I was alone. I reminded myself of that, as if saying it out loud would make it less terrifying. I grabbed a flashlight from the nightstand and crept toward the window, careful not to make a sound. I parted the curtains just enough to peek outside, but all I saw was the black void of the forest. No movement, nothing out of the ordinary. I stood there for a moment, wondering if I should check outside, but it was dark, and the thought of stepping out there alone didn't feel right. So, I went back to bed, telling myself I was overreacting. It was probably just an animal or the wind playing tricks on me. But the scratching didn't stop. Eventually, I fell asleep, but the unease lingered. The next morning, I tried to shake it off. I was in the mountains, surrounded by nature. What was I scared of? I had to admit, though, that the night had left me unsettled. I decided to stick to my plan. A hike would take my mind off things. I dressed in my hiking gear and set out early. The forest was thick, the trees towering above me, their branches whispering in the wind. The air was crisp, the scent of pine filling my nostrils. I walked for hours, taking in the beauty of the mountains, trying to lose myself in the rhythm of my steps. But every time I looked around, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. The trees seemed to move with the wind, but sometimes they felt too still. I didn't want to admit it, but something about the forest felt wrong. It wasn't like the calm, welcoming wilderness I had imagined. It was more oppressive, suffocating even. The deeper I went, the more the unease grew. There was a quiet that I couldn't ignore. The sound of the wind was muffled, like the forest was holding its breath. Around midday, I decided to turn back. I had wandered too far, and my stomach was starting to growl. I didn't want to risk getting lost in this strange, unnerving forest. The path back to the cabin felt longer, more treacherous. Every snap of a twig underfoot seemed louder than it should have been. My mind raced. I couldn't help but think back to the scratching sound I'd heard the night before. I kept glancing over my shoulder, half expecting to see someone, or something, behind me. When I finally returned to the cabin, I was relieved. I was tired, but more than that, I felt like I had narrowly escaped something. But the feeling didn't go away. In fact, it only got worse as the night fell. The sun set behind the mountains, casting long shadows across the clearing, and the temperature dropped sharply. I lit the fire again, but it didn't offer much warmth. As I sat there, I heard it again. The scratching. It was softer this time, almost like a whisper against the wood. I stood frozen, listening. It wasn't in my head. The sound was real, coming from the wall near the door. I grabbed the flashlight again, hesitating for a moment. There was no way I could go outside to check. Not alone, not at night. I don't know how long I sat there, staring at the door, waiting for the sound to stop. Didn't. It continued slowly, methodically, as if whatever was outside was testing the cabin, feeling it out. Then there was a knock. I froze. The sound was clear this time. A single, firm knock on the door. I didn't move. My heart pounded in my chest. I thought I was going to pass out. There was no one out there, I told myself. No one at all. But the knock came again. It was unmistakable. I grabbed the nearest heavy object I could find, a metal lamp, and slowly made my way toward the door. I was shaking, my entire body tense with fear. I knew it was stupid to even think about opening the door, but something was pulling me toward it. Something made me feel like I had to know. I stood in front of the door for what felt like hours, listening to the silence. There was no more knocking, no sound at all. Then, the unmistakable scent of something earthy, rotting hit me, came from the other side of the door. I didn't open it. I didn't have to. The knocking stopped, and whatever had been on the other side never returned. I didn't sleep that night. I kept the fire going and I kept the door locked. And in the morning, when I left the cabin for good, I never looked back. It was late September when I decided to take the trip. The weather had been crisp, with cool mornings and chilly nights. The kind of weather that makes the air smell fresh, and the woods look dark and inviting. I wasn't sure exactly why I felt the urge to go, but something about being alone in the woods seemed appealing. The cabin had been in my family for years, tucked away deep in a forest near the edge of the town. My grandparents used to visit it every summer. Now it was mine and I rarely went. I needed some time away from the noise of life, away from people, from the rush of daily routines. Maybe I wanted peace, maybe I needed to disconnect, but all I knew was I was driving there alone with nothing but my backpack, a few cans of food, and an old camping lantern I found tucked away in the attic. I didn't even bother to tell anyone I was going. I arrived at the cabin in the early afternoon. The drive there wasn't too bad, just a few hours through winding roads and narrow paths until the trees finally swallowed me whole. The first thing I noticed was the smell. A mix of damp wood and pine, thick and earthy. Smelled like home, in a way. I hadn't been here in years, but the cabin looked just as I remembered. The cabin wasn't anything special. A single-story log building, slightly crooked, with a small porch. It sat nestled in a valley, surrounded by trees that formed a dense canopy above. It looked peaceful enough, but I'd never really appreciated how isolated it was until I was standing there, looking at it from the dirt driveway. I grabbed my gear and headed inside. The door creaked as I opened it, just like it always had. The inside was a bit dusty, but it had that old, familiar smell. The wood paneling, the worn furniture, the fireplace that I would need to clean out if I wanted to use it. It was all there. I set my bags down in the corner and took a moment to just stand there, soaking it all in. The first thing I did was unpack. I wanted to settle in before nightfall. There was no running water, no electricity, and no cell service out here. It wasn't exactly roughing it, but it was a step up from camping in a tent. I lit the lantern, opened a can of beans, and ate on the worn wooden table. After eating, I decided to take a walk. I grabbed a flashlight and my jacket and headed out the front door, locking it behind me. The sun was starting to dip behind the trees, and the air had already grown cooler. I made my way down the small trail that led into the woods behind the cabin. It was peaceful, quiet, except for the occasional rustle of a squirrel in the underbrush or the distant call of a crow. I walked for about an hour, the path twisting deeper into the forest, before I realized how dark it was getting. The trees were dense here, the canopy overhead blocking most of the last light of the day. The flashlight's beam cut through the thickening gloom, bouncing off tree trunks and the occasional rock or fallen branch. The deeper I went, the more I started to feel a strange sensation creeping up my spine, a feeling I couldn't quite place. There were no other cabins around, no signs of life, no roads, just the endless expanse of trees. It was the sort of place where, if something went wrong, no one would find you for days. That thought, though I tried to shake it, stuck with me. I hurried my pace, eager to turn back, but I wasn't quite ready to let go of the feeling the woods gave me. The deeper I ventured, the more alive the forest seemed, almost like it was watching me. I finally decided to head back. My footsteps felt heavier than before, and the flashlight's beam began to flicker. I could see the outline of the cabin now, far off in the distance, and I took a deep breath, relieved. By the time I returned to the cabin, the darkness had fully descended. I could hear the wind picking up outside, howling through the trees, but inside, the air was still and calm. I sat by the fireplace and started a small fire. The crackling of the wood was soothing, and the warmth of the flames felt good against the chill in the air. I didn't have much else to do, so I sat there, watching the fire dance and flicker, lost in my thoughts. As the fire burned down, I began to feel more at ease. But that strange feeling, the one that had clung to me during my walk, wasn't completely gone. I thought I heard something outside, like a twig snapping underfoot. I paused, listening intently. Nothing, just the wind. I tried to shake it off. Maybe it was the wind pushing against the cabin, or maybe a small animal rustling nearby. But there was something about the sound. It felt deliberate, like someone was out there, waiting. The feeling returned, stronger now. I got up and locked the door again, though I hadn't unlocked it in the first place. I felt a little foolish for thinking there could be someone out there. I checked the windows, peered out into the night, but there was nothing. The forest was still, dark as pitch. I spent the next few hours sitting by the fire, trying to distract myself. The crackling of the wood, the low sound of the wind, and the occasional creak of the cabin were the only sounds that kept me company. But then, as I sat there, I heard something again. A soft, steady thump, like something or someone was pacing just outside the door. I stood up quickly, my heart racing. I wasn't sure if it was the wind or an animal, but it sounded too close, too deliberate to be either. I grabbed the flashlight, my hand trembling, and stepped cautiously toward the door. The thumping stopped as soon as I approached the door, and the silence that followed was unnerving. I waited, listening. My breath felt shallow, my chest tight. Nothing. I reached for the door handle, slowly, then hesitated. Was it just the wind? My nerves were getting the better of me. I opened the door cautiously, the flashlight beam cutting through the dark. I shone it across the small porch, the yard, but there was nothing. No sign of movement, no footsteps. The wind rustled the branches, but other than that, it was just the quiet. I let out a breath I didn't realize I'd been holding and stepped back inside. I locked the door again, this time with more certainty. The hairs on the back of my neck were standing up now, my mind racing. Had I imagined it? Had I heard something? Maybe I was just too tired, too jumpy. I tried to push the unease out of my mind, but the feeling remained. I lay down on the couch, hoping sleep would take over, but it wouldn't. I kept hearing the soft creaks of the cabin settling, the wind howling outside. Every noise made my heart race, and I couldn't shake the feeling that something was out there. The hours passed, the darkness pressing in closer. I finally drifted off into a light sleep, but it wasn't restful. I woke up several times, startled by every creak and groan of the cabin. At one point, I thought I heard footsteps again, outside, but when I looked, there was nothing. Morning came, gray and overcast. The night had passed uneventfully, but the strange feeling lingered. I spent the day in a haze, doing little things around the cabin to occupy my mind. I went for another walk in the woods, but this time, I didn't venture as far. The feeling of being watched never quite left me. That evening, as I was sitting by the fire again, I heard it again. This time, it was unmistakable. A soft knock, almost imperceptible, coming from the window. I froze, the blood in my veins turning to ice. I didn't move. My breath caught in my throat. I knew now that I wasn't imagining things. With trembling hands, I reached for the lantern and moved closer to the window. I shone the light out, but there was nothing. No one. The woods were still, the trees swaying gently in the wind. It had to be my mind playing tricks, or so I told myself. I couldn't stay in that cabin any longer. The unease, the feeling of being watched was too much. I packed my things and left the cabin as quickly as I could, locking the door behind me for the last time. As I drove away, the misty forest fading behind me, I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone out there, that whatever had been watching me, whatever had been lurking just out of sight, was still out there. I'd never return to that cabin. Something about it was wrong. Something about the woods had changed. I still think about that trip sometimes, even though it happened years ago. It was the fall of 2012, and I was 28 at the time, living alone in a small town in southern Oregon. I worked at a hardware store back then, just trying to get by, not really doing anything exciting. I hadn't taken a real break in over 2 years, so when my buddy from work, Steve, told me about this cheap cabin rental way up in the Umpqua National Forest, I figured it was time to get away for a weekend. Steve couldn't go himself because his wife was expecting a baby any day, but he swore it was peaceful, clean, and out of the way. That's all I wanted, some quiet, fresh air, no phones, no people. The cabin was owned by some guy his cousin knew. It wasn't on any website or anything, just one of those word-of-mouth places. Steve gave me a hand-drawn map and a key that looked about 100 years old. I wasn't worried. I figured the worst thing that would happen would be maybe some mice or a busted heater. I left early on a Friday morning, around 5, tossing a cooler full of sandwiches and water bottles in the back of my beat-up Ford Ranger. The drive was long and winding, with the 2-lane road twisting through thick forest that got darker the deeper I went. I stopped once for gas and again at a small grocery store to grab some extra food, cans of soup, granola bars, trail mix, and some instant coffee. By noon, I reached the dirt road Steve had circled on the map. The road wasn't maintained. It was all ruts and potholes and rocks, the kind of place you crawl along in first gear, both hands gripping the wheel. Trees hung low over the path, scratching the roof of the truck. I had the windows down, and the smell of pine and wet earth was thick in the air. It took nearly 40 minutes to drive the 2 miles to the cabin. I passed a couple old signs nailed to trees, rusty, half-fallen ones that said things like no trespassing and private property. I figured they were leftovers from old logging days. When I finally pulled up to the cabin, I wasn't disappointed. It sat in a small clearing surrounded by tall pines and ferns, a simple wooden place with a metal roof, a front porch, and a little stone chimney. The wood was gray and weathered, but the structure itself looked solid. There was a shed about 20 yards off to the side, its door hanging crooked on one hinge. I killed the engine and sat there for a minute, listening. It was dead silent except for the wind through the trees. No cars, no voices, no planes overhead. Just the woods. Felt good. Inside, the cabin was basic but cozy. One main room with a small kitchen area, a table and 2 chairs, and a couch against the far wall facing a wood stove. A door led to a tiny bedroom with a double bed covered in an old quilt. The bathroom was just a toilet and a cracked sink. No shower. No electricity either, though there were a couple of old gas lanterns hanging on hooks. I unloaded my stuff, setting the cooler by the kitchen and tossing my sleeping bag onto the bed just in case the quilt was too musty. I found a stack of firewood outside and brought some in, stacking it neatly by the stove. After that, I walked the little clearing, stretching my legs, just taking it all in. It felt good to breathe air that didn't smell like car exhaust or cigarette smoke. By evening, the sky had turned a deep orange through the trees. I made a simple dinner, peanut butter sandwiches, and a can of soup heated on a little camp stove I brought. I didn't have much else to do, so I sat on the porch with a flashlight and read an old paperback I found in my backpack. Around 8, the woods got dark fast. I mean, really dark, thicker than anything I'd ever felt. I wasn't scared, but there was a heavy, pressing feeling, like the trees were leaning in closer when the sun went down. I kept my firewood close, got a fire going in the stove, and settled onto the couch. It was cozy enough. I drifted off after a while, listening to the crackle of burning wood. The first night passed without much. I woke once to pee and noticed how cold it had gotten. My breath puffed white in the beam of my flashlight. Back inside, I tossed another log onto the fire and fell back asleep. The next morning was crisp and bright. I made some instant coffee, ate a granola bar, and decided to explore the woods a little. I had my backpack with a bottle of water, a pocket knife, and a little folding map that didn't have much detail beyond the main dirt road. I hiked for about 2 hours, following what looked like an old game trail. It twisted through the trees, climbed a little ridge, and dropped down into a small valley with a creek running through it. I stopped to drink some water and watch a couple deer picking their way through the trees on the other side of the creek. Everything felt calm. When I got back to the cabin around noon, though, something felt off. I couldn't put my finger on it. Nothing was missing or broken. The front door was still locked. The firewood stack was still neat, but it was like the air had changed. Heavier, tighter in my chest. I shook it off, probably just tired. Maybe the altitude or something. I spent the afternoon cleaning up some dead branches around the clearing, making a bigger woodpile. Kept busy. I made dinner early and decided to turn in before dark. I felt strangely restless, like I didn't want to be awake when the forest got dark again. That night was different. I woke around 2 in the morning. The fire burned low, the cabin freezing cold. At first, I thought it was the wind that woke me. The trees outside were swaying, creaking like old bones. But then I heard it, something soft, a scrape, a slow, deliberate drag across the porch. I froze in my sleeping bag, heart hammering. It wasn't an animal. I grew up in the country. I know what raccoons and coyotes sound like. This was different, heavy, slow, careful. I reached over and grabbed my flashlight, clicked it on. The cabin windows were too dirty to see out of clearly. I didn't want to open the door. Every part of me said stay put. I lay there, holding my breath, straining to hear. For a long time, nothing. Then another sound. A faint, sharp tap-tap-tap against the wall near the window, like someone testing it. Fingertips, maybe. I stayed like that until dawn, too afraid to move, muscles cramped from being so tense. When the first gray light started seeping through the trees, I finally got up. I opened the door a crack, heart pounding. Nothing. No tracks on the porch. No marks on the walls. I told myself it had to be a branch blowing against the cabin, even though deep down I knew it wasn't. I made a decision then. I was leaving. I packed my stuff fast, stuffing everything into the truck without caring how it fit. I didn't even bother to check inside the shed. I just wanted to get out. The road was rougher than before, probably from the rain during the night. I had to go slow, the truck jolting and bouncing over rocks. I had almost made it back to the main road when I saw something that made me slam on the brakes. Across the path, about 30 yards ahead, lay a deer. A big buck, antlers tangled in a mess of branches and mud. It was dead, torn open. I could see its ribs shining white through the gore. But it wasn't the sight of it that made my stomach turn. It was the way it had been dragged there. The marks were clear. A long, deep trail through the mud, like something heavy had pulled it across the road and left it there, right where I had to pass. I sat there, hands gripping the wheel, thinking I could try to drive around it, but the woods were too thick. I didn't want to get stuck. I sure as hell didn't want to get out and move it by hand. In the end, I eased forward, wheels slipping in the mud, tires brushing the carcass as I squeezed by. The whole time, I felt like I was being watched, like something was standing just beyond the trees, just out of sight. The rest of the drive out was a blur. I didn't stop, didn't look back. I made it to the gas station near the highway and sat there for a long time, just breathing, hands shaking so bad I could barely turn off the ignition. I never told Steve the full story, just said the place gave me the creeps and left it at that. But sometimes, late at night, when the house is quiet and the wind picks up, I remember the sound. That slow scrape across the porch, that careful, testing tap on the window. I don't know what was out there. I don't want to know. I never went back into those woods again, and I never will. It was the fall of 2006 when I decided to spend a few weeks alone at a cabin in northern Idaho. I was 29 back then, living in Spokane, Washington, just working long hours at a machine shop, feeling like my life was slowly passing me by. I needed a break, something different. I needed to be away from people, noise, phones, and all the endless stress that just builds and builds without you even noticing. My cousin Luke had this old hunting cabin he hadn't used in years. It was way up in Boundary County, not too far from the Canadian border. I remember he warned me about it, said the place was really out there. No cell service, barely any road leading to it. I didn't care. That was what I wanted. I packed up my beat-up Chevy Blazer with enough supplies for a few weeks: canned food, bottled water, some basic tools, a good sleeping bag, warm clothes, a .22 rifle for small game, and drove out there one Friday morning while it was still dark. The drive alone took me nearly 6 hours. First paved highway, then cracked 2-lane roads, then a winding dirt track that looked more like a dried-up riverbed than an actual road. It had rained a few days earlier, so the ground was still damp, and there were big ruts and patches of mud everywhere. I had to stop twice just to move fallen branches out of the way. Finally, after what felt like forever, I spotted the cabin through the trees. It was tucked in a clearing halfway up a ridge, surrounded by towering pines and heavy brush. The place looked rough. The roof sagged a little. Some of the boards on the porch were warped and gray from years of weather. But it was still standing, and it was dry inside, and that was all I needed. I parked close, grabbed my gear, and made my way inside. The door stuck a little, but it opened after a few good shoves. The inside smelled like old wood and dust. There was a single room with a stone fireplace, a narrow cot with a musty mattress, a cracked wooden table, and 2 chairs. Against the back wall was a little counter with an ancient 2-burner propane stove and a few shelves holding faded cans of food that I wasn't planning on touching. I spent the rest of that first day unpacking, airing the place out, chopping up some firewood, and setting up my sleeping bag on the cot. I had a little hand crank radio, but no real signal out here, just static and faint voices that faded in and out. It was quiet, almost too quiet, and when night fell, it got dark fast, way darker than I was used to. I sat by the fireplace with a small lantern beside me, listening to the wind rattle the windows and the trees creak in the distance. For the first few days, everything was peaceful. I spent my mornings walking through the woods, taking in the fresh air, checking out the small stream that ran downhill about a 1/4 mile from the cabin. I saw deer tracks, rabbit trails, a few foxes darting through the underbrush. I cooked simple meals over the little stove, read old books I brought along, wrote a little in a journal. It was exactly what I needed. Slow, quiet, simple. Then, on the 5th night, something strange happened. It was around midnight. I had just put the fire out and crawled into my sleeping bag when I heard a noise outside. It wasn't the usual sounds. Wind, branches scraping, animals moving through the brush. This was different. It was a rhythmic crunching, like footsteps moving slowly through the gravel and dead leaves just outside the cabin. I froze. I held my breath and listened. At first, I thought maybe it was a deer or an elk, but the steps sounded too steady, too heavy. They stopped near the porch. I sat up quietly, my heart pounding so hard I felt it in my throat. The cabin door was bolted shut from the inside, but the windows were old, and some didn't latch properly. I reached for the rifle resting against the wall beside my cot. I didn't chamber around yet, didn't want to make any noise, but I gripped it tight and waited. The footsteps moved again, this time circling the cabin slowly, like whoever or whatever it was inspecting the place. I could hear twigs snapping underfoot, dry leaves rustling. Then it stopped directly beneath one of the windows. I stared into the darkness, barely breathing. Minutes passed. The wind picked up again, and the forest came alive with its usual sounds. But whoever had been out there didn't make another noise. I didn't sleep that night. I stayed sitting up, listening, staring at the door and windows until the first gray light of dawn crept into the clearing. The next morning, I went outside, rifle slung over my shoulder. I walked around the cabin carefully, looking for footprints or any signs of someone being there. And I found them, barely, but they were there. Big boot prints, deep in the wet earth, leading from the tree line to the porch, then circling around to the back window before disappearing into the woods. I stood there a long time just staring at them. They didn't look fresh, probably a few hours old at least, but it was obvious they hadn't been made by an animal. Somebody had been here. I tried to reason it out. Maybe it was a hunter who got turned around. Maybe just a curious hiker, though I hadn't seen or heard a single person out here since arriving. Deep down, though, it didn't feel right. The next few days were tense. Every little sound outside made me jump. I kept the rifle loaded and close at all times. I even started stacking chairs and crates against the door at night, just in case. I thought about packing up and leaving, but I didn't want to let fear chase me out. Plus, I kept telling myself it was probably a one-time thing. I was wrong. 2 nights later, it happened again. This time, it was even worse. It was just after sunset. I had finished eating and was sitting at the table writing in my journal when I heard it. The sound of boots on gravel. Slow, deliberate steps coming up the path. There was no mistaking it this time. Someone was walking straight toward the cabin. I killed the lantern and crouched low behind the table, rifle aimed at the door. I could hear my own breathing, short and fast. I kept telling myself to stay calm, stay focused. The steps stopped just outside. I could see a faint shadow moving through the cracks in the doorframe. Whoever it was didn't knock, didn't call out. They just stood there. Then, slowly, the doorknob rattled. Not forced, just tested, like they were checking to see if it was locked. I stayed perfectly still. After a minute, the rattling stopped. The shadow moved away from the door, and I heard footsteps again, circling around the cabin, just like before. At one point, whoever it was tapped lightly on the window glass. Barely a whisper of a sound, but it was enough to make my blood run cold. They stayed outside for what felt like forever. Then, finally, the steps faded into the woods. Again, I didn't sleep that night. I sat there in the dark, gun in my lap, waiting. By morning, I had made up my mind. I had to leave. I couldn't stay another night. I packed up quickly, stuffing everything haphazardly into bags. I loaded up the Blazer, checked the tires, checked the gas. Everything looked good. It was around 8 a.m. when I pulled out, bumping and sliding down the muddy trail as fast as I dared. The trees closed in on either side of the road, and every shadow, every movement out of the corner of my eye made me grip the wheel tighter. I thought I was in the clear when I reached the lower trail near the stream. The dirt road curved sharply there, and as I rounded the bend, I slammed on the brakes. Standing in the middle of the road was a man. He was tall, maybe 6'2", wearing a dirty brown jacket, faded jeans, and heavy black boots. His face was rough, weathered, with a thick, scraggly beard and a wide, empty stare. He didn't move. He just stood there, blocking the road, staring straight at me. For a second, I thought about honking or shouting, but something about the way he stood there, so still, so deliberate, made my stomach twist. I threw the Blazer into reverse, backing up fast until I could spin around and head back the way I came. I didn't care if it tore up the undercarriage or shredded the tires. I just needed to get away. I didn't stop driving until I hit the main road, tires squealing as I hit pavement. I didn't stop until I reached a little gas station near Bonner's Ferry, shaking, sweating, trying to catch my breath. I told the clerk there about what happened, but he just shrugged and said a lot of strange folks lived out in those woods, people who didn't want to be bothered. I drove straight back to Spokane that afternoon, and I never went back to that cabin. Later, Luke told me that when he first bought the land years ago, an old trapper had lived up near that ridge. Locals said he was mean, paranoid, hated strangers. Nobody knew exactly what happened to him. Some said he just disappeared one winter. Others said he died and his body was never found. Maybe it was just some drifter. Maybe it was someone who thought the cabin was abandoned and didn't like me being there. I'll never know for sure. All I know is that I was lucky to get out of there. Lucky that the Blazer started. Lucky that whoever that man was didn't do more than rattle the door and stare through the windows. I learned something important from that trip. When your gut tells you something's wrong, you listen. I never went camping alone again after that. And every time I hear footsteps outside my house at night, a little part of me flashes back to that cabin on the ridge, to the man standing in the middle of the road, staring with empty eyes, waiting for something. And I was 34 when I decided I needed to get away from the city for a while. It was late September 2012, and work had been crushing me for months. Living in Phoenix, Arizona, had worn me down. The traffic, the heat, the constant rush. I wanted somewhere quiet, somewhere far from people. I didn't want a fancy hotel or a bed and breakfast. I wanted real quiet, just me, the trees, and a little bit of fresh air. That's how I found the cabin on Stone Lake. It wasn't even a rental, not really. It was a property owned by some older guy named Harold who barely kept it listed. I found it through a strange post on a local website. The photos showed a tiny, weather-beaten cabin, backed by thick woods and sitting right on the edge of a calm, mirror-like lake. The post mentioned it was isolated 20 miles to the nearest gas station, almost 35 to the nearest town. That's what drew me in. I messaged the number on the post, wired the deposit, and 2 days later, I was packing my old Jeep Cherokee for the trip. I threw in a cooler full of frozen meat and drinks, some canned food, a few extra clothes, a couple of books, and a .45 pistol I kept locked up at home. Not that I expected to need it. It was just a comfort thing. It was a 5-hour drive north into the Arizona high country, into a part of the state I didn't know very well. Dense pines, winding back roads, no cell service. I watched the temperature drop from the blistering hundreds of Phoenix to the crisp 60s as I climbed in elevation. When I finally pulled off the cracked 2-lane highway onto the narrow dirt road that led to the cabin, it was already late afternoon. Long shadows stretched across the trees, and the sky was beginning to melt into shades of pink and purple. The drive down that dirt road was rough. Deep potholes rattled my tires, and tree branches scraped the sides of the Jeep. I had to drive almost 10 miles down that rutted, twisting path before I caught sight of the lake through the trees. And there, sitting right on the shore like a forgotten toy, was the cabin. It looked worse than the photos. The wood siding was cracked and gray from the sun, and the tin roof was patched in places with sheets of rusty metal. There was a small, sagging porch out front with a couple of broken chairs. A stack of firewood sat off to the side, half rotted. The windows were dusty and streaked with old rain, but it was exactly what I wanted. I parked beside the cabin, turned off the engine, and climbed out. The air smelled clean, a mix of pine sap, damp earth, and lake water. I stood there for a while, just breathing it in, listening to the soft lap of water against the shore. No car sounds, no sirens, no hum of city life, just silence, broken now and then by a distant bird call or the creak of a tree in the wind. Inside, the cabin was just as simple. One main room, a beat-up couch, a wood stove, a tiny kitchen area with a chipped sink and an old propane stove. Off to the side, a small bedroom with a mattress on a creaky wooden frame. No TV, no radio, barely even any electricity, just a few lights powered by a small solar setup on the roof, and a propane tank out back for the stove and a wall heater. I unpacked quickly, tossing my duffel on the bed, stashing the food in the ancient fridge, and checking out the small bathroom. Just a tin shower stall, a cracked mirror, and a toilet that ran on a separate water tank behind the cabin. Everything worked, surprisingly. By the time I finished, the sun was almost gone. I sat out on the porch for a while, watching the last of the light bleed away across the lake. Bats flitted over the water, and somewhere in the woods, an owl hooted. I didn't realize how tense I'd been until I felt my body start to loosen, like all the tightness was seeping out into the ground beneath me. I slept like a rock that first night. The next day, I got up early, made coffee on the little stove, and took a slow walk around the property. The woods wrapped the lake on 3 sides, thick with towering pines and gnarled oak trees. The ground was soft with old needles and fallen leaves. I didn't see another cabin, another road, not even a trail. It really was isolated. I spent the day reading, fishing a little off the rickety dock, and just soaking in the silence. It was exactly what I needed. The weirdness started that night. I was sitting on the porch again, watching the stars come out. The air was colder, and I had a blanket wrapped around my shoulders. The trees were black silhouettes against the deep blue sky. The water was perfectly still. That's when I heard it. A soft crack in the woods, like a branch snapping. I froze, ears straining. Another crack, closer, then a shuffling sound, almost like something dragging over the ground. My first thought was deer. There were signs of them all over, droppings, hoof prints near the lake. Maybe elk. Maybe even a black bear, though I hadn't seen any real bear signs. Still, something about the sound made my skin prickle. It wasn't the heavy, deliberate crashing you usually hear when a big animal moves through the forest. It was slower, softer, almost careful. I stood up, the porch creaking under me, and stared into the trees. But the shadows were too deep. I couldn't see anything. I went inside, locked the door, and made sure the pistol was loaded and within reach. The rest of the night was uneventful, but I slept lightly, waking up at every little creak and groan the cabin made. The next morning, I checked around the property. I found nothing, no tracks, no broken branches, no signs of anything out of place. I told myself it had just been my imagination, nerves settling in now that the reality of being alone in the woods had set in. The days passed quietly after that. I fell into a kind of routine, coffee at sunrise, reading, exploring, fishing, making simple dinners, and watching the sunset. But every night, like clockwork, I would hear noises, not always the same sounds. Sometimes it was footsteps, soft, almost hesitant, circling the cabin. Sometimes it was that dragging sound, like something being pulled through the leaves. Once, I swore I heard breathing just outside the bedroom window, but every time I mustered the nerve to look, there was nothing. No tracks, no disturbed ground, no signs at all. I told myself it was just animals. Maybe the cabin was near some old game trail. Maybe it was raccoons or a bobcat. But deep down, I knew that wasn't right. Animals didn't behave like that. They didn't circle a cabin night after night. They didn't stop moving when you shined a flashlight outside. They didn't breathe slow and heavy against your window and then vanish without a trace. Still, I stayed. I told myself I was being paranoid, that I was overthinking things. Until the fourth night. I had just turned off the lights and climbed into bed when I heard something tap against the wall. A soft, deliberate tap. Then another, and another, like fingers drumming lightly against the wood. It moved from the wall near the head of the bed, around to the front of the cabin, then to the side near the kitchen. Always just light tapping, like it wanted me to know it was there but didn't want to break in. I lay there, heart hammering in my chest, listening as it circled the cabin again and again. I stayed like that for hours, barely breathing, gripping the pistol with sweaty hands. When the first gray light of dawn started to seep through the windows, the tapping finally stopped. I packed my bags that morning. I didn't care if I'd only been there a few days. I didn't care if I hadn't gotten the relaxation I came for. Something was out there, something that didn't want me there. I loaded up the Jeep as quickly as I could, glancing over my shoulder every few seconds, half expecting to see something step out of the woods. When I climbed in and turned the key, the engine coughed once, twice, then caught. I floored it down the dirt road, not caring about the potholes or the low-hanging branches. But about 2 miles in, I had to slam on the brakes. A tree had fallen across the road. A big one. Thick trunk, fresh break, like it had been pushed or pulled down, not knocked over by wind. I cursed and backed up, thinking maybe I could find another way around. But the forest was too dense. The dirt road was narrow, and there were deep ditches on either side. I couldn't just drive through the woods. I had no choice but to get out and move it. I grabbed the small axe I kept in the back of the Jeep and approached the tree, heart pounding. I kept glancing around, half expecting to see something watching me from the trees. It took me almost an hour to hack enough branches away and inch the Jeep around the mess. The whole time I felt eyes on me, but again, nothing. No movement, no sound. When I finally cleared the blockage and got back onto the road, I didn't stop driving until I hit the highway. Even then, I didn't relax until I saw the lights of a gas station miles down the road. I didn't report it. What would I even say? That a tree fell across a road and some strange noises scared me out of a cabin? Nobody would take that seriously. I made it back to Phoenix by nightfall. When I checked my phone, I had no missed calls, no messages. I went home, locked the doors, and slept with the pistol on the nightstand for the next 2 weeks. My name is Mark Weaver. It was the summer of 2017 when I decided to spend a couple of weeks up north, alone. I was 31 years old then, and honestly, life had been running me into the ground. Working construction back-to-back with no real time off had worn me down in ways I couldn't even explain. Every morning, I'd wake up tired. Every night, I'd lie awake, wired but exhausted. A buddy of mine, Steve, had told me once about these old cabins up in Cedar Hollow, Michigan. Remote, cheap to rent, buried deep in woods that hardly anyone went through anymore. I figured it was perfect. No cell signal, no internet, no people. Just a solid 2 weeks with me. A stack of old books, some fishing gear, and enough food to keep me alive without having to make any store runs. I booked it through a crusty old website Steve had used once and packed my truck with supplies. I didn't tell anyone exactly where I was going, just said I'd be out of town for a bit. At the time, that sounded smart. Get away, disappear. The drive took 8 hours from my small town outside of Indianapolis. As I moved further north, the gas stations got smaller and rarer, and the roads went from wide, clean pavement to cracked asphalt to gravel, then finally to hard-packed dirt. Trees closed in on both sides until the road looked less like a road and more like a walking trail. It was early evening when I found the cabin. It wasn't much to look at. Just a squat, square thing built from heavy, dark logs, half sunk into the ground with a rusty tin roof. There was a stone chimney, an old porch swing hanging by one chain, and a heavy wood door with a black iron latch. A single small window looked out toward the dirt road. Behind it stretched what felt like endless forest, thick, wet woods with trees that had been there longer than anyone alive. I killed the engine and sat there a minute, letting the ticking of the cooling motor die out. It was almost unsettling how quiet everything got after that. No traffic, no voices, not even birds. Just the distant sound of the wind moving through the trees, low and whispery, almost like breathing. The cabin was unlocked, just like the rental guy had said it would be. Inside, it smelled like old wood and wet earth. There was a single room with a cot in one corner, a cast iron stove in the other, and a table with 2 chairs under the window. The floor was rough plank wood, uneven in places. There was a single bare light bulb on the ceiling with a pull chain, run off a small solar battery rig outside. No bathroom, just an outhouse 50 feet out back. I unpacked, set up my sleeping bag on the cot, stacked my groceries on the table, and got a fire going in the stove. Felt cozy in a rundown, abandoned kind of way. That first night, I sat on the porch with a beer in my hand, watching the sky go dark. The trees pressed closer in the dim light. The air was thick with the smell of pine and damp soil. It wasn't until about midnight that I noticed the footprints. They weren't mine. I could see my own boot tracks clearly in the dirt from where I had walked back and forth unloading supplies. These were different, smaller, like a child's, barefoot. They came from the woods, circled the cabin once, and then disappeared back into the trees. I sat there staring at them for a long time, my heart thudding against my ribs. Eventually, I told myself it must have been some kids messing around, maybe locals, maybe just hikers who got lost. It didn't make much sense, but it was better than thinking about the alternatives. Still, I didn't sleep much that night. I locked the door, jammed a chair under the handle, and kept my hunting knife on the cot beside me. Morning made it seem less scary. The footprints were almost gone, washed out by a heavy fog that had rolled in overnight. I shook it off, drank strong coffee, fished down by the river a mile out, tried to settle into the rhythm of being alone. For the first few days, everything was fine, peaceful even. I hiked, read old paperback novels, cooked simple meals on the stove, and listened to the wind in the trees. Every night, the woods around the cabin seemed to breathe, shifting and sighing like some giant animal. I got used to it. Mostly, it was on the 5th night that I heard it. I was lying on the cot, staring at the ceiling in the dark, when I heard footsteps crunching slowly around the cabin. Light, careful steps, not the heavy crashing of a deer or bear. These were deliberate, circling, pausing every few feet, like someone was checking the place out. I stayed perfectly still. The fire in the stove had gone low, throwing faint orange shadows up onto the walls. My knife was under my hand. I counted my own breathing to keep from panicking. The steps went all the way around the cabin. Once, twice, then silence. After maybe half an hour, I slipped out of bed and moved to the window. I peeked out through a crack between the boards. Nothing, just the black woods, solid and heavy and endless. The next morning, I found a gift left for me, right in the center of the porch. A pile of rocks stacked neatly into a small, crooked tower, balanced perfectly. It hadn't been there the night before. I didn't know what to think. Some backwoods weirdo playing games? Some kind of warning? I didn't touch it. I just swept it off the porch with my boot and tried to forget about it. But it didn't stop. Every night there was something new. Scratches along the wood of the cabin. Strange little woven things. Sticks tied together into odd shapes. Left on the porch or hanging from the trees nearby. Once, I found a dead rabbit laid neatly across the doorstep. Its throat slit cleanly. I didn't have any way to call for help. No phone signal, no radio. The nearest gas station was probably 30 miles back the way I came. I should have packed a satellite phone. Hell, I should have told someone exactly where I was going. I started keeping a fire going all night. Started sleeping with my boots on. Every few hours, I'd jerk awake, heart hammering, convinced I heard someone breathing just outside the walls. The sense of being watched got so bad that I couldn't even go out to the outhouse without carrying my knife and a heavy flashlight, scanning the woods constantly for movement. One night, close to the end of the first week, I found handprints smeared across the window. Small, greasy prints, like a child's. 10, 20 of them covering the glass. Some were high up, almost at the top, like whoever had made them had climbed or been lifted. I didn't sleep at all that night. I sat at the table with my back to the wall, the knife across my knees, the fire crackling low, watching the door, listening. At some point, near dawn, I must have dozed off, because I woke up to a dull thump against the side of the cabin. I froze. Another thump. Slow, steady, rhythmic, like someone was pressing their forehead against the wall and tapping. It moved along the outside, from one side of the cabin to the other, pausing at the window. I stayed frozen for what felt like hours until the light finally changed, and morning came and the noises stopped. When I dared to open the door, there was nothing there. No footprints, no marks, just the same endless trees, still and quiet. That day, I decided I couldn't stay any longer. Screw the money I'd paid for the full 2 weeks. Screw whatever pride had kept me there. I started packing, fast, stuffing everything into bags without much care. I kept glancing at the woods, half expecting someone, or something, to come charging out of them. When I went out to load the truck, I noticed something new. There was a figure standing deep in the trees, just barely visible through the trunks, still as a stone, watching. I couldn't make out any details, just that it was small, maybe 4 feet tall. It didn't move when I looked at it, didn't flinch, just stood there half hidden. I didn't wait to see what it would do. I finished throwing my gear into the truck, slammed the door, and gunned the engine. Gravel spat out from under the tires as I tore back down the dirt road, branches whipping against the sides of the truck. I didn't slow down once, not even when the road got bad enough that the whole truck rattled and jumped like it might fall apart. I just kept driving. It took me nearly 2 hours to reach the first paved road. By then, my hands were cramping from how hard I was gripping the steering wheel. I made it back home late that night, filthy, exhausted, and more relieved than I'd ever been. I took the battery out of my phone, just in case, and stayed inside for a few days, trying to convince myself it was over. But the thing is, it never really leaves you. Even now, years later, sometimes when the wind is right, and the night is too quiet, I swear I hear those soft footsteps outside my window again, circling, pausing, waiting. I never went back to Cedar Hollow. I never will. I was 27 years old when I decided I needed a break from everything. It was October 2017, and I had been working construction jobs back-to-back around Fort Collins, Colorado. My body felt like it was starting to give out on me. My back hurt, my knees popped when I stood up, and I was waking up every morning just feeling angry for no reason. I needed to get away from the traffic, the noise, my stupid phone blowing up every few minutes. I needed to just breathe for a while. I found a cabin listed online by an old man who lived out near North Park. It was about a 2-hour drive northwest into the mountains. The listing said it was perfect for hunters and hikers who want peace and quiet. And it was cheap, dirt cheap, $100 for 3 nights. The guy only accepted cash, and he wanted you to pick up the key from his house first before driving out to the cabin. I didn't really think much about how weird that was. I just wanted out. I packed up some clothes, my sleeping bag, a camping stove, some food, my hunting knife, and a few other supplies. I wasn't planning to hunt or anything, but I figured better safe than sorry. I threw it all into my old beat-up Tacoma and hit the road early Friday morning, just after sunrise. The air was crisp, the sky was bright blue, and for the first time in a long time, I actually felt excited about something. I stopped at the man's house first, like he said. He lived in a tiny 1-story home with a sagging roof and about 6 broken-down cars in the dirt driveway. He wasn't very friendly, just handed me the key, gave me a handwritten map, and pointed up toward the hills. I tried to make small talk, but he just waved me off and went back inside. I figured maybe he was just old and tired. The drive out to the cabin took almost an hour after I left his place. The road quickly turned from asphalt to gravel to just plain dirt. It wound up into the thick woods, through tall pines and aspens that had already started to turn gold. I had to drive through a few muddy sections where my tires spun a little before catching. I passed nobody, not a soul, just deer crossing the road and the occasional crow flying overhead. Finally, I came to a clearing where the trees opened up a little, and there it was, the cabin. It was smaller than I expected, maybe 20 feet wide, with a metal roof and rough-cut logs for walls. It had a small porch out front, an old rocking chair, and one window that looked like it hadn't been cleaned in years. The whole place leaned slightly to the left, like it was tired of standing up straight. There was a small wood shed off to the side, and what looked like a rusted-out water pump near the back. No other buildings around. No signs of anyone else for miles. I killed the engine and just sat there for a second, listening. It was dead quiet. No cars, no planes, no hum of power lines. Just the wind moving through the trees and the creaking of the pines swaying back and forth. It was perfect. I grabbed my gear and walked up to the porch. The old wood groaned under my boots. The key stuck a little in the lock, but after a few tries, I got the door open. Inside, the cabin was just one room, with a wood stove in the corner, a beat-up cot with a thin mattress, a rickety table with 2 chairs, and a few shelves with some old canned food that I definitely wasn't going to touch. Dust coated everything. The air smelled like old wood, rust, and mice. I didn't mind. I wasn't here for luxury. I spent the first hour sweeping out dead bugs and mouse droppings. I opened the one window just enough to let some fresh air in. I set up my sleeping bag on the cot, unpacked my stove and food on the table, and stacked some firewood by the stove. I figured I'd get a fire going later once the sun dipped and it got colder. The first day was quiet. I explored the woods a little, just walking with no destination. I didn't bring a GPS or anything, just a compass and a good memory for landmarks. The woods were thick and full of deadfall. I found a little creek about half a mile away where the water was freezing cold but crystal clear. I sat there for a while just listening. It was peaceful in a way I hadn't felt in years. That night, I cooked up some canned chili on my little stove and sat on the porch eating straight from the pot. The stars came out, brighter than I had seen in a long time. No light pollution at all. The Milky Way looked like someone had spilled sugar across the sky. I went to bed early, feeling a little sore from all the walking but good. I didn't even bother locking the door. What was there to worry about way out here? That was a mistake. Around 2 in the morning, I woke up suddenly. I didn't know why at first. I just knew something felt off. The cabin was dark, except for the faint light of the dying fire in the stove. I stayed perfectly still, listening. At first, I heard nothing but the crackle of the fire. Then I heard it, footsteps. Soft, slow, crunching footsteps outside in the leaves. They circled the cabin once, twice. Then they stopped right outside the window. I lay there, my heart pounding so hard I thought it would shake the mattress. I couldn't see anything from where I was, and I sure as hell wasn't about to sit up and look. For what felt like hours, there was silence. Then the footsteps moved away, fading into the trees. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. In the morning, I tried to tell myself it was probably just a deer or maybe a coyote nosing around. I forced myself to believe it because the alternative was too creepy to think about. Still, I made sure to lock the door after that. Day 2 was a little different. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. Every time I stopped walking, I swore I could hear something else stop too. Every time I looked back, I thought I saw movement in the trees. Just little flashes. A shape stepping behind a trunk. A dark figure blending into the shadows. But every time I tried to focus on it, there was nothing there. I told myself again and again that it was just my mind playing tricks on me. I was alone, out in the woods, no phone signal, nobody for miles. It was natural to get a little jumpy, right? That night, I triple-checked the door and windows before going to bed. I even moved the table and chairs in front of the door just to feel safer. It didn't help. At around 1 in the morning, I woke up again, this time to a different sound. A soft scraping, like something sharp dragging across the wood of the cabin walls. I sat up, my knife in my hand, my heart hammering in my chest. The scraping moved slowly around the cabin, like someone or something was dragging a stick or a knife along the logs, tracing the whole perimeter. Then the footsteps came back. They were slower this time, deliberate. Whoever it was knew I was inside. They were trying to scare me, trying to see what I would do. I didn't move. I barely breathed. After what felt like an eternity, the sounds stopped again. Silence fell over the cabin like a heavy blanket. I sat there, knife in hand, until the first light of dawn started leaking through the dirty window. When I finally got up the nerve to step outside, I found the scratches. Long, deep gouges in the logs, about waist height, all the way around the cabin. Like someone had taken a hunting knife and slowly carved along the wood. Some spots were so deep I could fit my fingertip inside. There were footprints too, clear in the dirt and leaves. Boot prints, bigger than mine. My stomach twisted into a tight knot. This wasn't a lost hiker or a hunter passing by. Whoever had been here was doing it on purpose. They were playing with me. I thought about packing up and leaving right then and there. I even loaded up most of my gear into the truck. But the road back down was rough, and it had rained a little overnight. I wasn't sure I could make it out without getting stuck. Plus, a stubborn part of me didn't want to run. I didn't want to feel like I had been chased away. I stayed one more night. I wish I hadn't. That evening, just as the sun dipped behind the hills and the woods turned dark, I heard a noise from the woods. A metallic clanging sound, sharp and loud. I grabbed my flashlight and scanned the trees, but I couldn't see anything. Then I saw it. A figure just barely visible through the trees. It was a man wearing dark clothes, standing perfectly still, just watching the cabin. When the flashlight hit him, he didn't move, didn't even flinch. I turned off the light, heart racing, and ducked back inside, slamming the door and pushing the table and chairs back in front of it. I didn't sleep at all that night. I sat in the corner by the stove, knife in one hand, flashlight in the other, just waiting for something to happen. Around midnight, the clanging came back, louder this time. It sounded like metal on metal, like someone hitting the old water pump with a pipe. I stayed put. Hours passed. Eventually, the noise stopped. When the sky started to lighten, I packed the rest of my stuff in a frenzy. I didn't even bother folding my sleeping bag. I threw everything into the truck, locked the cabin out of pure habit, and tore out of there, tires spinning in the mud. I didn't stop until I hit asphalt. When I got back to the old man's house to return the key, he didn't even come to the door. Just a note taped to the window that said, "Leave key in box." I didn't leave a tip. I didn't say goodbye. I drove straight home, windows up, doors locked. Took weeks for the nightmares to stop. I was 29 years old when I decided to spend a weekend alone in a cabin deep in the mountains of western Montana. It was early October 2017, and the trees were starting to change colors. I had been working nonstop in a noisy construction job for almost 6 months straight and needed a break from everything. The people, the city, the constant hammering in my head. I found a cabin online through some old rental site. It wasn't anything fancy, just a small, single-room place about 30 miles off the main highway. No Wi-Fi, no cell service, no neighbors for miles. The pictures showed a wood stove, an old bed, and a tiny kitchen. That's all I wanted. The morning I left, it was cold but clear. I packed my old Ford Explorer with a cooler full of food, 2 big jugs of water, some firewood, a sleeping bag, a basic first aid kit, a flashlight, a box of batteries, a pocket knife, and a couple books. I didn't plan on doing anything special. I just wanted to sit in the quiet, hike around a little during the day, and sleep without hearing sirens or trucks. The drive took about 5 hours. The last hour was nothing but gravel roads that wound up and around steep hills covered in thick pine forests. I had to drive slow because the road was narrow and full of deep potholes. It was so rough that my arms were sore by the time I finally spotted the cabin tucked into the trees. It was smaller than I expected. 1 window on each side, a little porch sagging in the middle, and a metal chimney sticking out the top. It looked old but solid. The roof was steep, and the wood siding was faded to a dull gray. There were no other cabins or houses anywhere around, just endless trees and the faint outline of some mountains off in the distance. I parked the Explorer a few feet from the porch and grabbed my stuff. The key was supposed to be under a loose board next to the door, and sure enough, I found it there. The lock was stiff but turned after a few tries. The door creaked open and I stepped inside. The air was cold and dusty. The place smelled like old wood and smoke. The cabin was just one big room. Against the far wall was the bed, a metal frame with a thin mattress and a faded red blanket folded at the end. To the left was the small wood stove, and beside that a pile of chopped wood. On the right was the kitchen, really just a counter, a small sink hooked to a hand pump, and a tiny propane stove with 2 burners. There was a battered old table and 2 mismatched chairs. A few shelves held some dishes, a lantern, and some pots and pans. I set my gear down and got to work airing the place out. I opened the windows even though the air outside was chilly. I wiped the dust off the table and counters with some paper towels and filled the stove with wood so it would be ready later. I brought in the food and water from the truck and stacked them neatly in the kitchen. By late afternoon, I had everything settled. I made a simple dinner, canned chili heated up on the propane burner, and ate it at the little table, listening to the wind in the trees outside. Afterward, I sat on the porch with a cup of coffee, watching the sun sink behind the mountains. The quiet was incredible. No cars, no voices, nothing but the wind and the occasional creak of the trees. It was exactly what I needed. I went inside just as it started to get dark. The temperature dropped fast, and I lit a fire in the stove. It took a while for the little cabin to warm up. I unrolled my sleeping bag on the bed and read for a while by lantern light. I must have fallen asleep around 9. The first night passed without anything unusual. I woke up once or twice because the fire had died down and the cabin got cold, but I just threw a few more logs in and went back to sleep. The next day, I spent the morning hiking around the woods. There was a faint trail leading away from the cabin, but it disappeared pretty quickly, so I mostly just wandered, making sure to mark my way back by breaking small branches or stacking rocks. I saw a few deer and a ton of squirrels. Once I thought I heard something bigger crashing through the brush far off to my right, but I never saw it. By mid-afternoon, the sky had started to cloud over. The wind picked up, and the air felt damp and heavy, like rain was coming. I hurried back to the cabin and got the fire going again, just in case. That evening felt a little different. The wind howled louder, making the trees creak and groan like old doors. The clouds were thick and low, and it got dark fast. I ate another simple dinner, cleaned up, and sat in the chair by the stove, reading. That's when I heard it. A sound outside. It wasn't the wind. It was heavier, slower, like footsteps. I froze and listened hard. For a long minute, there was nothing but the wind. I shook my head, telling myself it was just a branch falling or some animal. But a few minutes later, I heard it again. Slow, steady crunching on the gravel outside. My stomach tightened. I turned off the lantern and sat there in the dark, straining to hear over the roaring of the wind. Crunch, crunch, crunch. It moved around the side of the cabin. My heart was hammering so hard I thought it might break my ribs. I waited, hardly daring to breathe. I didn't have a gun, just the knife and a hatchet I had brought for splitting wood. Then silence. I waited for what felt like hours, but there were no more sounds. Eventually, I convinced myself it had to be a deer or maybe a bear sniffing around. The cabin didn't have food smells leaking outside, but animals can be curious. I relit the lantern, kept the hatchet by the bed, and forced myself to go to sleep. I woke up a few times during the night, listening, but heard nothing else. The next morning, I went outside to check. The ground around the cabin was mostly gravel and dry needles, but in the soft dirt behind the cabin, I saw something that made my stomach drop. Footprints, big ones, human ones, barefoot. They were fresh, clear impressions of toes and heels, and they circled the entire cabin. I stood there for a long time, staring. The prints came from the woods, circled the cabin, and went back into the trees. It wasn't an animal. It was a person. I felt exposed standing out there. I went back inside, locked the door, and sat at the table, trying to figure out what to do. There was no cell service. The nearest town was almost 2 hours away. I could leave, but the thought of driving that rough road in a panic wasn't great either. I decided to wait it out one more night. If anything else happened, I would leave first thing in the morning. That day, I stayed close to the cabin. I chopped wood, read, cooked, anything to keep busy. I kept glancing at the trees, half expecting someone to step out at any moment. But nothing happened. No more sounds, no more footprints. As evening fell, I made sure everything was ready. The fire was stacked high. The hatchet was by the bed. I kept the flashlight and my boots next to me in case I needed to run. The wind had died down, and the night was very still. Too still. Every little sound seemed to echo. Around midnight, I heard it again. Footsteps, slow, steady, coming from the woods. Crunch, crunch, crunch. I turned off the lantern and crouched by the stove, listening. The steps came closer. They stopped just outside the cabin. My heart was beating so loud I couldn't hear anything else. I clutched the hatchet, sweating. Then came the soft sound of something brushing against the door. I didn't move. I didn't breathe. There was a low creaking sound, like someone leaning against the doorframe. Then a soft, slow scratching at the wood. It lasted maybe a minute. Then silence. I stayed crouched there for what felt like hours. My legs went numb. The fire died down to embers, but I didn't dare move. Finally, as the first gray light of dawn touched the window, I stood up, muscles aching. I didn't hear anything outside. I grabbed my bag, shoved everything I could into it, grabbed the cooler, and threw it into the truck. I didn't even bother cleaning up. I just got in, started the engine, and drove. I didn't look back at the cabin. The road was rough, but I didn't care. I just kept driving, heart hammering in my chest, eyes scanning the trees on either side. It took hours, but I finally reached the main highway. When I got to the little gas station at the edge of the forest, I stopped, went inside, and called the local sheriff's office from the payphone. I told them someone had been lurking around the cabin. They said they would send someone to check it out. I waited there until a deputy showed up. He was an older guy with a tired face. He took my statement, nodded a lot, and said it wasn't the first time someone had reported strange things around those cabins. Sometimes drifters, sometimes weird locals living rough out in the woods. I didn't care what it was. I wasn't going back. I drove straight home and didn't tell many people about what happened. Most wouldn't believe me anyway. For a long time after that, I couldn't sleep well. Every creak of the floorboards in my apartment made my skin crawl. I started locking all my windows, even on the second floor. I kept a baseball bat next to my bed. It's been years since that trip, but I still don't like being alone in the woods. I still think about those footprints circling the cabin. about the slow, steady steps in the night, about the scratching at the door. I know it was real. It wasn't a dream. It was December 1998 when I decided to get away from everything for a while. I was 34 years old then, living in a crowded part of Cleveland, working a regular warehouse job that had worn me down more than I ever wanted to admit. The noise, the concrete, the endless gray sky pressing down on the city. It was getting to me worse than usual. I didn't want beaches or some tourist resort. I wanted to go somewhere quiet, cold, and empty, where I could hear myself think. I started looking around for cabins up north, places that didn't cost too much. Eventually, I found one listed in a tiny local newspaper from a town called Rockwell, tucked up near the Michigan border. Some guy named Harlan was renting out a small cabin deep in the woods for the winter months. He said in the ad it had no close neighbors, basic amenities, and a working wood stove. That sounded good enough for me. I made the arrangements by mail, sent the deposit check, and packed up my old '89 Ford Ranger with supplies. Mostly canned food, bottled water, a cheap sleeping bag, a pile of firewood I bought off a guy in a parking lot, and a box of old paperbacks. I brought a .22 rifle too, just because it felt smart with how remote it sounded. By the time I made the 6-hour drive north, it was already late afternoon. It had snowed heavy the night before, and the roads were a mixture of brown slush and black ice. My hands were stiff from gripping the wheel by the time I pulled off the last paved road and crawled along the dirt track leading to the cabin. The trees leaned heavy with snow, and the sunlight slanted through them in long bars. It was quiet like I hadn't heard in years, the kind of quiet that almost hurts your ears at first. The cabin was smaller than I expected. It was basically one big room with a tiny side bathroom that only had a cold water sink and a toilet. A sagging old sofa sat in front of the stone fireplace. The kitchen was a strip of counter with a propane stove, and the bed was just a mattress on a wooden frame tucked under a drafty window. But it was clean enough, and the wood stove was solid and heavy, the kind they built to last back in the 40s. Suited me fine. I got the fire going right away. Even though the sun was still up, it was already freezing. The inside of the cabin smelled like cold wood and old smoke, a smell that sank into my clothes in a way that I grew to love over the next few days. I dragged my supplies inside, set up a little spot for myself, and felt a kind of relief I hadn't felt in years. The first few nights were peaceful. I settled into a routine pretty quick. I would wake up around 7 a.m., stoke the fire, make some instant coffee, and read while wrapped up in my sleeping bag on the sofa. Around noon, I'd bundle up and go for a walk through the woods, making lazy loops until the cold started biting at my toes. Then I'd come back, eat something simple like canned soup or beans, and watch the fire until I got tired enough to crash. I hardly thought about home at all. It was the third night when things started to feel strange. I had gone to bed around 10 p.m. after throwing a few heavy logs on the fire. The wind had picked up outside, rattling the trees so bad that I could hear branches snapping off and hitting the roof now and then. I remember falling asleep to the sound of that rattling and the pop of the fire. At some point deep in the night, I woke up. The fire was still smoldering, casting a low, pulsing orange light across the room. It wasn't a noise that woke me, at least not one I could identify. It was more like a feeling, like someone was there, watching. I sat up slowly, heart pounding. I waited for my eyes to adjust. I listened hard. Nothing. Just the crackle of the fire and the moan of the wind outside. Still, the feeling was there, heavy in the room like a weight pressing on my chest. I got up, crept to the small window by the door, and looked out. All I could see was darkness and the vague shifting of the trees in the wind. No lights, no shapes moving out there. I checked the door just to be sure. Still locked. I told myself it was just nerves, city habits. I wasn't used to real isolation. That had to be it. I forced myself back into the sleeping bag and stared at the ceiling until I fell back asleep. The next morning, something small but strange caught my eye. There were footprints around the cabin. At first, I thought maybe they were mine. I had walked around the place plenty the day before, checking the backside and getting firewood from the small shed nearby. But these tracks were different. They were fresh, I could see that much from how sharply the edges were packed in the snow. And they didn't lead away from the cabin. They just circled it, twice, then stopped right under the back window. They were boot prints about the same size as mine, maybe a little narrower. I spent a long time standing at that back window, just staring down at those prints. They made my skin crawl in a way I couldn't shake off. Somebody had been out there walking around the cabin just hours ago, watching. I tried to tell myself it could have been a hunter passing through, someone lost. But why would they circle the place? Why stand under the window like that? I decided to stay alert, but not to panic. I kept the rifle loaded and leaning by the sofa, and every night I made sure the doors were locked tight. But after that morning, I never slept as easy. The next few nights were the same. Sometimes I thought I heard footsteps crunching faintly outside, just at the edge of hearing. Once or twice I thought I heard the soft creak of the porch steps. I would sit up in bed, straining my ears until they ached. But whenever I finally worked up the nerve to peek outside, there was nothing. Still, every morning there were new prints in the snow, fresh ones, circling the cabin in slow, deliberate paths, stopping at the windows. It didn't make any sense. One morning I found something worse. There were scratch marks on the back door. Not deep, just light scrapes like someone had dragged a knife point or a stick across it in slow, looping patterns. It was almost playful looking, and that made it 1,000 times more frightening. This wasn't just someone wandering through. Whoever it was, they were messing with me. I should have left right then. I think deep down I knew that, but a stubborn part of me didn't want to be chased off by some creep. I told myself I could handle it. I just had to stay sharp, keep the doors locked, maybe even catch the bastard if they tried anything worse. That night, I set up a little trap. Nothing fancy. I took some fishing line I had packed and strung it low across the porch, just high enough to trip somebody coming up the steps. I tied some old tin cans to it so they'd rattle like hell if anyone set it off. I stayed up late, sitting in the dark with the fire low, rifle across my lap. It was close to 3 a.m. when the cans clattered. I jumped up, heart hammering so hard it felt like it would tear out of my chest. I fumbled to the door, yanked it open, and shined my flashlight out into the night. The beam shook like crazy in my hand, but I could just barely make out a figure. A man, stumbling away into the trees. He was bundled up in dark clothes, moving fast despite the deep snow. I almost fired. God help me, I almost pulled the trigger. But I didn't. I just stood there, frozen, watching him vanish between the trees like a bad dream. I slammed the door shut, bolted it, and sat back down on the sofa. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. The next morning I packed. I didn't even think about it. I didn't care if I lost the money I'd paid for the cabin. It wasn't worth it. But when I stepped outside, something made me stop cold. On the porch railing, written in the snow with a finger, were 2 words: stay inside. I stared at it until my skin crawled all over. The writing was sloppy but clear enough. Whoever that was, they hadn't just run off after setting off the cans. They'd circled back while I sat trembling inside and left me that little message. I didn't bother cleaning up. I threw my bags in the truck, started the engine, and tore out of there, tires spinning through the snow. It wasn't until I was 20 miles down the main road that I finally let myself breathe normal again. Later, when I told the Rockwell police about it, they seemed half interested at best. They said it was probably just a drifter, someone living rough in the woods. Happens sometimes, the deputy said with a shrug. They promised to check it out, but said they couldn't promise much. I never heard anything more, never got a call back. I don't know who was out there. I don't know what they wanted or why they never just kicked the door in. Maybe they just liked playing games. Maybe they were planning worse, but the cans scared them off before they got the chance. Either way, I learned something important that winter. It's not the cold or the animals you have to worry about when you're out in the middle of nowhere. It's the people, the ones you can't hear until they're already standing right outside your window. I was 29 years old when I decided to get away from everything for a while. It was the spring of 2012, and life back in St. Louis had started to weigh down on me like a pile of wet blankets. I needed a break from the buzzing phones, crowded streets, and the constant pressure of work. One night after a long shift, I sat at my laptop and searched for cabins to rent. Something out of the way, nothing fancy. I just wanted a quiet place where I could sit by a fire and forget about the world. I found one listed under some small rental site, not even a proper agency. It was a simple ad, a few blurry pictures of a log cabin next to a dried-up creek somewhere deep in the Ozark Mountains of Arkansas. The ad said it was about a 40-minute drive from a tiny town called Jasper. The place looked old, rough around the edges, but it had what I wanted. Isolation, a wood stove, a roof. I booked it for a week without thinking twice. The drive down was uneventful but long. I left St. Louis early in the morning, crossed into southern Missouri, and by the time I was deep into northern Arkansas, the roads had turned narrow and twisted. Forest swallowed both sides of the cracked asphalt. Old barns leaned against hillsides. Mailboxes on leaning posts flashed by every now and then. Sometimes, a dog would chase the car for a while before falling behind, barking until I was out of sight. I had printed out directions because there was no guarantee of cell phone service where I was going. After Jasper, I turned onto a dirt road that didn't even have a name. The road wound through the trees, sometimes wide enough for 2 cars, sometimes just a single lane. I followed it for what felt like forever, bumping over rocks and holes, the tires crunching over gravel and dry leaves. The cabin finally appeared in the trees like a worn-out memory. It sat on a patch of flattened ground next to a wide, dry creek bed. An old wooden bridge spanned the creek, leading to nowhere now, just trees and brush on the other side. The cabin itself was made of dark, weathered logs, the roof sagging a little. One small window faced the road. A stack of firewood sat beside the front porch, and the door was painted dull red, the paint peeling like old skin. I pulled up and killed the engine. The silence wrapped around me immediately. No hum of far-off traffic, no voices, no signs of life at all except for a few birds in the trees. I climbed out, stretched my legs, and breathed in deep. The air smelled like pine and dry earth. The key had been left under a flat rock by the door, just like the owner had said in the booking email. The door creaked as I pushed it open. Inside, the cabin was even smaller than it looked in the pictures. One big room with a bed in the corner, a tiny kitchen area, and a rough stone fireplace. A single door led to a bathroom that was barely more than a closet. The place was dusty but clean enough. It smelled of old wood, ashes, and something faintly sweet, maybe pine sap. I dropped my backpack on the bed and wandered around. There was no TV, no radio, no Wi-Fi. I knew that going in. I had packed a few books, a notebook, and some groceries. Enough to last me the week if I was careful. I wanted peace and quiet, and that was exactly what I had gotten. After unloading the car and stacking my supplies neatly inside, I sat on the porch steps and watched the sun slip behind the trees. The woods got dark fast out here. I listened to the sounds of insects, the creak of tree branches moving in the breeze, and the distant hoot of an owl. When night fell, it fell hard. Total blackness swallowed the world outside the weak glow of my porch light. I built a small fire in the wood stove and cooked a simple dinner on the propane burner in the kitchen. Then I crawled into bed, the heavy silence pressing against the walls. I read by flashlight for a while, then turned it off and let the darkness take over. At first, it was comforting, a thick, warm darkness, like being wrapped in a blanket. But sometime after midnight, I woke up to a different kind of silence. It wasn't the normal quiet of nature. It was sharp, heavy. I lay still, listening, heart beating louder in my ears than anything else. Maybe it was just a raccoon outside, maybe a deer. I told myself that and rolled over, pulling the blanket up to my ears. The next morning, the sun was bright and cheerful through the window. It made the night feel like a half-remembered dream. I made some coffee, sat on the porch, and watched a few squirrels darting along the dry creek bed. I decided to hike around a little, get a feel for the area. I spent most of the day exploring. The woods stretched out endlessly behind the cabin. Thick oak and pine, underbrush so tangled you had to fight your way through in places. I found old animal trails, crisscrossing the hills like veins. Once, I stumbled on what looked like the ruins of an old homestead. Just a pile of rotted beams and a rusted stove sitting out in the middle of nowhere. I poked around a little but didn't stay long. It felt wrong somehow, like stepping into someone else's grave. By late afternoon, I was sweaty, tired, and scratched up from thorns. I headed back to the cabin, looking forward to a hot meal and maybe a cold beer from the little cooler I had packed with ice. When I reached the cabin, something felt different. I stood there for a long minute trying to figure it out. Everything looked the same, the porch, the firewood, the bridge over the creek. But the front door was slightly ajar. I knew I had closed it. I was sure of it. I walked up cautiously, heart starting to pound. Maybe the wind had blown it open. Maybe I hadn't latched it properly. I pushed the door open and stepped inside. Nothing looked out of place. My backpack was on the bed where I left it. My books were still stacked neatly. Food on the counter was untouched. I checked the bathroom, empty. I checked under the bed, feeling foolish, empty. Telling myself it was nothing, I latched the door firmly this time and sat down to make dinner. I tried to push the unease out of my mind. The woods could play tricks on you. I knew that. Isolation messed with your head. You heard things, saw things that weren't there. That night, I double-checked the door before bed. I even propped a chair against it, balanced so it would fall if anyone tried to come in. I lay in bed, listening to the crackle of the fire dying down, trying to read but not really absorbing the words. Somewhere deep into the night, I woke up again. This time there was a noise, a clear, deliberate noise, a scuff like a foot dragging across wood. I didn't move. I hardly breathed. The noise came again, faint, but there, on the porch. I strained to hear more, but the blood pounding in my ears drowned everything else out. After a while, it stopped. I lay there, staring into the dark, wide awake until dawn started to lighten the window. When I finally worked up the courage to move, I found the chair still propped against the door exactly how I had left it. I opened the door and looked around. The porch was empty. The woods were still and silent except for birds waking up. But in the dust on the porch boards, there was a mark, a faint scuff, like the sole of a boot dragging across the wood. I didn't know what to think. Maybe I had imagined the sound. Maybe the mark had been there before. Maybe. I spent that day closer to the cabin, stacking firewood, trying to stay busy. I kept glancing into the trees, half expecting to see someone watching. But the woods were empty, or they looked empty. That evening, just before sunset, I walked down the dry creek bed, kicking at rocks, trying to clear my head. I followed it maybe half a mile before the banks rose steeply, and I had to turn back. As I made my way toward the cabin, I noticed something I hadn't seen before. On the other side of the bridge, half hidden in the underbrush, there was an old trail. Faint, overgrown, barely a depression in the earth, but definitely a trail. Curiosity got the better of me. I crossed the creaky bridge and followed the trail a little ways into the woods. The trees pressed close, the air damp and heavy. I didn't go far, maybe 100 yards, but just before I turned back, I saw something that made my stomach drop. A fire ring, blackened stones arranged in a circle, fresh ashes inside, and next to it, the remains of a tarp, shredded and dirty, half buried under fallen leaves. Someone had been camping out here. Recently, I backed away, heart hammering, suddenly very aware of how alone I was. I hurried back to the cabin, locking the door behind me, double-checking the windows. That night, I couldn't sleep. I sat by the fire with my back to the wall, staring at the door, flashlight in my lap. Sometime around 2 a.m., I heard it again, the scuff of a foot on the porch. Then a soft, almost polite knock at the door. I didn't move. I didn't make a sound. Another knock, then silence. I sat there, frozen for what felt like hours. When dawn finally came, I packed up my stuff in 10 frantic minutes. I didn't care about the week I had paid for. I didn't care about the groceries I was leaving behind. I shoved everything into the car, heart racing, glancing over my shoulder the whole time. It was the winter of 1998 when I made the decision to rent a small hunting cabin way up in the mountains of northern Colorado. I was 29 at the time, living in Denver, working construction jobs, but I had saved up some cash and needed a break from people. I thought a week alone in the woods would clear my head. No phones, no TV, no noise. Just me, a wood stove, and the cold. I found the cabin through a guy I met at a supply store. It wasn't listed anywhere official, just something he mentioned when he heard I was looking. He gave me rough directions and told me the key would be under a rock by the front step. I should have asked more questions, but I didn't. I guess I just wanted the isolation so bad I didn't care. I packed up my old Ford Bronco with food, water, firewood, a rifle, and plenty of warm clothes, and headed out early one morning in late January. The first few hours of driving were fine. Highways turned into two-lane roads, which turned into dirt roads. The higher I went, the worse the roads got. Snow started falling around noon, not much at first, just a dusting. But by the time I hit the last few miles of trail, it was coming down hard. Thick, wet flakes that covered everything fast. The Bronco was made for this kind of weather, but even it struggled. My tires spun on the icy trail. I had to get out more than once to kick snow away from the wheels. By the time I finally saw the roof of the cabin through the trees, my nerves were shot. I pulled up close, cut the engine, and just sat there for a minute, letting the silence soak in. The cabin was exactly what I'd pictured. Small, made of rough logs, a heavy tin roof bowed under the weight of snow. There was a stone chimney puffing thin smoke, a detail I didn't catch at first. Later, I would remember that smoke and realize it should have been the first sign that something was wrong. At the time, though, I just figured the guy who owned the cabin kept the stove running to keep it from freezing. I found the rock, grabbed the key, and stepped inside. It was cold but not freezing, which made sense if the stove had been going. A stack of wood sat by the door. A small cot with a heavy blanket was pushed against one wall. A table and two chairs took up the rest of the space. There was a little kitchen area with a rusty propane stove and an old metal sink that probably drained right onto the ground outside. No running water, no bathroom, just an outhouse I'd seen a little ways back near the trees. I unloaded the Bronco, stacking my gear neatly against the wall. I got a fire going right away, feeding the old iron stove until it was roaring. I felt the warmth hit my face and finally let myself relax. I was here, no one else for miles, just what I wanted. The first night passed quietly. I ate canned stew heated over the wood stove, read an old book I'd brought, and went to bed early. The wind howled outside, rattling the windows, but the thick walls kept most of the cold out. I slept deep and dreamless. The next morning, I woke to a white world. Snow had piled up high against the walls overnight, nearly to the bottom of the windows. I spent an hour digging out the Bronco just in case I needed to move it. The snow kept falling all day, thick and steady. I chopped wood, hauled water from a frozen creek nearby, and kept the fire fed. Simple work, good work, the kind of work that makes your mind quiet. By evening, though, the storm was worse. The wind was brutal, bending the trees almost sideways. I sat by the fire, listening to the moan of it through the cracks. Around midnight, I thought I heard something else mixed in, a thud against the wall. I froze, heart pounding. I listened hard but heard nothing more, probably just a branch torn loose by the wind. I told myself that, but my hand still hovered near the rifle leaning by the door. The next day passed slow. I was getting a little cabin feverish already, pacing the tiny space. I went outside for a bit, trudging through waist-high snow, trying to work the stiffness out of my legs. I didn't go far. The storm had covered any tracks, and the last thing I wanted was to get lost. Still, being outside helped, and when I got back inside, the cabin felt a little less like a trap. That night, it happened again. A thump against the back wall, this time louder, sharp enough that I spilled the coffee I was drinking. I grabbed the rifle, eased over to the back window, and tried to see out. Nothing. Just swirling snow and dark trees. I stayed up late, fire popping, shadows dancing across the walls. Every little creak of the woods set my teeth on edge. I was half convinced a bear or something had gotten curious about the warmth, even though it wasn't the season for them. I didn't really sleep, just dozed fitfully with the rifle across my lap. When I woke for real, gray light was leaking around the curtains. The storm had eased off. The world outside was still and dead silent. I made coffee, ate some cold beans, and sat by the fire trying to shake off the jitters. I almost convinced myself it was nothing when I found the footprints. They weren't animal prints. They were human. Big, heavy boots, bigger than mine, circling the cabin. Deep impressions, fresh enough that the edges hadn't even started to collapse. My stomach turned over. Someone had been out there last night, walking around my cabin while I sat inside with no idea. I followed the prints around the building, heart hammering. They came from the trees, circled the cabin twice, then disappeared back into the woods. I couldn't tell how far they went. The trees were thick, and the snow got churned up fast, but I didn't like it. Not one bit. I told myself it was maybe a hunter, maybe a lost hiker, someone looking for shelter. But if that were true, why not knock? Why just walk around and leave? I spent the whole day jumpy, checking the window every few minutes. I kept the rifle loaded and close. I even moved a big log to block the door just in case. I thought about leaving, but the snow was too deep, and the nearest town was 30 miles away. I was stuck. Night fell like a hammer. I kept the fire low, didn't light the lantern. Sat in the dark, rifle in hand, listening. Hours passed. My eyes started playing tricks on me. Shapes moving outside the windows, branches scraping the glass. I was half asleep when I heard it. The door handle turning. Slow, deliberate. The log held. The door didn't open, but I heard it, the scrape of metal, the creak of the hinges under pressure. Whoever was out there tried for a full minute before giving up. Then silence. Heavy, suffocating silence. I didn't move, didn't breathe. Just sat there with the rifle pointed at the door until morning light started creeping in. When it was fully day, I opened the door, rifle raised. Nobody there, just more tracks in the snow. This time, they weren't just around the cabin, they led right up to the door. Close enough that whoever it was could have leaned their head against the wood and listened to me breathing inside. I checked the Bronco. It was fine, but there were prints around it too, like someone had circled it, maybe looking inside. I didn't waste any more time. I packed up my gear, threw everything into the back of the truck, and got ready to leave. I figured the snow would make it slow going, but I could make it if I started early. That's when I realized my tires had been slashed. Not just flattened, cut, deep gouges right through the sidewalls. All 4 of them. No way to patch that. I was trapped. I went back inside, heart hammering so hard I could feel it in my ears. I locked the door, stacked more wood against it, and sat down to think. My mind raced. I had food for a few more days, water too. But if whoever was out there wanted in, they'd find a way eventually. The next 2 days were a blur of fear. I barely slept. I kept the fire low so there wouldn't be much smoke to give me away. I rationed food and melted snow for water. I listened constantly. Sometimes I heard faint crunching outside, but when I looked, I saw nothing. Always nothing. On the 3rd night, they tried again. This time not at the door, at the window. I heard the crack of the glass, soft but sharp. I spun around in time to see a hand. Pale, gloveless, fingers bloody and raw, pushing through a hole they'd punched through the pane, reaching for the latch. I didn't think. I just raised the rifle and fired. The blast inside the cabin was deafening. The hand jerked back. I heard a muffled grunt, maybe a scream, and then heavy footsteps running away into the trees. I didn't chase. I didn't dare. I just reloaded, patched the broken window with a blanket, and waited for daylight. When morning came, I found blood on the snow. Drops at first, then a trail leading into the woods. I thought about following it, but something deep inside told me not to. Told me to stay put, stay alive. I stayed 2 more nights, barely sleeping, barely moving. No more sounds, no more footsteps. Whoever it was, they were either dead or gone. On the 5th morning, a snowplow came rumbling up the trail. The guy driving it, a heavy-set older man with a thick beard, stopped when he saw me waving like a madman. He gave me a ride down to town, didn't ask many questions. I was too shaken to tell the full story anyway. Later, at the sheriff's office, They listened quietly as It was late September when I decided to take a break from the stress of everyday life and spend some time in the woods, away from everything. I was 29 at the time, fresh off a rough couple of months at work and in my personal life. I had no specific plan in mind, other than to get away and clear my head. So when I found an ad online for a cabin nestled deep in the woods of northern Michigan, I jumped at the chance. It seemed perfect, secluded, quiet, and only accessible via a dirt road that twisted through dense forest. The cabin was small but cozy, with a log structure that gave it an old, rustic feel. The photos online made it look inviting, nestled between tall trees and overlooking a small, serene lake. I booked it for a week, told a few close friends where I was going, and packed up my car. I was looking forward to the solitude. I arrived on a crisp Monday afternoon, the sunlight filtering through the trees as I made my way up the narrow dirt road. The drive had taken longer than expected, but I didn't mind. It felt good to be out of the city, away from the constant noise and pressure. The road was bumpy, and as I navigated the last few curves, the cabin finally came into view, exactly as it had looked in the pictures. The place seemed so peaceful. There were no other cabins for miles, and the nearest town was over an hour away. The lake, surrounded by thick trees, sparkled in the fading light, and the air smelled fresh, like pine and earth. I parked the car, grabbed my bag, and walked up to the porch. The door creaked open as I pushed it, revealing a small but comfortable living space with wooden floors and a stone fireplace at the far end. I set down my bag and took a moment to soak in the simplicity of it all. The cabin was exactly what I needed. The only sounds I could hear were the distant calls of birds and the rustling of leaves in the wind. I unpacked and began to settle in, exploring the little details of the cabin. The hand-carved furniture, the old books lining the shelves, and the view from the windows that showed nothing but forest and water. As the sun began to set, I started a fire in the stone fireplace, the flames flickering and crackling in the quiet of the room. I sat in a worn armchair, my eyes drifting to the shadows dancing on the walls. I felt at peace, like the weight of the world had been lifted off my shoulders. The first few days were blissfully uneventful. I spent most of my time outdoors, hiking around the lake and through the forest, enjoying the solitude. The air was crisp and cool, and the trees were starting to change colors, a mix of vibrant oranges, reds, and yellows. It was beautiful, the kind of beauty that makes you stop and appreciate everything around you. But on the third night, things started to feel off. I had gone to bed early that night, exhausted from a long day of hiking. The fire had burned down to embers, and the cabin was cold. I wrapped myself in a blanket and lay in the bed, listening to the sounds of the night outside. An owl hooting, the wind rustling through the trees, the occasional snap of a twig. It was peaceful at first, but then something changed. It wasn't the sounds themselves, but the feeling of being watched. I couldn't quite explain it. At first, I thought it was just my mind playing tricks on me, but the feeling didn't go away. It intensified. It felt like there was something just beyond the windows, lurking in the dark. I pulled the blankets closer, trying to shake off the unease, but it wouldn't leave. I eventually drifted off to sleep, but my dreams were filled with images of the forest, dense, dark, and endless. I was walking through it, unable to find my way back to the cabin. Every direction I turned felt wrong. And then I heard a voice, a low, guttural whisper just behind me. I froze, my heart pounding in my chest, but I couldn't move. It was like I was trapped in the dream, unable to wake up. Suddenly, I woke up with a start, sitting straight up in bed. My breath came in short, frantic bursts, and my body was drenched in sweat. The room was pitch dark, the only light coming from the faint glow of the dying fire in the other room. My heart still raced as I tried to shake off the feeling that something was out there, watching me. I glanced around the room, but there was nothing unusual. No movement, no sounds, just silence. I lay back down, but sleep didn't come easily after that. The next morning, I decided to take a walk along the edge of the lake to clear my mind. The sun was out, casting a warm glow over the water. As I walked, I tried to shake off the feeling from the night before, telling myself it was just the isolation getting to me. But deep down, I knew something wasn't quite right. I reached the far end of the lake and sat on a large rock, taking in the view. The air was still, and the only sound was the occasional bird call. It was beautiful, but again, that nagging feeling crept up on me. It wasn't just in my head anymore. I started to hear things. Footsteps in the distance, twigs snapping underfoot, like someone was out there with me. I stood up, my heart rate quickening. I called out, but no one responded. I searched the woods, but everything looked as it should, empty and quiet. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that someone, or something, was out there, just beyond my sight. That night, I decided to lock all the windows and doors, just in case. The wind howled outside, and the trees creaked and groaned in the storm's grip. I sat in front of the fire, trying to distract myself with a book, but my mind kept wandering. Every creak of the cabin's floorboards made me jump. Every gust of wind made me tense. The silence of the forest felt oppressive, like the world had disappeared, leaving me alone in this strange, empty space. I barely slept that night. The dream came again, me lost in the woods, hearing that same whisper, but this time it was closer, much closer. The next morning I had had enough. I packed my things, determined to leave, but as I reached the car, I saw something that made my blood run cold. There, on the dirt road leading up to the cabin, were fresh tire tracks that weren't there before. Someone had been here. I didn't wait around to investigate. I threw my bag in the back seat, started the car, and drove off, never looking back. When I returned home, I did some digging. I couldn't find anything about the cabin itself, but I did find a local news article from a few years earlier about a man who had gone missing in the woods near that area. They never found his body. His family had been searching for years. I don't know what I felt out there in that cabin, but I know this. Some places, some things just aren't meant to be explored. It was supposed to be a relaxing weekend getaway, a chance for me to finally escape the chaos of city life. My name's Kyle, and I had rented a small cabin deep in the woods of northern Michigan. This wasn't my first time spending time in nature, but it had been a long while since I'd ventured this far from civilization. I just turned 32, and my friends and I were all at different places in our lives. Some were married with kids, others were still single like me, and a few had careers that took them all over the country. A few weeks earlier, I had gotten a call from my old buddy Derek, asking if I wanted to join him on a cabin trip. He'd found a place online, tucked away on the edge of the woods. It was a bit rustic, but that was part of the charm. I figured it'd be good to get away from my small apartment in the city, get some fresh air, and disconnect for a bit. No phone signal, no distractions, just the sound of nature and a chance to reset. The cabin was a 2-story, weathered structure made of old logs. The wooden beams creaked with every gust of wind, and the smell of damp pine filled the air. The windows were large, giving us a beautiful view of the surrounding forest. It was isolated, which seemed like a perfect spot for peace and quiet. The nearest town was about 15 miles away, so it felt like we were in the middle of nowhere. Derek, Ben, and I arrived late in the afternoon. The sun had just started to dip below the horizon, casting long shadows across the cabin. It felt like time had slowed down here, as if the rest of the world had ceased to exist for a moment. We unpacked our bags and started a fire in the living room. The cabin had a large stone fireplace, and as the flames flickered, we cracked open a couple of beers. The first night was uneventful, just the usual catching up, reminiscing about old times, and sharing some laughs. As darkness settled over the forest, it felt peaceful. Too peaceful, maybe, but something about the place started to feel off. I couldn't quite put my finger on it. It wasn't the cabin itself, it was something about the surroundings, the stillness, the absolute silence that enveloped us as the sun set. The only sounds were the occasional rustling of leaves, the crackling of the fire, and the distant hoot of an owl. That night I couldn't sleep. I kept tossing and turning in my bed, staring at the wooden beams above me, hearing every creak and groan of the cabin. I figured it was just the unfamiliar environment, the newness of it all. But the longer I lay there, the more I felt a sense of unease creeping over me, like something was watching. The next day, I decided to take a walk. It was early morning, just after breakfast, and Derek and Ben were still asleep. The sun had risen fully now, and the forest was bathed in golden light. The air was cool, but refreshing. I grabbed my jacket and set out along a narrow trail that led deeper into the woods. The further I went, the more I felt that strange sensation again, like I was being followed. It wasn't something I could explain. There was no sound, no footsteps behind me, but I couldn't shake the feeling that someone, or something, was just out of sight. I tried to dismiss it, telling myself it was my mind playing tricks. After all, I'd hiked through woods before and never felt anything unusual. But this time it was different. Every snap of a twig underfoot made my heart race, and every rustle in the underbrush sent a jolt of adrenaline through me. Eventually, I reached a clearing. The trees opened up to reveal a small, stagnant pond. I stood there for a moment, taking in the quiet beauty. There was something eerie about it, though. The water was still, and the air felt thick. It was as if the place had been untouched by time. I turned to head back to the cabin, but before I could take more than a few steps, I noticed something strange. A small wooden structure stood just beyond the trees, a shed or a shack of some sort. It wasn't marked on any map or trail guide. It was old, dilapidated, and looked like it hadn't been touched in years. Curiosity got the better of me. I walked over to the shed, pushing through the overgrown brush. The door was slightly ajar, and when I peered inside, my stomach dropped. It was empty, but the air inside felt different, foul, almost. There was a thick layer of dust on the floor, and a few scattered objects lay around. Old tools, a rusted lantern, a broken chair. Nothing too out of the ordinary except for one thing. On the far wall, nailed into the wood, was a piece of paper, a yellowed, crumpled sheet. It looked like a map. As I reached for it, a cold shiver ran down my spine. There was something written on it in faded ink, but I couldn't make out the words. I stuffed the map into my jacket pocket, thinking I'd have a better look when I got back to the cabin. The walk back was uneventful, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. When I returned to the cabin, I told Derek and Ben about the shed and showed them the map. They were both skeptical. "Probably just an old hunting shack," Derek said, shrugging. "Nothing to worry about." But the more I looked at that map, the more unsettled I felt. It showed the layout of the woods surrounding us, but there was an area marked off in red, a spot that was near the clearing I had just visited. There was a symbol drawn next to it, almost like a warning. That night, the unease only grew. We ate dinner around the fire, but none of us could shake the feeling that we weren't alone. The cabin seemed colder than it should have been, and the wind outside howled through the trees. I kept hearing strange sounds, like whispers, though no one else seemed to notice. I couldn't sleep again, and around midnight, I decided to go outside for a breath of fresh air. The night was dark, the sky clouded over, and the only light came from the flickering stars above. As I stepped onto the porch, I felt that same oppressive silence, like the forest was holding its breath. I walked toward the edge of the woods, drawn by something I couldn't explain. There, just beyond the treeline, was the shed again. I wasn't sure how I hadn't noticed it before. It seemed closer than it had earlier that day. Something compelled me to go inside. I don't know why. I just felt this overwhelming need to be there, to understand what was going on. Inside, the map was gone. In its place was a small pile of dirt, disturbed as though someone had recently dug it up. And beneath that dirt, I found something, a small wooden box. My hands trembled as I opened it. Inside the box were several small, old photographs. Grainy, black and white pictures of people I didn't recognize. The faces were blurred, but there was something unsettling about them. Each photo seemed to have been taken in the woods, near the cabin. I felt my heart race, a wave of panic surging through me. I needed to leave. I shoved the box back into the dirt and ran back to the cabin, barely able to breathe. When I got back, Derek and Ben were still asleep. I didn't want to wake them, so I just tried to forget about it all. The next day, we packed up and left early. None of us spoke much on the drive back, but I could tell Derek and Ben felt the same way I did. We never spoke of the cabin again, and to this day, I still don't know what happened there. I never went back to that place, and I've never been able to explain the feeling I had in the woods, the sensation of being watched, or the strange events surrounding that cabin. But one thing is certain: there are things in the woods that are better left undisturbed. It was late autumn when I decided to take a break from everything. Work, life, all the noise. The stress had been building for months, and I knew I needed some space to think. A quiet, isolated cabin seemed like the perfect getaway. So, I rented one in the woods, near the edge of the small town of Brookhaven, a place I'd never been before. The cabin was advertised as rustic, with just the right amount of comfort to make the trip worthwhile. No neighbors for miles, just trees, hills, and the occasional passing deer. Exactly what I needed. A Mark, 33 years old, and the kind of guy who can handle a little solitude. I've spent some time hiking, camping, and backpacking over the years, but this was something else. It wasn't like any trip I'd taken before. I had no idea that this time would be different. The drive out there was uneventful, except for the fact that I hadn't expected the isolation to hit me so soon. The further I drove, the more it felt like the world around me was closing in. I passed fewer cars, fewer people, and eventually no one at all. Just winding roads cutting through dense forest, trees that were just beginning to show the colors of fall. The cabin itself was nestled at the edge of a small clearing. It had a weathered wooden look, but it was sturdy enough. The kind of place you'd see in an old movie. The roof was sloped, and there was a small porch with 2 rocking chairs. From the outside, it looked like something right out of a postcard. The perfect place to unwind. Inside, it was cozy. A small kitchen area, a wood-burning stove, a rustic dining table with 4 chairs, a living room with a couch, and a stone fireplace. Upstairs, there was a loft bedroom with a large, comfortable bed and a window that overlooked the woods. The whole place smelled of wood, pine, and the faint scent of something earthy, maybe just the quiet of the forest. I settled in quickly, unpacking my things, making myself at home. The first night, I lit a fire, opened a bottle of whiskey, and just watched the flames. The crackle of the fire and the occasional rustle of wind outside were the only sounds. No traffic, no city noise, just the peaceful rhythm of nature. It was everything I needed, or so I thought. The next morning, I woke up to a chill in the air. The cabin wasn't cold, but the fresh morning air had seeped in through the cracks in the wood. I got dressed quickly and made a pot of coffee, then stepped outside. The mist hadn't fully lifted, and the air was thick with moisture. It was quiet, eerily quiet, the kind of silence that makes you feel like you're the only person alive. I looked out over the clearing, the trees standing tall and still. I decided to take a walk around the cabin. The dirt path that ran behind it seemed to wind around to a small stream. I figured it would be a nice little morning hike, just to get some fresh air. I hadn't expected the woods to feel so oppressive. The further I went, the denser the trees got. Their branches twisted above me, blocking out most of the sunlight. It felt like I was walking through a tunnel of trees. Every now and then, I'd hear a twig snap or a rustling in the bushes, but there was no animal in sight. It was like the forest was holding its breath. I made it to the stream eventually. The water was low, barely trickling through the rocks. I crouched down to take a look at the water, but something caught my eye. A set of footprints in the dirt next to the stream. They were large, too large for an animal, and too deep to be from someone who had walked here recently. My heart skipped a beat. Who else was out here? I immediately regretted coming this far. I turned around and started walking back, my steps quickening as the feeling of being watched grew stronger. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. I hadn't seen anyone on my way out, but I couldn't help feeling like I wasn't alone. I made it back to the cabin without incident, though my mind kept racing. The footprints kept coming back to me. There were no vehicles parked at the cabin, and no one had rented the place recently, according to the owner. I I tried to shake it off, but the unsettling feeling wouldn't go away. That night, as I sat in front of the fire again, I heard it, a faint thud, like something heavy hitting the ground, coming from the woods behind the cabin. It wasn't close, but it wasn't distant either, just enough to get my attention. I stood up, peering out the window. The forest outside was pitch dark, the trees barely visible against the night sky. I wasn't sure if I should check it out or not, but the curiosity was too much. I grabbed a flashlight and went out onto the porch. I scanned the trees, but there was nothing, just shadows and darkness. Then another thud, this time closer. I froze. It sounded like it came from the woods behind the cabin. I didn't go further. The unease I felt in the pit of my stomach was enough to stop me. I locked the door behind me and stayed inside the rest of the night. I don't know what I was expecting, but I didn't sleep well. The next day, I decided to leave. I didn't know why. I just had a bad feeling, and I couldn't shake it. But when I packed my things, I noticed something strange. The footprints I'd seen by the stream were still there, only they were now closer to the cabin. And there were more of them, bigger, deeper prints, like something had circled the cabin during the night. I didn't stick around to investigate. I packed up, locked the cabin, and drove back to town as fast as I could. But the feeling of being watched didn't leave me. It stayed with me the whole drive back, lingering like a shadow that wouldn't go away. I never found out who or what had been out there in the woods circling the cabin. The footprints were never explained. But I do know this. There are places in the world where the woods aren't as peaceful as they seem. Sometimes, nature doesn't welcome you with open arms. Sometimes, it hides its secrets in the shadows, waiting for the right moment to reveal them. That trip was the last time I went to that cabin. I'm not sure if I'll ever be able to go back into the woods again, knowing that whatever it was that made those prints is still out there. It was supposed to be a quiet getaway, a break from everything, just me and the wilderness. No distractions, no noise, no expectations. It was supposed to be peaceful, but I should have known better than to trust my instincts when I made that decision. I've always loved the outdoors. The way the air feels cleaner, the way it's quiet, real quiet, not the fake kind you get when you're just out of the city but still too close to hear the hum of civilization. No, this was deep in the woods, and it wasn't my first time in a remote cabin. But something about this place felt off. I couldn't explain why. Maybe it was the fact that I was going alone. Maybe it was the weather, which had been unusually grim since I left the main highway and turned onto the dirt road that led me here. The skies had been overcast the whole way, and as I drove further in, the trees seemed to close in tighter on the road. By the time I reached the cabin, the sun had nearly set, and I could see the light of a storm on the horizon. I had booked the cabin online. It was a no-frills place, just a simple wooden structure in the middle of nowhere. I had been expecting a peaceful weekend, but the moment I pulled into the gravel driveway, I felt a creeping unease that I couldn't shake. The cabin stood at the edge of a clearing, with thick woods pressing in from every side. The place looked run down, but not in an alarming way. It was just old. The wood had faded, and the roof had patches of moss clinging to it. The windows were dusty, and the porch had a slight sag to it. The kind of cabin you might see in a movie where the character doesn't quite trust it, but they stay the night anyway. I should have turned around right then and there, but I didn't. I grabbed my bags from the trunk of my car and walked up to the front door. It was unlocked, which I thought was strange. Inside, the air smelled stale, like it hadn't been aired out in years. The place was sparse. A few pieces of old furniture, a kitchen with outdated appliances, and a fireplace that looked like it hadn't been used in a while. There was a small dining table in the corner, with a single chair pulled out as if someone had just been sitting there. I didn't think much of it at the time. It wasn't until later that I realized how strange it was. I dropped my bags by the couch and started to unpack, setting up my things on the small table near the window. Outside, the wind began to pick up. The sky darkened, and the storm was getting closer. I could hear the first few raindrops against the roof as I turned on the lights and settled in. It was quiet, too quiet, in fact. There wasn't a sound outside except the wind rustling the trees. I'd expected a bit of wildlife noise, maybe the sound of birds or small animals rustling in the underbrush, but there was nothing, just the storm and the wind. As the night wore on, the storm grew fiercer. The wind howled, and the rain began to pound against the cabin in sheets. It was the kind of storm that made you feel like you were completely isolated from the rest of the world, like the outside world didn't exist. I thought it would be the perfect time to relax. Maybe read a book or watch something on my phone to distract myself from the creeping unease that had been following me all day. But I couldn't focus. Every so often, I would hear a strange creak from somewhere in the cabin. It wasn't the house settling like you'd expect. It was the sound of something heavy shifting, moving. But when I'd look around, there was nothing, just the same empty space I'd been in for hours. It wasn't until later that night, when I went to bed, that things started to feel truly wrong. I had chosen the small bedroom at the back of the cabin. The bed was uncomfortable, but it was better than the couch, and I had planned on getting a good night's sleep. As I lay there, staring at the ceiling, the rain pounding against the windows, I began to hear something. At first, I thought it was just the storm, the wind whipping against the side of the cabin. But then I realized that the sound wasn't coming from outside. It was coming from inside the house. A faint, scraping sound, like something being dragged across the floor. I held my breath and listened, trying to figure out where it was coming from. It was coming from the kitchen, just below my bedroom. I lay there, frozen in place, listening as the sound grew louder. Whatever it was dragging something heavy across the floor, back and forth, over and over. I got out of bed quietly, careful not to make a sound, and made my way toward the stairs that led down to the kitchen. The storm was still raging outside, but the wind seemed to have picked up again, making it harder to hear anything clearly. When I reached the bottom of the stairs, I paused. The noise had stopped. The house was eerily still now. I held my breath, waiting, and after a few moments, I started to hear it again. The dragging sound, faint but unmistakable. It was coming from the far corner of the kitchen, where the cupboards were. My heart was pounding now. I stood there, unable to move, listening. The sound stopped, but then I heard something else. A soft, tapping noise, as if something was tapping lightly against the wooden floor. I could feel my pulse in my throat, and I didn't know what to do. I wanted to call out, to do something, but I couldn't make a sound. I wasn't sure what was happening. I thought about grabbing my things and running out into the storm, but I couldn't make myself move. Instead, I stepped cautiously toward the kitchen. Every step felt like it took forever. When I reached the corner where the noise had been coming from, I stopped and looked around. The kitchen was dark, except for the dim glow of the streetlight outside through the window. I couldn't see anything at first. Then I saw it. There was a large, heavy chair pushed against the wall. It was one of those old-fashioned wooden chairs, the kind that looked like they belonged in a much older house. It wasn't just sitting there. It had been moved, dragged across the floor, and pushed into the corner. And there, on the floor in front of it, was a thick, dark stain. I stepped closer and froze. It wasn't just a stain. It was something wet and sticky, like something had been spilled or dropped. And I could smell it now, a rancid metallic smell that made my stomach churn. I couldn't explain it. I didn't want to think about it. But the thought that it might have been blood crossed my mind, and I immediately backed away from the corner. That's when I heard the sound again, the scraping, and then a faint sound, like something breathing. I didn't wait any longer. I ran out of the cabin, out into the rain. My heart was racing, my breath coming in short gasps. I didn't even care about the storm. I didn't care about anything but getting out of there. As I reached my car, I looked back at the cabin one last time. The lights were still on inside, but the front door was wide open. It was late autumn, and the small, secluded cabin I had rented for a weekend getaway sat quietly nestled among the trees. The leaves had turned shades of orange and red, and the crisp air carried the scent of damp earth and pine. It wasn't the first time I had stayed in a cabin alone. In fact, I enjoyed the solitude. It gave me time to reflect, read, and unwind from the chaos of my daily life. I was 28, recently separated, and looking for a break, something to clear my mind. The cabin wasn't fancy. It was modest, but it was perfect for what I needed. There was a single room with a small kitchen and a cozy living space. A fireplace sat in the center of the room, its mantel adorned with a few dusty trinkets. The windows offered a view of the forest, and the only sounds were the wind rustling the branches and the occasional crackle from the fire. I had all my essentials: a few books, a flashlight, a kettle for tea, and of course, plenty of snacks. I was the type of person who usually enjoyed being alone. My separation had left me a little more withdrawn than before, but that was okay. I wasn't seeking anything grand, just a few days of peace. As night fell, I made myself a cup of tea and settled into the armchair by the fire. The wood crackled, sending small embers dancing up the chimney, and the orange glow filled the cabin, casting long shadows on the walls. Everything was calm at first, but there was something about this place that made me feel uneasy in a way I couldn't quite explain. The cabin was remote, miles away from any neighbors, with no cell service to speak of. The nearest town was a good 30-minute drive, and the only road leading up to the cabin was unpaved and winding. I had made the trip alone, and while I had done it plenty of times before, this time I felt something in the air. I brushed it off. Maybe it was just the change in surroundings or the isolation, but I couldn't shake the sense that I wasn't as alone as I thought. That night, after I finished my tea, I decided to head to bed early. The night had grown cold, and the wind was picking up, howling through the trees outside. As I lay in the small bedroom, I pulled the thick woolen blanket up to my chin and tried to sleep. But every creak of the cabin's old wooden beams made my mind race. I kept thinking I heard something moving outside, something that didn't sound like the wind. A twig snapping here, a rustle of leaves there. The sounds grew louder as the hours passed, and I began to feel the hairs on the back of my neck rise. At some point, I managed to drift into a restless sleep, but around 3 a.m., I was jolted awake by a loud bang from the front of the cabin. It wasn't a wind-blown branch or the house settling. This was something solid, something heavy. I froze, heart pounding in my chest, listening. Nothing. The cabin was eerily silent again. I lay there, still as possible, waiting for another noise. My mind raced with possibilities, none of them comforting. Had someone gotten lost out there? A hiker or a hunter who had wandered off the path? Or worse, had someone deliberately come to the cabin? The silence was suffocating. I knew I couldn't just stay in bed, paralyzed with fear. Slowly, I reached for my flashlight on the nightstand. My hands trembled as I turned it on, the beam of light cutting through the darkness of the room. I sat up, careful not to make a sound, and slid my feet onto the cold wooden floor. I decided to check the front door. I grabbed my jacket, slipped my boots on, and walked quietly down the narrow hallway, my heart racing with every step. The door was locked, as it should have been, but I checked it again just to be sure. I could feel the cold creeping in through the thin walls. There was nothing outside the window, nothing out of place. I tried to convince myself it had been an animal, maybe a deer or a raccoon. It was common for wildlife to come close to cabins at night. But as I turned back toward the living room, I noticed something strange. The air felt colder in there than it had before. And as I stood by the fireplace, I felt the hairs on my arms stand up. The cabin had been warm when I first settled in for the night, but now it felt off. The crackling of the fire seemed to echo strangely in the silence, as though the flames weren't quite as loud as they should have been. I couldn't explain it. I'd been in cabins before, and nothing had ever made me feel this way. Still, I told myself to stay calm. I went back to the bedroom and sat on the edge of the bed, flashlight still in hand. For a while, I just stared at the door, listening to the wind outside. But then, I thought I heard something. A faint sound, like something scraping against the side of the cabin. The sound was soft, almost like it was coming from just outside the walls. I held my breath, straining to hear more. Came again, a slow, deliberate scratch, like claws dragging across wood. I jumped up from the bed, my heart pounding again. I rushed to the window and peered outside. The darkness made it impossible to see much, but I felt the weight of someone, or something, lurking just beyond my view. I stood there for what felt like hours, my mind running wild with every possibility. Maybe it was an animal, or maybe someone was out there trying to get in. I couldn't tell which was worse. At that moment, a loud knock echoed through the cabin. My body went rigid, and I backed away from the window. The knock came again, louder, more insistent. It didn't sound like any animal. This was deliberate, purposeful. I grabbed the heavy iron skillet I'd seen in the kitchen earlier and held it up, my grip tight. I didn't know what I was going to do with it, but I wasn't going to just sit there and wait. I could hear my breathing, quick and shallow, as I moved to the front door. The knocking stopped suddenly, and I could feel the silence descend over the cabin once again. I waited for what felt like an eternity before I dared to open the door. Slowly, I turned the knob, peering out into the dark. There was nothing there. No person, no animal. Just the dark, empty porch, illuminated by the faint light of the porch lamp. The wind continued to howl through the trees, and the distant hoot of an owl was the only sound to break the quiet. I didn't know whether to feel relieved or even more unsettled. Someone had definitely been out there, I was sure of it. But whoever or whatever had been knocking wasn't around anymore. I stayed awake the rest of the night, the skillet still in my hands. I didn't want to go outside to investigate further. In the morning, I would pack up and leave. I wasn't sticking around to see what else this place had in store for me. The next morning, I woke up to the sun shining through the window. It was calm now, the strange noises of the night gone. I couldn't explain what had happened, but I knew I needed to leave. I packed quickly, my mind still on edge. When I stepped outside, everything seemed normal again. The air was crisp, the birds were singing, and there wasn't a soul in sight. I drove away from the cabin, leaving it behind, feeling a strange sense of relief as I put miles between myself and that place. As I reached the highway, I glanced in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see someone following me. But the road behind me was empty. I never went back to that cabin. I don't know what happened that night or who or what was out there, but I do know one thing for sure. Some places are better left unexplored. I wasn't going to risk finding out what might be hiding in the woods. I don't know why I thought a weekend getaway in a remote cabin would be a good idea. I'd seen the photos online. Picturesque, nestled in the middle of a thick forest, a cozy wood stove and big windows that let in the sunlight. It seemed perfect. But now, as I sat on the porch of that same cabin, looking out into the dense woods that stretched endlessly, I couldn't shake the feeling of unease. I was there alone, a decision I quickly regretted. I arrived early in the afternoon, about 3 p.m. I had booked the cabin for 2 nights, thinking I'd have some time to relax, clear my head, and maybe even get some writing done. But from the moment I stepped out of the car, I felt something was off. The air smelled different, like wet leaves and pine, but there was also an underlying scent, something musty. The cabin itself was older than I expected, a little run down, though still charming in its own way. The wooden exterior had peeling paint, the kind that gets worn away by years of rain and sun. But the inside was more or less as promised. A small living room with a stone fireplace, a kitchen that looked like it hadn't been used much in years, and a tiny bathroom. There was only one bedroom with a double bed, but that was enough for me. I didn't see anyone else nearby. The nearest town was about a 30-minute drive away, and there were no neighbors within sight. I liked the idea of solitude, or at least I thought I did. But sitting there, I felt a gnawing discomfort. I couldn't quite pinpoint what it was, but it made me uncomfortable enough to check and recheck the locks on the front door. As the day wore on, the sun dipped behind the trees, and the temperature began to drop. I was already starting to feel the isolation more than I had expected. There wasn't a sound, not even the rustling of animals in the underbrush. It was dead silent. I made myself dinner, something simple, pasta with marinara sauce, and then, feeling restless, decided to go for a walk. The forest around the cabin was dense, with tall trees that seemed to reach endlessly into the sky. I grabbed my flashlight and a jacket, stepping out onto the dirt path that led into the woods. The feeling of being watched intensified as I moved further from the cabin. It was a strange sensation, like eyes were on me from the darkness between the trees. I kept walking, telling myself I was just being paranoid. The path wound its way through the woods, the ground uneven beneath my feet, with roots and rocks jutting out of the earth. I had no real destination in mind, just walking to clear my head. After a while, I came to a small creek, its water flowing swiftly over smooth rocks. I knelt by the water, staring at the way the light from my flashlight danced on the surface. There was something calming about the sound of the rushing water, but the sense of unease didn't go away. That's when I heard it. A twig snapped somewhere in the trees behind me. I froze, my heart racing in my chest. I turned quickly, but there was nothing there, just shadows and the distant sound of the creek. But I wasn't alone anymore. That feeling I had when I first arrived, it was back, stronger now, like something was standing just out of sight. I stood up slowly, my pulse pounding in my ears. I shouldn't have come out here. I should have stayed inside, locked the door, and just waited until morning. But instead, I started walking back, quickening my pace, not daring to look over my shoulder. The woods seemed even darker now, the trees looming overhead, blocking out what little light was left from the setting sun. The air felt colder too, a chill seeping into my bones. When I reached the cabin, I rushed inside, bolting the door behind me. I stood there for a moment, just listening. The silence was deafening again. The house felt too quiet. Even the normal creaks of an old building seemed absent. I couldn't explain it, but something didn't feel right. I went over to the window, peering out into the woods. It was dark now, and I could barely make out the shadows of the trees. But that feeling of being watched persisted. It was like someone was standing just at the edge of the light, waiting. I tried to distract myself by settling into the small living room. I turned on the TV, nothing but static. I fiddled with my phone for a while, but there was no signal. I even tried reading a book, but it was hard to focus. The unease had a way of creeping into everything, making it impossible to relax. I didn't sleep much that night. I kept hearing noises. At first, I thought it was just the house settling, but the creaking seemed too deliberate. There were sounds of footsteps outside, slow, deliberate, like someone was circling the cabin. My heart raced in my chest as I listened, straining to hear more. But every time I checked, there was nothing there. Around 3 a.m., the silence was broken by a loud bang. I shot upright in bed, my heart hammering in my chest. It came from outside, on the back side of the cabin. I grabbed my flashlight and crept to the window, but once again, there was nothing there. The forest was still, too still. I considered leaving. I should have packed up and driven back to town, but I was too far out. It was late, and the thought of being on the road at this hour, alone, wasn't something I wanted to face. So I decided to stay, but I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was out there, just beyond my reach, watching me. The next day, I woke up early, exhausted but determined to make the most of my time there. I decided to pack a lunch and take a longer walk. I wasn't going to let this weird feeling ruin my trip. But as I walked deeper into the forest, I started to notice something unsettling. There were signs of something having been there. Something heavy had been dragged across the ground, broken twigs, deep gouges in the earth. It didn't seem like animal tracks. The prints were too large, too deliberate. And then I found something. A piece of fabric, torn and faded, caught on a branch. I knew I should have turned back. I should have gone straight to the car and driven off. But something pushed me forward. Maybe it was my curiosity or the need to prove to myself that there was nothing to be afraid of. Either way, I kept walking. By the time I realized how far I had gone, I was too deep in the woods to find my way back easily. My phone still had no signal, and the sun was starting to dip lower in the sky. Panic began to rise in my chest. I wasn't lost, not yet, but the thought of staying out here after dark was terrifying. I picked up the pace, hoping to get back to the cabin before nightfall. That's when I heard the footsteps again. They weren't my own this time. Someone was behind me. The sound was faint at first, like a whisper on the wind, but it grew louder. I could hear them following me, step by step, getting closer. I tried to stay calm, telling myself it was just an animal, maybe a deer or some other creature, but the sound was too human. I broke into a run, my heart pounding in my throat, but the footsteps kept pace, matching me stride for stride. I don't know how long I ran. I didn't stop until I reached the clearing near the cabin, breathless and scared out of my mind. When I turned around, there was nothing there, no one following me. The forest was silent once again, just like it had been before. That night, I locked myself in the cabin and didn't venture outside again. The unease had turned into full-blown fear. Something wasn't right, and I couldn't figure out what it was. But by morning, I packed up my things and left. I didn't care about the refund for the second night or the fact that I hadn't even come close to finishing my weekend getaway. I just wanted to get out of there. As I drove down the narrow road away from the cabin, I looked back one last time. The woods were quiet, still, but that feeling of being watched, of something lurking just beyond the edge of the trees, didn't leave me until I was miles away, back on the main highway. And even then, I couldn't shake the thought that I'd made a terrible mistake in choosing that cabin. Maybe it was just my mind playing tricks on me, or maybe there really was something out there. But either way, I wouldn't be going back. I wouldn't even consider stepping foot near those woods again. That place wasn't meant for anyone to be alone in. Not ever. I had always been the type of person to crave silence, the kind of peace you could only find in a place far from civilization. That's why when I found out about the cabin deep in the Oregon woods, I didn't hesitate. The owner was an older man, and after years of being his only guest, he'd decided to retire and rent it out. It sounded perfect. Secluded, quiet, with only the trees and the sound of the wind to keep me company. I arrived in mid-November, the air crisp with a promise of snow in the days to come. The forest around me was dense, the kind of forest you read about in books. Ancient trees standing tall, their bark weathered and thick, their leaves now a dull brown carpet underfoot. The road to the cabin was narrow and winding, carved out of the mountainside. I'd been driving for over 2 hours, my car bouncing over ruts and bumps, feeling as though I was going deeper and deeper into isolation. I'd rented the cabin for a week. Just me, my thoughts, and a few books. No plans for anything grand. I didn't even bother to bring a phone. I wanted to escape everything. The quiet was what I was looking for, and it was exactly what I got when I finally saw the cabin. It was small, with a wooden exterior that looked like it had seen better days. The roof had moss growing on it, and the walls were a dark brown, blending with the surrounding trees. It had a porch, though it wasn't much more than a couple of planks nailed together. There was an old rocking chair that creaked when the wind picked up, but it added to the charm. The windows were small, with yellowing curtains that looked like they hadn't been touched in years. The cabin was charming, but there was something about it that made my skin prickle. I unloaded my car, grabbing my backpack and a couple of bags of groceries I'd picked up on my way. The air smelled of pine and damp earth, a scent I was quickly beginning to associate with peace. I locked the car and made my way inside. The key was waiting for me under a rock near the door, just as the owner had promised. Inside, the cabin was bare bones, with just enough space for the essentials. A wood stove sat in the middle of the living room, an old leather couch beside it, and a small kitchen tucked away to the right. The bedroom was small, with a single bed and a worn-out quilt. I settled in quickly, lighting a fire and then stretching out on the couch with a book. The first few hours were peaceful. The fire crackled, and the only sound was the occasional rustling of the trees outside. But as the sun began to dip below the horizon, a sense of unease settled in. It wasn't anything I could put my finger on. The wind had started to howl through the trees, making the walls groan and creak in protest. I glanced at the windows, half expecting them to rattle. But no, they stayed still. Yet the feeling didn't go away. There was something off. I could almost hear whispers in the wind, faint murmurs that seemed to come from beyond the forest. But when I focused on them, they disappeared. I decided to push it out of my mind. The cabin was just old. Maybe the wind played tricks on me. I got up to check the stove, adding more wood, hoping the warm glow of the fire would chase the lingering discomfort away. That night, I went to bed early, figuring I would wake up early the next morning to go on a hike. The bed was cold, the quilt heavier than I expected. I tucked myself in, listening to the fire crackle as I drifted off. But sleep didn't come easily. There was something strange about the silence. It wasn't the peaceful kind I had been craving. It felt as though the forest around me was holding its breath, waiting for something. The occasional branch scraping against the window was unsettling. It felt too intentional, like the forest itself was reaching out to touch the cabin, to see who had entered its depths. I forced myself to sleep, but when I woke up in the middle of the night, I was wide awake. My heart was racing, and my mind was full of thoughts I couldn't control. The cabin was dark, the only light coming from the small embers in the stove. I could hear the wind outside, stronger now, slamming against the walls and rattling the windows. It was enough to make me nervous. It wasn't just the wind that bothered me, though. It was the silence between the gusts. When the wind paused, it felt as though something, or someone, was listening. The air grew thick, and my breath became shallow. I felt trapped. My skin crawled. There was something about the room that felt different now, something I hadn't noticed before. I sat up in bed, listening, straining to hear beyond the wind. At first, I thought it was just my nerves playing tricks on me, but the longer I stayed awake, the more I was certain. There were footsteps outside the cabin. Slow, deliberate steps moving around the perimeter of the house. I held my breath, hoping I had imagined it. Maybe it was an animal, I thought, but the steps didn't sound like any animal I knew. The soft crunch of leaves beneath boots. I tried to convince myself it was nothing, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. I grabbed the flashlight from my bag and crept to the window. My hands were trembling as I parted the curtains, shining the beam of light into the yard. But there was nothing, just the trees swaying in the wind. I stepped back, feeling foolish, but the unease still clung to me like a heavy blanket. I checked the locks on the doors and windows. Everything was secure, but the feeling didn't go away. I spent the rest of the night lying awake, listening for any sign of movement. The steps didn't come again, but I couldn't help but feel that someone, or something, was watching me. The morning light eventually came, pale and gray, as if the sun didn't want to fully show its face. I didn't feel rested. I had barely slept, my mind on edge the whole night. I tried to shake it off, thinking I had just gotten too worked up. I grabbed my jacket and boots, ready to get out of the cabin for a while. The forest around the cabin was beautiful in the daylight. The trees were tall and ancient, their trunks wide and sturdy, stretching up into the sky like silent sentinels. But the beauty of it didn't ease the tension in my chest. I walked for hours trying to clear my mind, but the nagging feeling didn't go away. It wasn't just the forest that felt wrong. It was the isolation. The deeper I walked, the more I realized how alone I truly was. Around midday, I decided to head back. My legs were sore, and I didn't feel like being out there any longer. When I arrived back at the cabin, I noticed something strange. The door was slightly ajar. I was certain I had locked it before I left. I stood frozen for a moment, staring at the door, my heartbeat picking up again. I walked over slowly, my mind racing. Whoever had been outside last night, could they have come back? I stepped inside, but everything seemed undisturbed. The fire was out, the room as I had left it, except for the small table in the corner, which had been moved slightly. I hadn't touched it when I left. That was when I heard it. A faint sound, coming from behind the cabin. A low creaking noise, followed by what sounded like a whisper. I rushed to the back door and yanked it open, my heart pounding in my chest. The backyard was empty. The wind had died down, and there was no one in sight. But then I noticed something in the dirt. Footprints. They were fresh. They led right up to the back door, and then they stopped. I didn't wait around to figure it out. I grabbed my bag, shoved the few belongings I had left into it, and made my way to the car. I wasn't staying another minute in that cabin. The forest, the isolation, the strange noises. It was all too much. I had to leave. As I drove away, my mind still raced with questions. Who had been out there? Why had they been watching me? The answers to those questions would never come, I realized. The woods were a place of secrets, and some of them were better left alone. I didn't look back as I drove down that narrow, winding road. The further I got from that cabin, the more I could breathe, and for the first time since I had arrived, I felt safe. I had been looking forward to this trip for months. A weekend in the woods, away from the noise and chaos of city life. Just me, a few supplies, and the quiet isolation of nature. At least that's what I thought it would be. It was the fall of 2024, and the air was already starting to get that crisp bite, especially at night. I had booked the cabin at a secluded spot in the mountains of eastern Oregon. No neighbors, no nearby towns. Just miles of trees and the occasional wildlife to keep you company. The cabin itself wasn't anything special. It was old, with peeling paint and rough-hewn logs that had seen better days. But that's exactly what I wanted. No distractions, no people. I was 29, single, and had no real reason to be looking for a getaway like this, except that I just needed a break. I had a small bag packed with enough food to last me the weekend, a couple of blankets, a few books, and my old guitar. I figured I'd have time to relax, maybe play some music, and hike the nearby trails. The drive up to the cabin took longer than I expected. The roads weren't great, narrow, winding, and poorly marked in places. It was getting dark by the time I finally turned off the main road and onto the dirt path that led to the cabin. The headlights of my truck cut through the thickening fog, but it didn't do much to ease the unsettling feeling that was creeping up on me. The farther I drove, the quieter the world seemed. No birds, no animals, just the sound of my tires crunching over the dirt and gravel. When I finally arrived, I felt a strange sense of relief. The cabin stood there like a tired old soldier, its broken windows and sagging porch adding to the eerie feeling of the place. The trees around it were tall and dense, casting long shadows that stretched out across the yard. I grabbed my stuff and made my way inside. The door creaked as I opened it, and the smell of old wood and mildew hit me. The interior wasn't much better than the outside. The floorboards creaked under my feet as I set my bag down by the door. I flicked on the lights, and the single bulb above the kitchen sink flickered to life, casting a dim yellow glow across the room. A small wood stove sat in the corner, and a couple of mismatched chairs were scattered around a wooden table. I immediately set to work unpacking, finding the bathroom and ensuring everything worked. The pipes creaked and groaned when I turned on the tap, but the water flowed, which was all that mattered. The place was far from glamorous, but it was what I had expected. Rustic, quiet, isolated. Perfect. After setting up, I grabbed my guitar and decided to get comfortable. I opened the sliding glass door in the back of the cabin to let in the cool mountain air and sat out on the small porch. The view was incredible. Rolling hills and dense forests stretching out as far as I could see. The sky was painted in shades of purple and orange as the sun began to set, and I couldn't help but feel a bit of peace settle over me. That night, I cooked a simple meal of pasta and read for a few hours before turning in. The bed was just a mattress on the floor, but it was cozy enough. The sounds of the night were oddly calming. The occasional rustle of leaves in the wind, the distant hoot of an owl, and the steady creak of the cabin settling as the temperature dropped. I woke up in the middle of the night, my heart racing. At first, I couldn't figure out why. There was no noise, no strange sounds, just silence. But then, as I lay there in the dark, I heard it. A soft, faint tapping on the window. I froze, straining to hear. There it was again. Light, almost like someone was knocking, but far too gently. My mind raced. I got out of bed and made my way over to the window. The fog outside had thickened, and the forest beyond was completely shrouded in mist. I couldn't see anything beyond the glass. The tapping stopped as soon as I reached the window, but I stood there for a while, staring into the darkness, my breath fogging up the glass. I convinced myself it was just a branch or some animal tapping against the window in the wind. Still, I locked the door and double-checked the windows before crawling back into bed. The next morning, the fog hadn't lifted, and the weather seemed colder than before. I decided to go for a walk to clear my head. The trees were thick with mist, and the ground was damp from last night's rain. I put on my boots, grabbed my jacket, and headed out. I hadn't planned on going too far, just enough to stretch my legs and get some fresh air. I walked for what felt like hours, the silence of the forest pressing in on me. I had no real destination in mind, just a vague path I was following through the trees. The fog was so thick at times that I could barely see more than a few feet ahead. I kept thinking about how peaceful it was, how I was getting the solitude I craved. But then, something changed. I hadn't heard a single sound for the longest time. No birds, no animals, not even the rustling of leaves. It was almost unnerving how quiet it was. And then I heard it, a branch snapping, followed by a rustling in the underbrush. It wasn't close, but it wasn't far either. I froze, standing completely still. My heart started pounding in my chest, and I felt my breath catch in my throat. I slowly turned my head, scanning the trees, but I couldn't see anything. I took a few more cautious steps, trying to shake off the feeling of being watched. I continued walking, but the sound of that branch breaking kept playing in my mind. Every snap of a twig, every gust of wind, seemed amplified in the silence. I could feel my skin prickling, the hairs on the back of my neck standing up. Something was off. I couldn't explain it, but I felt like I wasn't alone. When I finally made it back to the cabin, I was a little shaken, though I tried to convince myself it was just my imagination. After all, it was the woods. Of course, there would be animals and wildlife making noise, even if I didn't see them. I went inside, shut the door behind me, and tried to push the feeling of unease aside. That night, as I sat by the fire, the tapping came again. This time louder, more insistent. I grabbed a flashlight and went outside, my pulse quickening. I scanned the area around the cabin, but once again, there was nothing. Just trees, fog, and the eerie quiet of the forest. I thought I saw something move in the distance, but when I shined the light over, there was no one there. I went back inside, locking the door behind me, but no matter how much I tried to calm myself, the feeling of being watched never went away. I spent the rest of the night sitting by the fire, waiting for morning. By the time dawn broke, I had made up my mind. I was leaving. I wasn't sure why, but the fear was too strong. I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. I packed up my things in a hurry, didn't even bother with breakfast, and loaded everything into my truck. When I stepped outside, I noticed something that stopped me dead in my tracks. The footprints in the mud around the cabin were fresh. They were large, too large to be from an animal, and they circled the cabin, leading off into the trees. I didn't wait to investigate further. I started the engine and drove out of there as fast as I could, my hands gripping the steering wheel so tight my knuckles turned white. The road back was long, winding, and far too quiet. I kept checking the rearview mirror, expecting to see someone following me. But there was nothing, just the endless stretch of road and trees. The sun was fully up by the time I reached the main highway, and by then, the strange feeling had started to fade, replaced by the relief of being away from the cabin. It took a while for me to shake off what had happened. I couldn't explain it. I never saw anyone, never heard anyone speak, but there was something out there. The footprints, the tapping on the window, the eerie silence of the forest. It all added up to something I couldn't ignore. I haven't been back to that cabin since. I don't know who or what was out there, but I have a feeling I'll never find out. It's been months, but every time I think back to that trip, I can still feel that cold, oppressive silence, like the forest was hiding something from me, something I wasn't meant to find. I don't know what it was, but I do know one thing for sure. Some places, no matter how isolated, are better left undisturbed. It was the summer of 2017 when I decided to take a break from the hustle and bustle of city life. At 28 years old, living in the heart of Ohio, I was burned out from my job, social pressures, and just the constant noise of living in a busy neighborhood. A week in a remote cabin, away from technology and distractions, was exactly what I needed. I needed silence and solitude to rest my mind and just disconnect for a while. I rented a cabin in the woods, located about an hour and a half north of Columbus. It was a small one-bedroom place tucked away on the edge of a quiet lake surrounded by dense woods. The rental company promised that it would be peaceful and private, offering the perfect place to unwind. The photos online looked stunning, rustic and charming, just what I had envisioned. The cabin was off the beaten path, nestled so far in the forest that the nearest neighbor was miles away. When I arrived, the place seemed just as peaceful as advertised. The long, winding dirt road that led up to the cabin was empty, the only sounds being the occasional chirp of birds or the rustle of leaves. I parked my car in front of the cabin and stepped out, inhaling the fresh, earthy air. The solitude felt refreshing. The cabin itself was small but cozy, with a wraparound porch that faced the lake. The wood smelled like pine, and the air had a crispness to it that made me feel like I had finally found the escape I'd been searching for. I unloaded my bags and made myself comfortable, setting up inside. There was a fireplace in the corner of the living room, a small kitchen, and an old wooden table with 2 chairs. The bed was just big enough for me, and the window next to it had an unobstructed view of the lake, its surface calm and still. The peace was almost too perfect. There was something serene but slightly eerie about how empty everything felt. It was so quiet, almost unnervingly so. The first couple of days were exactly what I had hoped for. Long walks by the lake, hours of reading, and quiet nights by the fire. I was starting to relax, but on the 3rd day, everything changed. I decided to take a hike. There was a small trail nearby that seemed to loop around the lake, and I figured it would be a good way to explore the area. I packed a small bag with water and snacks, then set off down the trail. It was a clear, warm day, and the forest felt alive with the sounds of birds and insects. The trail wasn't well maintained, but that was fine with me. I liked the idea of venturing off the beaten path. The further I walked, the more isolated I felt. There were no other hikers, no signs of human presence except the occasional rusted-out piece of old farm equipment left behind by whoever had once lived here. I came across a clearing after about an hour of walking, and it struck me as odd. The trees had been cleared from around the area, leaving a large, flat space with a small, run-down shack in the center. It was old, decades old, by the looks of it. Its windows were broken, the door barely hanging on its hinges, and there was a feeling of decay about it. I stood there for a moment, my curiosity piqued. Something about the shack made me uneasy, but I couldn't quite place why. I shrugged it off, assuming it was just the isolation playing tricks on my mind. I decided to explore it anyway, figuring it would be something interesting to tell my friends when I got back. As I walked closer, I noticed something strange. There were fresh tracks in the dirt near the shack, human tracks, but not from someone who had been there recently. They looked like they had been made within the last few days, maybe a week at most. That was odd because I hadn't seen anyone on the trail since I had left the cabin, and the tracks seemed to indicate someone had been in and out of the shack. I stood at the edge of the shack, staring at the broken door. Part of me wanted to leave, but another part of me felt compelled to take a look inside. I hesitated, but eventually, I pushed the door open with a creak. The air inside was musty, thick with the scent of mildew and rot. There was nothing inside except debris, old newspapers, empty bottles, and some rusted tools. But there was a strange feeling to the place, like it had been abandoned hastily. It didn't look like it had been lived in recently, but it didn't feel like it had been forgotten either. I turned around and left the shack, my unease growing. I was about to head back to the trail when I heard something, a faint rustling in the woods just beyond the clearing. I stopped dead in my tracks, straining to listen. First, I thought it was just an animal, but then the sound came again, closer this time. It was the unmistakable sound of footsteps, human footsteps. My heart started to race. There was no one else out here, I was sure of it. I'd seen no cars when I arrived at the cabin, no signs of life, no one on the trail. I didn't know why, but I had this gut feeling that something wasn't right. I quickly turned and began walking back toward the cabin, faster than I would have liked. My thoughts raced, and I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. By the time I made it back to the cabin, the sun was beginning to set. I locked the door behind me, something I hadn't done before. Normally, I wasn't the paranoid type, but something about the day had unsettled me. I tried to shake it off, telling myself it was just my imagination getting the best of me, but deep down, I knew something was wrong. That night, I stayed in the cabin, avoiding the outdoors. The quiet was almost oppressive now. It felt like the silence was closing in around me, pressing down on me. I stayed close to the fire, too afraid to venture outside. The feeling of being watched never left. I checked the doors and windows multiple times, just to make sure they were locked. I even pulled the heavy curtains closed, though the thought of being enclosed in that little cabin felt like a prison. Around midnight, I heard something. A tapping noise came from the direction of the porch. I froze, listening carefully. The tapping continued, slow and methodical, like someone was gently knocking on the door. I stood there, frozen, my breath caught in my throat. Who could it be? I hadn't seen anyone since I arrived, and no one should have been out here this late. The knocking stopped for a moment, and I thought about sneaking to the window to see if I could spot anyone. But then the door handle turned. Slowly, deliberately, my heart stopped. I felt a cold sweat break out on my neck as I backed away from the door, my mind racing. I wanted to scream, to run, but I couldn't move. Whoever it was on the other side of that door knew I was inside, and I had no idea who or what they were. The door rattled again, and then, just as suddenly as it had started, the sound stopped. No more knocking, no more rattling, just silence. I waited, my eyes glued to the door, too afraid to move. I don't know how long I stood there, waiting for something to happen, but nothing did. The rest of the night passed without incident, but sleep didn't come easily. Every creak of the house made me jump. Every gust of wind outside sounded like footsteps. The next morning, I found a small, folded note on the porch. It was handwritten, the ink smeared in places. It simply read, "We know you're here." No name, no other words, just those 3 chilling words. I didn't know what to make of it. My first thought was that it was a prank. Maybe some local kids or someone else staying nearby had left it as a joke. But that note, with its stark, unnerving simplicity, felt real in a way I couldn't ignore. I packed up and left that morning. The hike out of the woods seemed longer than it should have. Every snap of a twig, every rustling of leaves made my heart race. It wasn't just the fear of what might happen. It was the feeling that something had already happened, that something had already watched me, and maybe even followed me. I never returned to that cabin, and I never told anyone about what happened. I don't know who left the note or what their intentions were, but I do know one thing: those woods are far too quiet, and some silences are better left undisturbed. It was supposed to be a simple weekend getaway. My friends and I had been planning the trip for months, so when the weekend finally came, we were all eager to escape the noise of the city and find some peace in nature. I had never been to the cabin before, but I'd heard plenty of stories from the others. They'd been there a few times, and they'd raved about how secluded and quiet it was. The perfect place to unwind and disconnect from everything. I wasn't really the outdoorsy type. The closest I'd come to camping was when we used to have bonfires in the backyard during the summer. I never really understood the appeal of spending the night in the woods, but I wasn't going to let that ruin our trip. So, with backpacks packed with essentials, we set off. The cabin was located in a small, rural area, about 2 hours away from where we lived, tucked deep in a forest that was far off the beaten path. Our phones barely had service by the time we hit the final stretch of the road. It was a dirt road, full of sharp turns and bumps, and the trees grew thick on either side, blocking out most of the sunlight. It felt like we were driving into a different world, one that had been untouched by modern life. The cabin itself wasn't anything fancy. It was a 2-story wooden structure with a large porch that overlooked a small, quiet lake. The exterior looked weathered, like it had been around for decades, maybe longer. There was a woodpile stacked neatly next to the porch, and the chimney still had a bit of smoke rising from it, which gave the place a homey, almost comforting vibe. It felt like a place where stories could be told, where you could settle in by the fire and forget about the outside world. We arrived late in the afternoon, just as the sun was starting to dip behind the trees. After unloading our bags, we spent some time exploring the area, stretching our legs after the long drive. The air was thick with the smell of pine and damp earth, and the sound of birds chirping in the distance made it feel like everything was just calm, peaceful. That night, we gathered in the living room by the fireplace, which crackled and popped as we threw in a few logs. We made dinner, shared drinks, and laughed about old times. The kind of night you'd expect at a cabin, simple, easy. But that feeling of comfort didn't last. I had just finished washing my plate when the power went out. It was sudden, like someone had flipped a switch. The lights flickered once and then went out entirely. We all froze for a moment, staring at each other in the dim light of the fire. Maybe just a fuse? Ben, one of my friends, suggested. He stood up and fumbled for his phone. I'll go check the fuse box. I didn't think it was a fuse, but I kept that to myself. Ben had been to the cabin before, and I assumed he knew the ins and outs. He went out to the porch to check the power box while the rest of us stayed inside. The firelight made the shadows on the walls dance, stretching and shrinking with the heat. It was kind of eerie. When Ben came back inside, his face was pale. He didn't say much at first, just sat down in one of the chairs. There's nothing wrong with the fuse box, he said after a long pause. It's like the whole grid is down. That was odd. The power was fine when we left the city. It made me uneasy, but I pushed the feeling down. There had to be a reasonable explanation. I tried to make light of it. Maybe the storm last night knocked something out, I said, trying to convince myself as much as anyone else. We decided to go to bed early. Without power, there wasn't much to do, and the night was drawing in quickly. The cabin felt different in the dark. The walls seemed to groan and shift, and the floorboards creaked underfoot like the house itself was alive. It was a natural, almost comforting sound, but with the power out, it became unsettling. I lay in bed, listening to the sounds of the forest, the wind rustling the leaves, the occasional distant hoot of an owl, the soft chirping of crickets. But then, there was something else, a soft, rhythmic noise. It sounded like tapping, very faint, coming from somewhere near the roof, but it was unmistakable. At first, I thought it was just the wind or some animals moving around, but then it started to feel deliberate, like something was tapping on the roof with purpose. Tap, tap, tap. I tried to shake it off. Maybe it was just some branch hitting the roof or a squirrel running across the top. But it continued for a long time, and it didn't sound like anything I'd ever heard before. I looked out the window, half expecting to see a shadow moving across the yard, but everything was still. Nothing out of the ordinary. The tapping stopped after a while, and I managed to fall asleep, but the unease lingered. The next morning, things didn't feel much better. The air was still thick with humidity, and the woods felt heavier than before, like they were pressing in on us. We spent the morning making breakfast and lounging around, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. I kept looking around, half expecting to see something just beyond the trees, but there was nothing. At some point, I decided to walk around the property and check things out. I followed a narrow trail that led away from the cabin, through thick underbrush and tall trees. The forest was dense, the kind of place where you couldn't see too far ahead of you. I found a small stream running through the woods, its clear water trickling over rocks. It was peaceful there, but it didn't feel like a place I wanted to stay for long. There was something strange about the silence. The trees were too still, the air too thick. I turned around and made my way back to the cabin. When I returned, I found Ben and the others gathered around the porch. They were looking at something in the dirt, near the edge of the property. I couldn't see what it was from where I was standing, but they all looked concerned. "What's going on?" I asked, walking up to them. "There's something weird in the ground," Ben said, pointing at a series of faint tracks leading into the woods. They were small, almost too small to be human, but too deep to be animal tracks. It was hard to make them out completely, but the pattern seemed wrong. It wasn't a regular path like you'd expect from a deer or something else in the woods. It was sporadic, as if whatever made the tracks was moving erratically. "What do you think it is?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. "I don't know," Ben said, his face tight, "but I don't like it." We decided to stick close to the cabin for the rest of the day. The unease in the air was palpable, and no one was keen on venturing too far from the safety of the cabin. But as the day wore on, I couldn't help but feel like we were being watched. There was a sense of something moving just out of sight. Every rustling of leaves, every creak of the cabin, made me jump. That night, we sat by the fire again, but no one seemed to be enjoying themselves. We were all on edge. The tapping noise from the night before returned, louder this time. It was relentless, coming from the roof. Tap, tap, tap. I couldn't take it anymore. I stood up abruptly, almost knocking over my chair. "Enough! I'm going outside to see what's going on," I said. I was done with the unknown, done with the creeping feeling that something wasn't right. I grabbed a flashlight from the shelf by the door and stepped out onto the porch. The night air was cold, and the wind had picked up, causing the trees to sway and groan. I pointed the flashlight toward the roof, trying to see if I could spot what was causing the noise. But all I could see were the shadows of the trees, their branches swaying in the wind. I walked around the cabin, checking the corners and the roofline. I didn't find anything out of the ordinary, but the feeling of being watched only grew stronger. I was about to turn around and head back inside when I saw something on the ground near the porch. It was a small stone lying in the dirt. I bent down to pick it up. The stone was cold to the touch, but what really caught my attention was the strange mark on it. It wasn't natural, looked almost like a symbol etched into the surface. I couldn't make out what it was, but it was unsettling. I turned back to the cabin, my heart racing. Whatever had been happening in the woods, whatever had been watching us, was real, and I wasn't sure we were safe. I didn't tell anyone about the stone. Instead, I tried to play it cool, but deep down I was terrified. We locked up the cabin and decided to leave the next morning. But when we tried to drive out, we found the road blocked. It was as if someone, or something, didn't want us to leave. The dirt road was completely obstructed by fallen trees, and we couldn't get through. There was no cell signal, no way to contact anyone for help. We were trapped. It felt like a nightmare, but we had no choice but to stick together and wait it out. We decided to camp inside the cabin for the night, barricading ourselves in as best as we could. I kept thinking about the stone, about the tracks in the woods, about the way everything had felt wrong since we arrived. In the morning, when the road was clear and we could finally leave, we didn't speak much. We just packed up and drove back to the city in silence. Whatever had happened in those woods, whatever had been watching us, was something we would never understand. But we never went back. None of us ever spoke of it again. It was late fall when I found myself in the cabin by the lake. I had rented it alone, hoping to get some time away from everything. Away from the noise of city life, away from people, just time to clear my head. The place was tucked deep in the woods in northern Minnesota, miles away from the nearest town. The trees were already bare, and the air had that crisp bite that only comes when winter is approaching. I had been needing to get away for a while to recharge and think, but I had no idea how badly the isolation would affect me. The cabin itself was small, made of weathered logs with a sagging roof that looked like it had seen better days. It was cozy, though, with a stone fireplace and windows that overlooked a small, frozen lake. The place seemed almost too quiet, like the trees and the wind were trying to swallow up every sound. I could hear the crunch of my boots on the gravel drive as I carried my bags inside, setting everything down in the musty-smelling living room. The cabin had that familiar scent of old wood and the faint tang of something that had been left too long in the cold. The first thing I did was make a fire. It didn't take long, and the heat from the flames quickly chased away the chill that had clung to my clothes. I made myself a cup of tea and sat down in the creaky chair near the window, staring out at the lake. The place was beautiful in a wild, untamed way. The lake was mostly frozen over, but patches of water still showed through, making the surface shimmer in the weak afternoon sunlight. There were no people around, no sounds except for the occasional rustle of leaves from the trees outside. As the sun began to set, the whole area seemed to quiet even more, as if the day itself was drawing to a close. I didn't mind it. I had been craving peace and quiet for weeks, and this was exactly what I needed. The first night, I slept well, the sound of the wind outside almost lullaby-like. But that changed on the second night. I had spent the day hiking through the woods, taking in the solitude. The trails were mostly covered with fallen leaves, and there was a thick blanket of snow starting to form on the ground, making everything look like a scene from an old postcard. By the time I returned to the cabin, the sun was setting, casting long shadows across the land. I was tired but satisfied, glad for the exercise and the quiet. That night, I decided to try cooking something simple, just a stew. It was the kind of meal that filled you up, the kind of meal that made you feel warm and content inside. I had just finished eating when I heard something outside. At first, I thought it was just the wind. The cabin creaked and groaned with every gust. But this was different. It was a tapping sound, slow and deliberate, like someone was knocking on the door. I froze, listening. My heart started to race, and I quickly dismissed the thought. It must have been an animal or maybe the trees shifting in the wind. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. I sat there, tense, trying to convince myself that it was nothing. But the knocking came again, louder this time, followed by a long pause. I tried to ignore it, but I couldn't. My curiosity got the best of me. I stood up and walked over to the door, hesitating just for a moment before pulling it open. There was nothing there, just the cold, empty night. The wind picked up again, sending a shiver down my spine. I stepped outside onto the porch, looking around. Nothing, not a single soul in sight. I chalked it up to the isolation playing tricks on my mind. The silence, the darkness, the wind. It all had a way of making things seem more unnerving than they really were. So I went back inside, locked the door, and tried to forget about it. The next few days were uneventful, at least on the surface. I kept myself busy, reading, cooking, and hiking around the lake. But something was starting to feel off. There was this sense of unease that I couldn't shake. The sound of the wind seemed louder than usual. The trees seemed to whisper with every gust, and the silence felt more oppressive. One afternoon, as I was walking back to the cabin from a hike, I noticed something strange near the tree line. Footprints. But they weren't like animal tracks. They were too big, too deep, like someone had been walking through the snow, leaving deep impressions in the ground. I followed the tracks for a little while, but they led to nowhere, just disappeared into the woods. My heart raced as I realized the prints weren't fresh either. They looked old, covered with a thin layer of snow, but they were still there, faint but visible. I went back inside, locking the door behind me. The unease I had been feeling for the past couple of days had grown into something more tangible now. Fear. There was someone out there, and I had no idea who they were or what they wanted. I tried to convince myself that I was just being paranoid, that it was probably nothing, but the more I thought about it, the less convinced I became. That night, I couldn't sleep. The wind howled outside, and the sound of the trees groaning under the pressure of the storm made it impossible to relax. I kept hearing noises outside, like footsteps in the snow, like someone walking around the cabin. I tried to ignore it, tried to convince myself it was just the storm, but every creak of the wood, every snap of a branch made me jump. At some point during the night, I heard it again, the sound of something tapping on the door. Soft at first, then louder. It was unmistakable this time. There was someone out there. I grabbed the flashlight from the bedside table and crept over to the window. I shone the beam of light across the porch, but there was nothing there. I don't know how long I stood there, staring out into the dark. My breath was shallow, my heart hammering in my chest. I felt like I was being watched, like someone was just outside, waiting for me to make a move. But there was nothing. The wind continued to howl, and the trees continued to shake. It felt like I was trapped in a bad dream, unable to wake up. Eventually, exhaustion overcame me. I collapsed into bed, my mind racing with thoughts of what might be out there, lurking in the darkness. I fell into a fitful sleep, the sound of the wind in my ears. The next morning, I packed up my things. I couldn't stay here any longer, not with the unsettling feeling that something wasn't right. I'd had enough of the silence, enough of the strange sounds, enough of the paranoia. I never found out who had been knocking at my door or who had left the footprints in the snow. Maybe it was someone from the nearby town. Maybe it was just my mind playing tricks on me. But the thought of staying in that cabin any longer was more than I could bear. I drove away that morning, the cabin growing smaller and smaller in my rearview mirror. The wind had died down, and the sun had finally broken through the clouds. Felt like a weight had been lifted off my chest, like I could breathe again. The whole time I drove away, I couldn't help but feel like something was still watching me, even as I left the woods behind. But I didn't look back. I just kept driving, and when I finally reached the town, I could feel the tension ease from my body. The last time I thought about that cabin, it was just a place I once stayed, place I left behind. The first time I saw the cabin, it looked so peaceful. Nestled between two hills and tucked deep within a forest, the place appeared perfect for getting away from everything. I had been looking for an escape for a long time, something to help me clear my mind. After a rough year, I needed the solitude, so I booked the cabin for a week. I was 33 years old, and the cabin was located in the hills of northern Montana, far from any major city. My name is Adam Walker, and I live in Billings, but I had spent too much time in the chaos of everyday life and felt like I needed to recharge. I had driven the 3 hours from home with a small bag, a flashlight, and my camera, hoping to find peace and silence. I didn't expect anything more. I arrived around 5 p.m. as the sun began to set behind the mountains. The air was crisp and cool, and the scent of pine was thick in the air. The cabin was small, just one room with a porch. It had a stone chimney, and its wood slats were weathered, like it had been standing there for decades. I stepped onto the wooden deck and could already hear the hum of insects and the rustling of leaves in the wind. After a brief inspection, I unlocked the door and stepped inside. The interior was much cozier than I had anticipated. There was a fireplace to my right and a couple of mismatched chairs placed around a small wooden table. The kitchen was a simple affair, with an old stove and a sink next to it. There was no fridge, but a few shelves held canned goods and some basic supplies. The place felt like something out of an old photograph. It was clear no one had been here for a while, but everything seemed well kept. There was a bed in the far corner with a plaid blanket draped over it, and a small window offered a view of the dense woods that surrounded the cabin. I placed my things down, then stepped outside to take a look around the property. A small path led into the woods, winding between the trees. It was quiet, except for the occasional bird call. I could feel the weight of the isolation settling in, but it wasn't unpleasant. I liked the idea of being alone for a while, even if it felt like I was miles away from the rest of the world. I spent the rest of the evening reading a book on the porch, listening to the sounds of the forest as darkness slowly crept over the land. I made a small fire in the pit near the cabin and roasted some marshmallows. As the stars appeared above me, I felt like I was in a different world. Around 10 p.m., I decided to call it a night and went inside to get some rest. The bed was surprisingly comfortable, and I quickly drifted off, lulled by the steady crackle of the fire outside. The first night passed without incident, and I woke up the next morning feeling refreshed. The sunlight filtered through the trees and warmed the cabin, and I could hear the soft chirping of birds in the distance. I had planned to spend the day hiking, so I made a quick breakfast and packed a lunch. The woods around the cabin were dense, but a clear trail cut through them. I had read that there was an old creek up the trail a few miles, so I figured I'd head that way. The hike was peaceful at first. The trail was quiet and easy to follow. I didn't see anyone else, which I appreciated. The silence in the woods was refreshing. As I walked deeper, I began to notice that the trees seemed older and thicker the farther I went. The air grew colder, and the shadows in the woods felt a little more oppressive. About 2 hours into the hike, I came to a clearing where the creek ran through. The water was clear and cold, the sound of it bubbling over rocks soothing. I sat on a large flat stone near the creek, ate my lunch, and enjoyed the moment. There was something special about being here, away from everything. But as I sat there, I felt the first pangs of unease. It was hard to place exactly why I felt unsettled. The day was beautiful, the surroundings calm. Still, I felt a slight tension in the air, a strange sense of being watched. I brushed it off, stood up, and decided to head back to the cabin before the sun set too low. On my way back, I took a different path, one that wound around a thick cluster of trees. It was still quiet, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. The path seemed less well-traveled, and the further I went, the more I realized I hadn't seen any signs of other people. No animal tracks, no evidence of anyone passing through. It felt like the trail had been forgotten by time. I decided to turn back and retrace my steps, but as I did, I noticed something strange. There was a smell in the air, earthy, almost musky, but with something else beneath it. It was faint at first, but it grew stronger. I couldn't place what it was, but it felt wrong. The woods, which had been peaceful earlier, now seemed unnervingly silent. Not even the wind was moving the trees. I picked up my pace, eager to get back to the cabin. It took about another hour before I finally made it. As I approached, I noticed something odd. The door to the cabin, which I had closed tightly earlier, was slightly ajar. I was sure I had locked it, but there was no sign of forced entry. I hesitated, unsure whether I should go in. But I was alone, and I convinced myself it was just the wind. I stepped inside and found everything in place. Nothing seemed disturbed, but a strange feeling lingered in the back of my mind, like I wasn't alone. I couldn't shake the feeling that something had been in the cabin. I checked the small windows, ensuring they were locked, and then I pushed a chair up against the door for extra precaution. That night, I slept uneasily. The wind picked up outside, howling through the trees, and every little noise seemed louder than usual. I kept thinking I heard something moving around outside, just out of view. But when I looked, I saw nothing. The next morning, I decided to cut my trip short. I didn't feel comfortable staying any longer. The unease I had been feeling was growing, and I didn't want to take any chances. I packed my things and prepared to leave. When I stepped outside to load my car, I saw something that made my stomach drop. There were fresh footprints in the dirt around the cabin. They were large, heavy, and deep, as if someone had been walking around the cabin for a while. I immediately felt the weight of fear settle in my chest. I didn't waste any time. I grabbed my bag, jumped into the car, and drove away without looking back. As I drove back down the mountain road, I couldn't stop thinking about what had happened. Who had been at the cabin? How long had they been there? I tried to rationalize it, telling myself that it could have been someone else staying there before me, or perhaps even an animal. But the feeling of being watched, the strange smell, and the fresh footprints wouldn't leave my mind. When I got back to Billings, I did some research into the area. To my surprise, I found out that the cabin was near an old abandoned homestead, and some people who had stayed there before reported strange occurrences. Some said they heard noises in the night. Others claimed to have seen shadows moving in the woods. I never went back to that cabin. The memory of it still lingers in my mind. Maybe it was just my imagination playing tricks on me, or maybe there was something more sinister at play. All I know is that whatever I felt in those woods was real, and it was enough to make me leave. I never found out who was at the cabin that night, but I've learned to trust my instincts. There are some places better left unexplored, and some feelings better left alone. It was the summer of 2014 when I decided to take a break from everything. I was 27 back then, working long hours at a machine shop in Dayton, Ohio. The noise, the heavy air full of metal shavings, the endless clanking of machinery, it was all starting to eat away at me. I wasn't sleeping much, wasn't eating right either. I needed to get away for a while. Not a beach vacation, not some crowded tourist town. I wanted something real, something quiet. A guy I worked with, named Rick, had a cousin who owned a little cabin out near Bear Hollow, Indiana. It wasn't listed online or anything. It was more like a family-owned spot they rarely used. Rick said it was basic, no Wi-Fi, no TV, no air conditioning. Just 4 walls, a roof, and a wood stove. That sounded perfect to me. I packed my old truck with the essentials. A sleeping bag, cooler full of food, lanterns, a hunting knife just in case, some old paperbacks, and a couple of tarps. I wasn't planning anything crazy, just sitting in the woods for a week, maybe hiking a little. It was a 3-hour drive. The farther I got from the city, the better I felt. Farms gave way to forests. Small towns with peeling paint and sagging porches blinked by my windows. By the time I reached Bear Hollow, it was late afternoon. Rick had drawn me a crude map. The turnoff was a barely visible dirt path off County Road 68. I almost missed it. The dirt road was narrow, hemmed in by thick trees. I had to drive slow to avoid scraping the sides of my truck. After about 2 miles, the trees opened into a small clearing where the cabin sat. It looked even more basic than I'd imagined. Weather-beaten wood, a rusted metal roof, a small porch with a couple of cracked plastic chairs. There was an outhouse maybe 20 yards into the trees. No well, I had to bring my own water. I liked it instantly. I unloaded my stuff, set up my sleeping bag inside, and opened the windows to air out the mustiness. The cabin had a faint smell of old wood and something else. A sort of deep, earthy smell that clung to the air like damp moss. I didn't think much of it. The first night passed quietly. I cooked some beans on my portable stove, read by lantern light, and fell asleep early. The only sounds were the steady hum of crickets and the occasional distant owl. I woke up once in the night to pee and noticed how dark it was out there. No glow from cities, no streetlights, just thick, heavy blackness pressing against the windows. The second day, I explored a little. There was an old trail behind the cabin, barely visible, mostly overgrown. I followed it for a while. It wound through the woods and eventually came out near a dry creek bed filled with sharp white stones. I thought about setting up a small fire pit there, maybe doing some fishing if I could find a deeper pool nearby. It was about then that I noticed it. A feeling, heavy, crawling, like someone was watching me. I spun around but saw nothing but trees. I told myself it was just nerves. Being alone in the woods can mess with your head. I shook it off and hiked back to the cabin. That night, the feeling got worse. I sat on the porch after dinner, listening to the night sounds, when I heard something different. A snapping twig, then another, then what sounded like slow, deliberate footsteps in the brush, just beyond the reach of my lantern light. I stood up, heart thudding. The steps stopped. I couldn't see anything. I told myself it was probably a deer, maybe a raccoon. But deep down, I knew how deer move quick, light. This had weight to it. Slow, careful steps. I went inside, bolted the door, and sat there for a long time with the lantern burning. The next morning, I found footprints near the back of the cabin. Not animal tracks, human, barefoot. The prints were wide and flat, toes splayed out like a child's drawing. They circled the cabin once, then disappeared into the woods. I packed up my gear, ready to leave. But when I turned the key in the ignition, nothing happened. The engine clicked once, twice, then died. I popped the hood. The battery cables were gone, cleanly cut and taken. Panic punched me in the gut. Someone had been out there, close enough to my truck, close enough to my cabin, while I slept. There was no cell service. I knew that coming in, but it didn't hit me how bad that was until that moment. No way to call for help. The nearest real road was 2 miles away, down a winding, overgrown path. I figured I could make it if I left immediately, but something about walking out in broad daylight through woods where someone was lurking made me hesitate. I decided to stay one more night, set traps, stay alert, leave at first light. I moved everything heavy, the cooler, the chairs, against the door and windows. I kept the knife close. I didn't light the lantern. I sat in the dark, listening. Hours passed. Then I heard it again. Footsteps, slow, deliberate, circling the cabin. I sat frozen, breathing shallow, ears straining. The steps would stop for long stretches, then start again. I thought I could hear breathing once. Heavy, wet breathing just outside the window nearest my sleeping bag. I didn't sleep at all that night. At dawn, I packed quickly. I left the cooler behind. I didn't even take the tarps. I just stuffed the essentials into my pack, slung it over my shoulders, and started walking fast down the dirt path. I kept looking over my shoulder. I thought I saw movement several times. A flash of pale skin behind a tree, a shadow darting from bush to bush. Could have been my imagination, but I didn't stop to find out. When I reached the county road, I didn't even slow down. I kept walking, sticking my thumb out every time a car passed. It took almost an hour before someone stopped. An old man in a beat-up Ford. He didn't ask questions, just gave me a suspicious look and drove me into town. I called Rick from a gas station, told him to come get his cousin's cabin and shove it. He laughed like it was nothing, probably thought I was exaggerating. I didn't care. I went back once, months later. I was curious. I wanted to know if I'd imagined it all. The truck was still there, but stripped, tires gone, doors hanging open. The cabin was worse. Windows smashed, door hanging off its hinges. Something had gutted it. I didn't go inside. On the porch, nailed into one of the support beams, was something new. A collection of shoes, all small, all filthy, dangling from nails driven into the wood. Some were children's shoes, some adult, all old, crusted with mud. I backed away slowly, heart hammering against my ribs, and didn't stop until I was back in my rental car, heading down the cracked asphalt away from Bear Hollow. I never told anyone else about it. What could I say? That I almost got killed, or worse, by someone living feral out in the woods? No one would believe me. I moved later that year, took a job in Montana. Different kind of isolation. Cleaner, safer somehow. But even now, all these years later, sometimes when I'm lying awake at night, I hear it again. The slow, deliberate footsteps circling my house. Only now, I'm not out in the middle of nowhere. I'm in a neighborhood. Lights, neighbors, security systems. But still, sometimes, when the night is quiet enough, I swear I hear it. And I wonder if whatever was out there at Bear Hollow ever really stayed behind. Or if it just learned how to follow without being seen. I had just turned 34 when I decided to take a break from everything for a little while. It was the summer of 2022, and life back in the city of Billings, Montana, had been grinding me down for months. I was tired of sitting in front of a screen, day after day, taking calls, answering emails, working late nights, and never seeing much beyond concrete and traffic. I needed to get away, even if it was only for a few days. I found a listing online for a small cabin sitting near Bitterroot Lake, about 3 hours northwest. The photos showed a wooden structure tucked back into the trees, a little weathered but still standing strong, with a tiny dock stretching out into the water. The rental was cheap, and the owner didn't ask too many questions. Just gave me a key code and a rough map on how to find it once I got off the main road. I liked that. I didn't want tourist crowds or busy campgrounds full of loud kids. I wanted real quiet. I packed my old Chevy Tahoe with everything I thought I'd need: food, a sleeping bag, basic tools, a flashlight, and a few books. I figured I'd fish, maybe take some hikes, and just sit by the lake doing nothing for once. I didn't tell too many people where I was going, only my younger brother, just in case something happened. The drive out was long but easy enough. Once I turned off the highway, though, the roads got rougher. I bounced along narrow gravel paths for miles, deeper and deeper into the woods. There weren't any signs, and I had to stop a few times to check the map. I passed 2 other cabins along the way, but they looked abandoned, boards over windows, grass knee-high. By the time I pulled up to the cabin, the sun was dropping low behind the trees. The place looked even rougher in person than in the photos. The porch sagged a little, and the roof was stained with dark patches. Still, it felt solid. I grabbed my bag, unlocked the door, and stepped inside. The place smelled musty, like old wood and damp earth, but it was cleaner than I expected. There was a small kitchen area with a battered gas stove and a mini fridge, a wood-burning stove against one wall, and a single cot with a thin mattress pushed up near the window. No TV, no internet, barely any cell service. Exactly what I needed. That first night, I sat out on the dock until the sky went dark, watching the stars come out one by one. I felt like I hadn't breathed properly in months until that moment. I slept better than I had in a long time, even though the mattress was lumpy and the wind howled through cracks in the walls. The next morning, I woke up early, feeling lighter than I had in years. I made coffee on the old gas stove and sat on the porch, just listening to the forest wake up around me. Birds calling, squirrels rattling through the branches, the occasional splash of a fish in the lake. For a while, I didn't think about anything except how good the sun felt on my face. Later, I took a hike around the lake. There was a rough path winding through the woods, probably used by deer more than people. I didn't see another soul. No hikers, no boats out on the water. Just me and the trees. It was maybe 4 miles around the lake. I took my time, stopping often to drink water and catch my breath. I noticed a few strange things as I walked. Trees stripped of bark in long, thin patches, almost like claw marks. Small piles of rocks stacked neatly beside the trail, though I hadn't seen any houses nearby that would explain them. I brushed it off. Probably just kids messing around years ago. The piles were covered in moss and spiderwebs. I got back to the cabin in the late afternoon and made myself a quick dinner. Canned chili heated over the stove. As I ate, I thought I heard something out by the woods. Maybe a branch breaking, maybe something heavier moving through the brush. I stood at the window for a long time, staring out, but didn't see anything. Probably just a deer. I went to bed early that night, tired from the hike. I woke up once in the middle of the night, though, to a sound I couldn't explain. It was faint, but it sounded like footsteps on the gravel outside. Slow, deliberate. Crunch, crunch, crunch. I held my breath, straining to hear more. Maybe it was just an animal. A bear, maybe. I didn't know much about bears, except that you were supposed to make yourself look big if you saw one. That thought didn't help me feel any better lying alone in a dark cabin with a thin wooden door between me and whatever was out there. I stayed still, not even daring to sit up. Eventually, the sounds faded. I told myself it had to have been an animal and finally drifted back to sleep. The next day, things felt different. I couldn't put my finger on it exactly, but there was a heaviness in the air, like the woods were watching me. I tried to shake it off. I spent the morning fishing off the dock, but caught nothing. Around noon, clouds rolled in, and the sky darkened fast. A storm was coming. I decided to stay close to the cabin. I gathered some wood from the small stack beside the porch and got a fire going in the stove inside, just in case the power went out. The owner had warned me the place didn't have a generator. Rain started falling just after dark. The wind picked up, howling through the trees, slamming branches against the cabin walls. I sat by the stove, reading one of the old paperbacks I'd brought, but I couldn't focus. Every few minutes, I thought I heard something. A knock against the door, a scrape along the window frame. Every time I checked, there was nothing there but rain and darkness. It was around midnight when the power finally gave out. The lights flickered once, twice, and then died. The cabin plunged into blackness except for the faint orange glow from the stove. I grabbed my flashlight and set it on the table. The beam pointed upward so it lit the room. I wasn't scared exactly, but I felt uneasy. I kept thinking about those footsteps I'd heard the night before. At some point, I must have dozed off sitting there because I woke with a start when I heard something hit the side of the cabin hard. It wasn't the wind. It was too solid, too deliberate. I stood up slowly, heart hammering in my chest. I listened, barely breathing. Another thump came, this time against the back wall. I moved to the window and shined the flashlight outside, sweeping the beam across the trees. Rain splattered against the glass, making it hard to see much, but for a second, I thought I saw something. A figure low to the ground, moving just at the edge of the light. I backed away from the window quickly. I locked the door, even though I knew it wouldn't hold much if someone really wanted to get in. The rain kept falling, and I sat there by the fire, flashlight in hand, until the first pale light of morning started to creep in through the windows. When it was light enough, I went outside to look around. I didn't find much, just some scuffed marks in the mud by the back wall, like someone or something had been pacing there. I couldn't tell what made them. The prints were too smeared to tell if they were human or animal. I thought about packing up and leaving right then, but the stubborn part of me didn't want to admit I was scared. I told myself it was just an animal looking for food. Maybe a raccoon, maybe a coyote. Still, I spent most of that day inside, only stepping out once to gather a little more firewood. I didn't go back out onto the trails. I didn't go near the woods. That night, the storm had passed, but the woods were still, too still. I built another fire, more for comfort than anything, and sat there, staring into the flames. Around 2 in the morning, I heard it again. Footsteps, slow, crunching along the gravel. I killed the flashlight and sat completely still, heart pounding. The steps came closer and closer until they were right outside the door. There was a long pause. Then the knob on the door rattled. Not wildly, not like an animal bumping into it. Slowly, like someone was trying to turn it quietly. My throat went dry. I grabbed the heavy fire poker from beside the stove and crept toward the door. I didn't make a sound. I stood there, barely breathing, listening. After what felt like forever, the knob stopped moving. Silence. I waited, not moving, for what had to be another half hour. My legs started to cramp, but I didn't dare shift. Finally, when I thought it might be safe, I crept to the window and peeked out. Nothing there. Still, I didn't sleep the rest of the night. At first light, I packed up everything I could in 5 minutes flat. I wasn't going to stay another night. I loaded the Tahoe, locked the cabin out of habit even though it felt useless, and peeled out down the gravel road faster than was probably safe. The forest seemed to close in around me as I drove. Trees leaning over the road, branches scraping the roof of the truck. I kept checking the mirrors, half expecting to see someone sprinting after me. But I didn't see anything. I made it back to the highway by mid-morning and didn't stop until I was halfway back to Billings. I pulled into a gas station, shaking so bad I could barely fill the tank. I didn't tell anyone what happened. When my brother asked how the trip was, I just said it was fine, peaceful. But I never went back to Bitterroot Lake. Months later, I tried to find the cabin listing again, just to see it, maybe convince myself I imagined it all. It was gone. No trace of it online. No mention of a rental near the lake at all. Sometimes I wonder. It was late October of 2017 when I decided I needed a break from everything. I had been working nonstop at my job in a small auto repair shop in Columbus, Ohio. Day after day, fixing busted engines and worn-out brakes had worn me down to the bone. I was 34 back then, living alone in a small apartment that always felt a little too quiet at night. I had no girlfriend, no kids, and barely any friends left who weren't already tied up with their own lives. One evening, after a particularly long shift, I sat down at my kitchen table and opened my old laptop. I just typed "cheap cabins near woods for rent" into the search bar without thinking much about it. I didn't want a hotel or a bed and breakfast. I wanted somewhere silent, somewhere where I didn't have to hear cars whizzing by or people shouting across parking lots. I found one pretty quickly, a listing for a little cabin deep inside Wayne National Forest, about a 3-hour drive southeast from me. The pictures showed an old wood cabin, single story, surrounded by thick pine trees. It looked peaceful, maybe a little run down, but that didn't bother me. It was dirt cheap too. A guy named Dennis owned it and handled the bookings through some back-end rental site. I booked it for a week without a second thought. A few days later, I packed my beat-up 2008 Toyota Tacoma with enough food, bottled water, and basic supplies to last me a full week. I threw in a few paperbacks, a flashlight, a hunting knife just in case, and some old blankets. I didn't plan on using my phone much. Service would probably be terrible out there anyway. The drive was mostly smooth, 2-lane highways surrounded by trees blazing red and orange. Eventually, the road narrowed into cracked asphalt, then into dirt. I followed the emailed directions exactly. It felt like I was going deeper and deeper into nowhere. The dirt road had potholes big enough to swallow a tire. My truck bounced and rattled the whole way. After what felt like forever, I saw it. A small wooden sign half-rotted at the edge of the trees that just said, "Deep Pines." I turned in. The road to the cabin was barely more than 2 tire tracks through the grass and leaves. It was slow going, Finally, after creeping along for about 20 minutes, the trees opened up a little, and there it was, the cabin. It looked even rougher in person. The wood siding was weathered and gray. A narrow porch sagged at the front. There were no other houses around. No people, no sounds except the faint hiss of the wind through the pines. The air smelled heavy with pine sap and damp earth. I parked off to the side, shut off the truck, and just sat there for a minute. Felt strange. Not bad, just strange. Like I had stepped out of the world I knew and into some forgotten place. I got out and stretched. The key was supposed to be hidden in a little box nailed under the porch. I found it easily enough. It was rusted and gritty, but it worked. The cabin door groaned when I pushed it open. Inside, it was even smaller than I expected. There was a main room with a battered old couch, a wood stove for heat, and a low coffee table covered in scratches. A tiny kitchen sat off to the left with a stained sink and an old propane fridge. A narrow door led to a bedroom with a sagging twin bed. There was a bathroom too, but it was barely more than a closet with a toilet and a cold water shower stall. No electricity, of course, just a couple old gas lamps and a stack of candles. I unpacked quickly, laying out my food and gear on the little kitchen counter. I checked my phone out of habit, no service. Not even a flicker of a bar. I clicked it off and shoved it in my duffel bag. The first day passed peacefully. I sat out on the porch, reading one of my books while the sun sank lower behind the trees. It got cold fast once the light faded. I lit one of the gas lamps and built a small fire in the wood stove. It creaked and popped, filling the cabin with a dry heat. That night, lying in bed under 2 blankets, I listened to the sounds of the forest. They weren't loud exactly, but they were constant. A low symphony of rustles and creaks, the occasional crack of a branch somewhere out in the dark. I didn't mind it. It felt good to be away from everything. But around 3 in the morning, I woke up. Something had thudded against the side of the cabin. I lay there, stiff and blinking into the blackness. I strained my ears but heard nothing else. Probably just a raccoon or a deer. Still, my heart pounded harder than it should have. I told myself not to be stupid and eventually drifted back to sleep. The next few days were the same. Long, quiet stretches of reading, chopping firewood, walking little trails through the woods. The only signs of human life were the old trails themselves, half overgrown and winding through the trees. I didn't see another person, no other cabins, no hikers, nothing. It was exactly what I had wanted. Until the 5th night. That evening had been colder than the others. The sky was a flat gray all day, and the wind picked up around sunset. I had to stuff extra logs into the wood stove to keep the cabin warm. Around midnight, I woke up again. This time, it wasn't just a single thud. It was footsteps. I heard them clear as day, crunching slowly across the leaves outside, moving around the cabin. I held my breath, frozen under the blankets. The steps circled once, then faded. I didn't sleep much after that. In the morning, I walked around the cabin, looking for prints, but the ground was hard and covered in dry leaves. Nothing stood out. I told myself again it was probably an animal, maybe a bear or a big buck. The steps could have sounded heavier at night when everything else was quiet. Still, I started carrying my hunting knife tucked into my jacket during the day, just in case. Later that day, it rained. A slow, cold drizzle that made everything slick and miserable. I stayed inside, reading, dozing by the fire, trying not to let my mind wander back to those footsteps. By evening, the rain had stopped, but the world outside the windows looked darker somehow. The trees seemed thicker, closer. I double-checked the door lock before bed. I even dragged the old wooden table in front of the door, feeling a little stupid but doing it anyway. It didn't help. Around 2 in the morning, I woke up again. This time, there was no doubt. Someone was outside. I could hear breathing. Heavy, slow breathing, just beyond the wall of the bedroom. The hair on my arms stood straight up. I didn't move. I didn't even blink. The breathing stayed there for what felt like forever. Then came a slow scrape, like someone dragging a hand across the wood siding. I didn't have a gun, just the knife. I slid it out of my jacket as silently as I could. Eventually, the breathing stopped. The night stretched out, thick and empty. When dawn finally came, I got up and looked outside. I found marks on the wall. Long, thin scratches, maybe made by a stick or a knife. They ran about chest high, following the wall from the bedroom window around toward the front porch. I packed my stuff in about 5 minutes flat. I didn't even bother eating breakfast. I threw everything into the truck and tore out of there, bouncing down the dirt track, heart hammering. When I hit the main road, I felt like I could finally breathe again. I didn't look back. I drove until I hit a little town about an hour away. I pulled into the first gas station I found, bought a coffee, and sat in the parking lot trying to calm down. I thought about calling someone, the local sheriff maybe, but what would I say? Someone breathing outside my cabin? Scratches on the wall? Sounded crazy. Instead, I drove home. I got back to my apartment late that evening. It felt strange being back among lights and noise. I didn't unpack that night. I just showered, collapsed into bed, and slept like a rock. In the days that followed, I tried to put it out of my mind. I went back to work. I fixed cars. I told myself it had been an animal, or maybe just my imagination, keyed up from too much isolation. But a week later, I got an email from the rental site. It said the Deep Pines cabin was no longer available. The owner had pulled the listing without explanation. Curious, I dug around a little online. I found an old news article from about 6 years earlier. Some hikers had gone missing near Wayne National Forest, not far from where the cabin was. Their bodies were never found. The article mentioned a cabin in the area, but no one had been living there at the time. I didn't dig any deeper after that. I never went back to the woods alone again, and I never stayed in another cabin that I didn't know personally. Sometimes, when the nights get real quiet in my apartment, I still think about that breathing, about those slow, dragging scratches on the wood, and I wonder what would have happened if I hadn't left when I did. My name is Sean. I'm 32 now, but this happened back in late September of 2017. I lived in northern Wyoming back then, in a small town where not a lot really happened. Most people either worked at the oil fields on cattle ranches or drove down to Cheyenne or up into Montana to find other work. Life was simple and slow, which suited me just fine. I worked construction during the spring and summer and took winters off, doing odd jobs or helping my uncle run his small supply store. That year, the construction season had ended early because of a string of bad weather, so by mid-September, I found myself with a lot of time on my hands. I decided to spend a few days at an old cabin that my family owned deep in the Medicine Bow National Forest, about 40 miles south of town. The cabin wasn't much. No running water, no electricity, just an old wood stove for heat and a few pieces of heavy furniture that had been there longer than I had been alive. My father used to take me there as a kid, but it had been years since I last stayed there overnight. Something about the thought of being alone out there for a few days felt right. I packed light, just some canned food, a rifle, a hunting knife, some matches, a few jugs of water, a thick sleeping bag, a small hatchet, and my old backpack stuffed with clothes and basic gear. I figured I'd chop some firewood, do a little hiking, and maybe clear out the place for the winter. I loaded up my truck early one chilly morning and made the drive out there. The roads turned from pavement to gravel to little more than 2 narrow ruts cutting through the trees. Eventually, I had to park the truck about half a mile from the cabin because a few fallen trees blocked the path. I didn't mind the walk. I slung my backpack over my shoulders, grabbed the water jugs, and headed off. The hike was easy at first. The air was cold and clean the way it always is out there. The forest smelled of pine and damp earth. Every step I took crunched on the thin layer of frost that had formed overnight. I was alone, except for the occasional bird call or rustle of a squirrel. The cabin looked exactly how I remembered it. Squat and gray with a sagging porch and a roof patched together with old shingles and tar paper. The windows were covered with thick wooden shutters to keep the snow out during the winter months. Felt like stepping back in time. I spent the first few hours cleaning up. I opened the shutters to let some light in, brushed out the spider webs, and checked to make sure the wood stove still worked. I cleared some debris from the small clearing around the cabin and chopped a stack of firewood big enough to last a few days. It was hard work, but it kept me warm and I didn't mind. That first night, I cooked up a can of stew on the wood stove and settled in with an old book I'd found on a shelf. It was quiet, except for the occasional snap and pop of the fire. The forest outside was dark and still. I had no cell signal, but I expected that. It was part of the reason I had come out here, to get away from everything. I slept surprisingly well that night. The air was cold, but the sleeping bag and the steady heat from the stove kept me comfortable. I woke up once or twice to throw another log on the fire, but otherwise the night passed without incident. The second day started off clear and cold. I decided to hike up to an old lookout point a couple of miles away. It was a rough trail, barely visible at times, but I knew the area well enough not to get lost. I packed some water, a few granola bars, and my rifle, just in case I stumbled across a deer or something. The hike took longer than I remembered. Fallen trees and overgrown brush slowed me down. The higher I climbed, the more the wind picked up, cutting through my jacket and making me glad I had dressed in layers. When I finally reached the lookout, the view was worth it. Endless miles of forest stretching out in every direction, the trees starting to turn gold and red with the coming fall. I spent about an hour up there, just sitting and eating a snack, feeling the sun on my face. It was peaceful in a way I hadn't felt in a long time. The way back down took less time, but somewhere along the trail, I started to feel like something was off. It's hard to explain. The forest was still and quiet, but it felt too quiet, like all the small noises that should have been there. The birds, the squirrels, even the wind had gone away. I stopped several times, scanning the trees, but I didn't see anything. I told myself I was just being jumpy. Maybe there was a mountain lion in the area, or maybe it was just my imagination. Still, I kept the rifle ready in my hands the rest of the way back to the cabin. When I finally saw the cabin through the trees, a wave of relief washed over me. I hurried the last 100 yards or so, eager to get inside and get a fire going. But as I reached the porch, I noticed something strange. The door was slightly open. I clearly remembered pulling it shut behind me that morning. It was an old, heavy door, and it didn't swing open on its own. A chill went through me that had nothing to do with the cold air. I raised the rifle to my shoulder and pushed the door open with the barrel. Inside, everything looked normal at first glance. The fire had gone out in the stove, and the air inside was freezing. My backpack was where I had left it. The cans of food sat neatly on the table. Nothing seemed disturbed. I checked every room, every corner, even under the bed, but found nothing. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that someone had been there. I closed and barred the door, then lit a fire and sat near the stove, trying to warm up. My ears strained for every sound, but all I could hear was the fire crackling and the occasional groan of the old wood as the cabin settled. I stayed awake late into the night, listening, but nothing happened. Eventually, exhaustion got the better of me, and I crawled into my sleeping bag, rifle within reach. Sometime in the early morning hours, I woke up to a noise. It was faint, but in the utter stillness, it was clear, the crunch of footsteps on frozen ground, just outside the cabin. I lay perfectly still, heart hammering in my chest. The footsteps circled the cabin slowly, deliberately. I could hear the boards of the porch creaking under someone's weight. Whoever it was, they weren't in a hurry. They moved with a steady, careful pace, pausing now and then, as if listening. I clutched the rifle and stared at the door, waiting for it to burst open. But it never did. After what felt like an eternity, the footsteps moved away, fading into the distance. I didn't sleep for the rest of the night. When dawn finally broke, I opened the door cautiously and stepped outside. The clearing around the cabin was empty, the trees still and silent. I looked for tracks, but the ground was hard and dry, and I couldn't find any clear footprints. I told myself maybe it had been an animal, maybe a deer or a bear, but deep down I didn't believe that. Something was wrong. I decided to cut the trip short and head back to my truck. I packed quickly, stuffing everything into my backpack and dousing the fire. The walk back to the truck felt endless. Every crack of a branch, every gust of wind made me jump. I kept glancing over my shoulder, half expecting to see someone following me. When I finally reached the truck, I practically threw my gear into the bed and jumped into the cab, locking the doors behind me. I sat there for a minute, breathing hard, trying to calm myself. Then I started the engine and headed back toward town. But the trip didn't end there. About 5 miles down the rough trail, I saw something that made my blood run cold. There was another truck parked just off the road. An old, rusted-out Chevy that looked like it hadn't run in years. It hadn't been there when I drove in 2 days earlier. I slowed down as I passed it, peering into the cab. The windows were fogged up and dirty, but I could just make out piles of junk inside. Old clothes, food wrappers, what looked like sleeping bags. It wasn't abandoned. Someone was living in it. I didn't stop. I pressed the gas and didn't let up until I hit the main road. Back in town, I went straight to the sheriff's office and told them what had happened. I left out some of the stranger feelings, didn't want them thinking I was crazy, but I reported the strange truck and the open door. A deputy drove out there later that day. He said he found the old Chevy but no sign of anyone. He figured it was just some drifter living out in the woods, maybe trying to stay out of sight. It wasn't that unusual in our part of the country, but I knew better. Someone had been watching me. Maybe they had been in the cabin while I was gone. Maybe they had been the one walking around it that night. I don't know what they wanted, and I don't want to know. I never went back to that cabin. We sold the property the following year. Sometimes, late at night, I still think about it, about how close I might have come to something terrible. It's not the idea of ghosts or monsters that scares me. It's the thought of a real person, hiding out there in the woods, watching, waiting. And I know, without a doubt, that if I had stayed even one more night, I might not have come back. My name's Chris Maddox. I'm 32 years old now, but this happened when I was 28. It was late October 2020, about a week before Halloween. I had taken some time off from work because I felt completely burned out. I was working long hours at a construction company in Indianapolis, and between the pressure and the cold weather starting to roll in, I needed a break. I decided to rent a cabin deep in the woods, about 2 hours south, near a place called Bear Hollow in southern Indiana. I found it online through some vacation rental site. It was advertised as peaceful and private, sitting on about 20 acres of thick woods. No neighbors, no cell service, and the nearest gas station was about a 25-minute drive. That sounded perfect to me. I packed up my truck on a Friday morning. I threw in some groceries, a few changes of clothes, my hunting rifle, just in case, even though I wasn't planning to hunt, and some basic camping gear. My plan was simple: sit by the fire, read, hike a little, and just relax. The drive down was peaceful. The trees had turned brilliant colors, bright reds, oranges, and yellows. It was a little chilly, but not freezing yet. It was the kind of crisp fall air that makes you feel alive. When I finally pulled down the gravel road leading to the cabin, I was pretty impressed. The place was about a mile off the main road, way back in the woods. It wasn't huge, just a one-bedroom log cabin with a small front porch and a stone chimney. There was a fire pit out front, a little woodshed full of chopped logs, and a trail leading into the forest behind the cabin. I unlocked the door using the code the owner had sent me and stepped inside. The place smelled like fresh wood and a little bit of old smoke from the fireplace. The inside was simple but cozy. A leather couch faced the fireplace, a small kitchen was tucked into the corner, and there was a short hallway leading to a bathroom and a bedroom. I spent the first couple of hours unpacking, stacking firewood by the hearth, and getting settled in. By the time the sun started dipping low, I had a fire going in the fireplace and a steak sizzling in a cast iron pan. After dinner, I sat by the fire with a book, feeling more relaxed than I had in months. It was completely silent except for the crackling of the fire and the occasional creak of the cabin settling. Around 9 p.m., I decided to head outside for a bit. I bundled up in my jacket and stepped onto the porch. The night was pitch black. No moon, just a sky full of stars. It was almost too quiet. I could hear my own breathing, the crunch of gravel under my boots, and the faint rustle of leaves now and then when the wind picked up. I stood by the fire pit, staring up at the stars for a long time. After a while, I thought I heard something faint, a kind of snapping sound, like a twig breaking. It was off to the right, near the tree line. At first, I figured it was just a deer. There were plenty of deer around this time of year. I didn't feel any real concern. Still, the sound had been sharp, close enough that I turned my head and squinted into the trees. I couldn't see anything, just thick blackness beyond the faint glow of the porch light. I decided to brush it off. It was probably just an animal. I went back inside, locked the door, stoked the fire a bit, and settled back into the couch. I must have dozed off because the next thing I knew, I woke up to the fire burned down to just glowing embers and a weird, distant thud outside. It wasn't loud, but it was enough to jolt me fully awake. I sat up, listening hard. The cabin was freezing cold now, and the air felt strangely heavy, like when a storm's about to break. But the sky outside had been perfectly clear earlier. Another thud. This time it sounded closer, maybe from the side of the cabin. I got up slowly, my heart starting to pound. I grabbed the flashlight from the mantel and my rifle from where it leaned against the wall. I didn't turn on any lights. I didn't want to light myself up like a target inside the cabin. I stood by the window and peered out. The flashlight beam cut into the dark, bouncing off the trees, but I didn't see anything. Still, something didn't feel right. I double-checked that the front door was locked, then made a slow circuit of the cabin, checking the windows. Everything seemed secure. Another thud, louder this time, almost like something slamming against the back of the cabin where the bedroom was. That got my blood pumping hard. I clicked off the flashlight and crept down the hallway to the bedroom. The window there faced the backyard and the woods beyond. I crouched down by the window, peeking out from the bottom edge. The backyard was pitch black. I couldn't see anything, not even the outline of the trees. For a long time, I just sat there in the dark, trying to calm my breathing and listening. Then I heard it, a dragging sound, like something heavy being pulled through the leaves. It was close, maybe 10 or 15 feet from the cabin. I tried to tell myself it could be a bear or maybe a big deer tangled in something. But deep down, I didn't believe that. The dragging sound was slow, deliberate, not frantic, not the way an animal moves when it's panicking. I decided I wasn't going to sit there waiting. I threw on my boots, slung the rifle over my shoulder, and grabbed my truck keys. My plan was to get to the truck and leave. I could find a hotel for the night and deal with whatever this was in the morning. When I opened the door, the cold hit me like a slap. I stepped out onto the porch, sweeping the flashlight across the yard. Still nothing. I moved quickly down the steps, keeping low. The gravel crunched under my boots way louder than I wanted it to. I felt exposed out there in the open, like something was watching me from the woods. I got to the truck, unlocked it, and climbed inside, locking the doors immediately. I started the engine, and the headlights flared to life, illuminating the cabin and the front yard. That's when I saw it. There was a man standing at the edge of the trees, maybe 30 feet away. He was facing the cabin, standing completely still. He was wearing a dark jacket and pants, but I couldn't make out his face. He wasn't holding anything, but the way he stood there was wrong, like he was waiting. For a second, I just froze, staring at him. He didn't move, didn't flinch when the headlights hit him full on. Finally, I threw the truck into reverse and peeled out of there, the tires spitting gravel behind me. I didn't stop. I didn't look back. I drove the gravel road as fast as I dared, heart hammering so hard I could barely breathe. When I hit the main road, I floored it. I didn't stop driving until I hit a little gas station about 30 miles away. It was still open. I pulled into the lot under the bright lights and just sat there for a few minutes, trying to get my hands to stop shaking. I thought about calling the police, but what was I going to say? Some guy was standing in the woods? It wasn't illegal to stand on someone's land, even if it was creepy. Still, I didn't go back to the cabin that night. I checked into a cheap roadside motel and barely slept. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that man standing there, watching. The next morning, I drove back to Bear Hollow with the sheriff. I figured it was better to have some backup just in case. The cabin looked the same as I'd left it. No broken windows, no sign of forced entry. But when we walked around the back of the cabin, we found something that made my blood run cold. There were deep drag marks in the dirt and leaves, starting near the bedroom window and leading into the woods. Something heavy had been pulled through there. The sheriff looked at them, then looked at me. He asked if I wanted to file a formal report. I said yes. We never found out who the man was. He didn't come back as far as I know. The owner of the cabin refunded me for the weekend and apologized, saying he'd never had any problems like that before. I didn't care. I knew I was never going back there. I still think about it sometimes, especially in the fall when the air gets crisp and the leaves turn. I wonder what that man was planning. If I hadn't woken up, if I hadn't left when I did. I don't know if he was just trying to scare me, or if it was something worse. I'm just glad I trusted my gut. Now, when I go camping or rent a place in the woods, I make sure there's cell service. I carry a satellite phone. I let someone know exactly where I am when I'm coming back, because out there, in the deep woods, when you're alone, nobody's coming to help you if something goes wrong. And sometimes the biggest danger isn't a wild animal or a storm. It's another person. I don't talk about that trip much anymore. It's not because I'm embarrassed or trying to bury it. It's more that when you live through something like that, you realize how easily things can turn ugly when you're far away from help. It's not dramatic or cinematic like in movies. It's slow, exhausting, dirty, and terrifying in a way most people can't imagine. It happened back in early October of 2022. I was 29 then, working as a mechanic in a small shop just outside Bloomington, Indiana. I'd been feeling the grind of everyday life getting to me. Long hours, loud shops, aching hands, and the same streets every day. I needed something to break the routine, and it had been years since I'd really been out in nature. I found the listing by chance, a small off-grid cabin way up in a stretch of woods in southern Ohio, near a place called Cedar Hollow. It wasn't a fancy vacation rental. No spa, no TV, no Wi-Fi. Just an old wooden cabin that sat on a crumbling property owned by a guy who barely kept up the place anymore. It was cheap too, $70 a night. Bring your own food, your own water, your own firewood. That kind of deal. I booked 4 nights. I figured that was long enough to clear my head, but not long enough to get bored or restless. I packed up my beat-up old Tacoma with the essentials. Canned food, bottled water, a sleeping bag, firewood, an axe, a camping stove, extra gas, a flashlight with backup batteries, a knife, a small first aid kit, and some basic tools. The drive out took about 5 hours. The farther I got from the highways, the rougher the roads became. They turned from pavement to gravel to dirt. The trees grew thicker, and the few houses I passed looked abandoned or barely lived in. When I finally found the narrow, rutted driveway leading up to the cabin, it was barely visible through the trees. There was no sign, just a break in the brush and 2 old wooden posts that looked like they'd once held a chain or a gate. The driveway twisted uphill for nearly a mile. My truck struggled on the steep grades, the tires spitting up loose rocks and dirt. I finally reached a clearing where the cabin sat, hunched low to the ground. It was smaller than the pictures had made it look. Just a single-story box with a sagging porch and a tin roof. The wood siding was gray and cracked, and the windows were small and clouded with grime. There was a stone chimney on one side, but no sign of smoke. Nobody had been there for a while. I got out, stretched my legs, and took a look around. The clearing was surrounded by thick, tall trees, mostly oaks and maples, some pines. Their leaves were just starting to turn colors, splashing reds and yellows across the treetops. The air smelled of damp earth and wood smoke, even though there was no fire. It was quiet except for the occasional caw of a crow or the rustle of squirrels in the underbrush. I unlocked the door with the key the owner had mailed me and stepped inside. The interior was bare bones but serviceable. A narrow bed with a thin mattress in one corner, a small wood stove in the middle, a rickety table with 2 mismatched chairs, a countertop with a rusted-out sink and a hand pump for water, though I'd read the well hadn't been tested in years, so I didn't plan to drink it. There was an old metal cabinet with some dusty pots and pans. A few mouse droppings were scattered across the floor, but otherwise it wasn't too bad. I spent the next hour unpacking and getting the place settled. I stacked my firewood under the porch, set up my little stove on the table, and rolled out my sleeping bag on the bed. I checked the stove and the chimney, clearing out some debris that had fallen inside. It would get cold at night, and I didn't want to wake up freezing. By the time I was done, the sun was getting low. The woods swallowed up the light fast. I cooked a simple meal of canned stew and bread, ate it at the table, and listened to the sounds of the forest creep closer as night fell. The place felt remote. I knew the nearest neighbor was supposed to be miles away, and there was no cell signal up there at all. That was part of the appeal, total isolation. After cleaning up, I went out onto the porch with a lantern and sat on the old rocking chair. The stars overhead were bright and sharp, the Milky Way a hazy stripe across the sky. I rocked slowly, listening to the frogs croaking somewhere in the distance, the owls calling from the treetops. I should have felt peaceful. I should have been savoring the quiet after so many months of noise and stress. But instead, I started feeling uneasy. It wasn't anything obvious. No strange noises, no weird shapes in the woods. Just a slow, crawling tension that crept into my chest. I chalked it up to nerves. First night alone in the woods in a long time. Perfectly normal. I turned in early, locked the door, and bolted it for good measure. I kept the axe next to the bed just in case. The first night passed uneventfully, though I woke up a few times to the sounds of wind rattling the cabin walls. The old wood creaked and groaned with every gust. Around 3 in the morning, I thought I heard footsteps outside, crunching slowly through the dry leaves. But when I sat up and listened hard, it faded away. Could have been a deer, I told myself. Could have been anything. The second day, I spent exploring the woods around the cabin. There were no marked trails, but game paths crisscrossed the area. I followed one downhill to a dry creek bed, climbed over fallen trees, snapped pictures of mushrooms and mossy rocks. The air was crisp and cool, and the trees blocked most of the sun, leaving the ground damp and shadowy. As I walked, though, I kept getting the feeling that something was just beyond my sight, like if I turned around fast enough, I'd catch someone ducking behind a tree. Once, I thought I heard low voices, but when I stopped, heart hammering, there was only silence and the whisper of the breeze. That night, the feeling got worse. I lit a fire in the wood stove, cooked some pasta, and sat inside reading an old paperback novel I'd brought. I kept glancing at the windows, though, and every time I looked, I thought I caught the faintest movement out of the corner of my eye, like someone ducking away. At one point, I heard the unmistakable sound of something brushing against the side of the cabin. Slow and deliberate, not the wind, something heavier. I grabbed my flashlight and the axe and stepped out onto the porch. The beam of light stabbed into the darkness, bouncing off the trees and brush. I swept it back and forth, heart pounding, but saw nothing. I stood there for a long time, breathing hard, ears straining for any sound. Nothing, just the cold air and the rustling leaves. I went back inside, double-checked the locks, and jammed a chair under the doorknob for good measure. I barely slept, waking up at every creak and groan of the old wood. By the third day, I was on edge. I told myself again and again that I was being paranoid, that being isolated was making my imagination run wild. But deep down, I knew it wasn't just my imagination. I stayed close to the cabin that day. I spent hours gathering wood, chopping it down to smaller pieces, stacking it neatly under the porch. Busy work, keeping my hands moving so my mind wouldn't start spinning. Every so often, I'd stop and listen, straining to hear past the sounds of the forest. Around late afternoon, as I was stacking the last of the wood, I found tracks. Not deer tracks, not raccoon, human tracks, barefoot, pressed deep into the soft earth behind the cabin. I knelt down and looked closer. They were fresh, maybe a few hours old at most. The toes were splayed wide, and the prints were long, almost freakishly so. Whoever it was had been standing right behind the cabin, hidden from view. I stared at those prints for a long time. Something was very wrong. I packed up everything I could inside. I made sure the fire was stoked high in the stove, thinking maybe the light would deter anyone from approaching at night. I kept the axe and my knife within reach. I barely touched my dinner, my stomach a tight knot. That night, it started again. At first, it was just the creaking of the trees, the wind brushing against the walls. But then I heard definite footsteps, slow, heavy, circling the cabin. I turned off the lantern and crouched by the bed, heart hammering in my chest, axe in hand. Through the small, grimy window, I could see movement, a shadow slipping through the trees. Not an animal, not a trick of the light, person. I stayed frozen there for hours, listening as whoever it was circled and circled, sometimes stopping so long I started to wonder if they were gone, only to hear them move again, closer than before. At some point, exhaustion took over, and I must have dozed off. I woke up before dawn, stiff and cold. It was silent outside. The fire had burned low, and the cabin was chilly. I packed my things in a frenzy, cramming everything into my backpack and tossing it into the truck. I didn't even bother with breakfast. I just wanted out. When I climbed into the truck and turned the key, the engine struggled, sputtered, died. Panic rose up in my throat. I tried again, pumping the gas. The engine caught, wheezed, then sputtered out again. It was dead. I popped the hood, hands shaking, and found the problem in I didn't think much when I booked the cabin at Fisherman's Hollow. It was early October 2022, and I had just turned 32 a few months before. Life back home in Traverse City, Michigan, felt like it was closing in on me. Long work hours, endless noise, the usual chaos that builds up without you noticing. I hadn't taken any time off for almost 2 years, so when I saw the cheap listing online, I booked it without thinking twice. A week alone in the woods sounded like the exact kind of reset I needed. The drive out there was about 4.5 hours. The last hour took me through these winding, narrow roads, most of them cracked and patched up from harsh winters. Tall pine trees lined both sides, blocking out the late afternoon sun. I remember thinking how quiet everything felt once I got deep enough into the woods, like the whole world had muted itself. The cabin was tucked away past a dirt road that hardly looked traveled at all. I almost missed the turnoff. The sign marking Fisherman's Hollow was barely hanging onto one chain, swinging gently in the breeze. There were no other cars parked when I got there. No other cabins close by that I could see. That was the point, though. I wanted to be alone. The cabin itself looked old but solid. It was a one-room place with a small porch out front, a wood stove inside for heat, and a rickety-looking shed sitting about 50 feet off to the left, half covered in wild brush. I unloaded my gear, just the basics. Clothes, some canned food, a couple jugs of water, and my old backpacking stove in case the wood stove didn't work. I also brought a couple of ratty paperbacks and my fishing rod, thinking maybe I'd spend some lazy afternoons by the little lake I had seen on the listing photos. After getting settled in, I decided to walk down to the water. It wasn't far, maybe a 5-minute walk through some dense woods. The trees felt closer together than they did on the drive-in, the kind of thick, dark woods that swallow sound. Every step on the dry leaves sounded too loud. When I got to the lake, the sun was almost down. It wasn't a big lake, maybe a few hundred yards across, but it was beautiful, completely still. No ripples, no ducks, no boats, nothing. I stood there for a while, breathing in the cool air, feeling like maybe I made the right call after all. Back at the cabin, I made a quick meal and got a fire going in the wood stove. The place warmed up fast. I sat on the only chair inside, an old creaky thing that probably dated back to the 70s, and read for a while. At some point, I must have dozed off because when I opened my eyes, it was full dark outside, and the fire had burned down low. It was quiet, too quiet. You don't realize how much background noise you live with until it's gone. No cars, no voices, no hum of appliances, just the occasional pop from the wood stove and the sound of the wind brushing against the old wooden walls. I crawled into the bed, a narrow, saggy mattress pushed up against the far wall, and tried to sleep. It didn't come easy. Every creak of the cabin made me jerk awake. The woods felt like they were pressing against the walls, listening. The second day went better. I made breakfast, wandered around the property, tried fishing down at the lake but didn't catch anything. I didn't see anyone, no hikers, no other campers, no distant cars. I liked it that way, but there was something I don't know. The feeling. It started that afternoon. I'd be standing out by the lake or poking around the trees, and I'd get the heavy feeling that someone was standing just behind me. I'd whip around, expecting to see a hiker or maybe a deer, but there was never anything there, just the trees packed tight together like a wall. That night, I kept hearing something outside the cabin. It wasn't the normal creaks and groans. It sounded like something walking, soft steps, crunching on the dry leaves. Every time I sat up and listened hard, the noise would stop. I told myself it was probably a raccoon or maybe a deer. There were tons of animals out here. Still, I kept the axe, the one from the woodpile outside, next to my bed. The third day, I hiked deeper into the woods. I figured maybe I was just spooking myself. I needed to get my head right. There were old trails, barely visible, that cut through the forest. I followed one for a couple of hours, hoping to tire myself out. That's when I found it. About 2 miles in, past a thick patch of pine trees, I stumbled across an old clearing. In the middle of it sat another cabin. This one wasn't like mine. It looked abandoned. The roof had half collapsed. The door hung loose on its hinges. The windows were broken out. Vines and weeds had swallowed most of it. It didn't look like anyone had been near it in years, but there were tracks, fresh ones, deep boot prints in the soft dirt, leading around the side of the cabin. I stood there staring at them for way too long. I hadn't seen another person since I got here. No other cars, no voices, nothing. Someone had been there. Recently, I backed away and left fast, heart hammering against my ribs. I didn't run. I didn't want to panic, but I walked as quick as I could back to my cabin, checking over my shoulder the whole way. I kept telling myself maybe there were maintenance workers or hikers I just hadn't seen, but it didn't sit right. That night was worse. I heard the footsteps again, closer, slower, deliberate, leaves crunching just outside the cabin walls. I didn't move. I didn't breathe. I lay in the bed, clutching the axe, staring at the door. At one point, the footsteps stopped right by the porch. I swear I could hear breathing. I wanted to jump up and check, but something in me said not to. Just wait. Stay still. I must have stayed frozen there for hours before sleep finally took me. In the morning, I checked around the cabin. I didn't find tracks. The ground was too dry and packed down, but a few small piles of leaves had been disturbed near the porch steps, like someone had stood there, shifting their weight. I told myself it was just animals. That was easier than thinking otherwise. By the fourth day, I was thinking about leaving early. The whole point of this trip was to relax, and I felt the opposite of relaxed. Still, I told myself I was overreacting. Paranoia, cabin fever, that kind of thing. Around noon, I decided to walk back to the lake. Fishing usually calmed me down. That's when I noticed it. There were new boot prints, same as the ones I saw by the abandoned cabin, leading from the woods straight toward my cabin. They circled around it, looping wide, then disappeared back into the trees. I hadn't made those prints. I hadn't even been over on that side of the cabin. Someone had come around while I slept. I packed up my things as fast as I could. I decided to drive into town, even if it was an hour away, and stay there for the night. Maybe find a cheap motel. I couldn't shake the feeling that whoever was out there didn't want me here. As I stuffed my bag, I heard a noise from the shed, a sharp metallic clank. The shed had been locked with an old rusty padlock when I got there. I hadn't bothered with it. Probably just old tools, junk left behind by whoever owned the property. But now I could swear I saw the padlock swinging slightly in the breeze, as if it had just been touched. I didn't go near it. I threw everything into the backseat of my car, slammed the door shut, and jammed the keys into the ignition. The car didn't start. The engine turned over once, a sad, slow whine, and died. I tried again. Nothing. It didn't make any sense. The car had been running fine the whole trip. I popped the hood, staring at the engine like I would somehow know what was wrong, but everything looked fine. No loose cables, no smoke, nothing obvious. I felt that same heavy weight again, that feeling that someone was behind me. I turned fast, looking toward the trees. Nothing there, just woods, still, silent. But I knew better. Whoever had been creeping around wasn't gone. I decided there was no way I was staying another night. I slung my backpack on and started walking up the dirt road the way I came in. Town was about an hour's drive, so walking would take all day, maybe longer, but I didn't care. I wasn't staying. About 15 minutes into the walk, I heard a car engine behind me. Relief flooded me. Maybe another camper. Maybe help. I turned, expecting to see a pickup truck or maybe a forest ranger. Instead, it was an old blue Ford Bronco, beat up, rust creeping along the wheel wells. Windows dark, so dark I couldn't see who was inside. The Bronco slowed when it reached me, crawling along the dirt road, matching my pace. I kept walking, didn't look at it, didn't wave. The Bronco inched closer. I tightened my grip on the axe handle poking out of my backpack. Finally, after what felt like forever, the Bronco sped up, kicking up dust, and disappeared around the bend. I kept walking faster now, nearly jogging. About 10 minutes later, I heard the engine again. Ahead of me this time, the Bronco had turned around. It was coming back. I dove off the road into the trees, crouching low behind a fallen log. I stayed as still as I could, heart hammering so loud I was sure whoever was inside could hear. It was late October 2022 when I decided I needed a break from my everyday life. I was 32 years old, living alone in a small apartment outside of Columbus, Ohio. I had been working at a machine parts factory for years, and the constant noise, schedules, and stress had worn me down. I wasn't sleeping well. I barely saw my friends anymore. Everything felt like it was piling up inside of me. One morning, after a night of barely 2 hours of real sleep, I sat staring at my coffee, thinking about how badly I needed a reset. Out of nowhere, I remembered an old coworker talking about this cabin she rented once down near Wayne National Forest. It was supposed to be quiet and off-grid, no Wi-Fi, barely any cell service, just peace and trees. Without thinking about it too much, I went online during my lunch break and found it listed on a basic rental website. The pictures showed a small, weathered wooden cabin surrounded by thick trees, set a few miles off the main road. It looked rough, but that was part of the charm. Place where nobody could bother me. No notifications. No boss emailing at 8 p.m. No neighbors stomping around upstairs. It was cheap too, $45 a night, which should have been my first warning. But I didn't care. I booked it for 5 nights, packed up 2 duffel bags, loaded my old Ford Ranger with supplies, and hit the road the next morning. The drive down wasn't bad. It was about 3 hours of mostly open highway before I turned off onto smaller, winding roads that carved through dense woods. The sky was heavy with gray clouds, and the trees had already lost a lot of their leaves. Branches reached out over the road like thin arms. I passed maybe 2 or 3 houses, but after that it was just miles of nothing. No streetlights, no signs. I kept checking my GPS, worried I'd missed the tiny gravel driveway the directions had mentioned. When I finally spotted it, it almost looked like a deer trail, just a narrow path cut into the trees. I slowed down, turned, and drove slowly, my tires crunching over fallen leaves and rocks. The trees got thicker as I went, bending over the path until it felt like I was driving through a tunnel. About half a mile in, the trees opened up just enough to reveal the cabin. It was smaller than I expected. The roof sagged slightly in the middle, and the logs were dark with age and rain. There was a little front porch with a rusty metal chair sitting off to the side, and the windows looked like they hadn't been cleaned in years. I parked off to the side, grabbed my bags, and walked up to the door. There was a key under the mat, just like the owner had said there would be. Inside, it smelled like old wood and damp earth. The main room had a stone fireplace, a sagging couch with a couple of moth-eaten blankets thrown over it, and a kitchen area with a small fridge, a gas stove, and a chipped counter. There was one bedroom with a double bed that sank deep in the middle and a tiny bathroom with a yellowed shower stall. It was rough, sure, but it would do. The first couple of hours I just unpacked, set up my food and supplies, and walked the property a little. There was an old path behind the cabin that led down to a creek. I walked for maybe 20 minutes before I realized how easy it would be to get lost if I wasn't careful. Everything looked the same: trees, rocks, brush. I decided to keep my wandering close to the cabin for now. That first night was quiet, uncomfortably quiet. I hadn't realized how used to background noise I had gotten. Cars passing by, neighbors' TVs, people talking. Out there was none of that. Just the wind moving through the bare branches and the occasional snap of something in the woods. I lit a fire, cooked a can of soup on the stove, and sat on the couch reading until I was too tired to keep my eyes open. I woke up around 2 a.m. to something tapping against the cabin wall. It wasn't loud, just a steady tapping, like maybe a branch was brushing the wood. I lay there, staring at the dark ceiling, listening. After a few minutes, it stopped. I told myself it was nothing and rolled over, pulling the blankets up to my chin. The next morning, I walked around the cabin to see if a branch might have been hitting it, but there was nothing close enough. I shook off the weird feeling and tried to enjoy my coffee on the porch. The sky was low and gray again, and the woods seemed a little darker than yesterday. By the third day, I started noticing small things out of place. It started with the back door. I knew I had locked it before I went to bed. I always checked both the front and back doors twice out of habit. But when I got up that morning, the back door was slightly open, creaking in the wind. I told myself maybe the old latch hadn't caught properly. Later that day, I found one of my boots sitting by the edge of the trees, about 15 feet from the porch. I knew I hadn't left it there. I had left my boots by the front door inside, lined up like I always did. It was just one boot too, the left one, sitting in the leaves, muddy and wet. I grabbed it, wiped it off, and put it back inside, feeling a cold knot settle low in my gut. I told myself again it was nothing. Maybe an animal dragged it out. Maybe I had been more tired than I realized and forgotten I left it out there. I didn't have a better explanation, and I didn't want to think too hard about it. That night, I barely slept. Every sound outside made my body tense up. I heard something heavy moving through the brush behind the cabin, slow and deliberate. Not the quick, random rustling of a deer or raccoon, something heavier. I lay there, frozen, staring at the dark shapes of the ceiling beams, my ears straining. After what felt like an hour, it moved away, and the woods went quiet again. By the fourth day, I was jumpy. I barely left the cabin. I kept checking the windows, making sure the doors were locked. I even stacked a few chairs against the front door like some makeshift alarm. The feeling of being watched had gotten worse, crawling under my skin like ants. That afternoon, while sitting on the porch trying to read, I noticed something odd by the tree line. There was something tied to a tree about 50 feet away. I hadn't seen it before. I grabbed the small pair of binoculars I had brought and focused on it. It was a bundle of sticks and string, tied together in a rough shape, almost like a small figure. It hung from the tree by a piece of frayed rope, swinging slowly in the breeze. I stood there for a long time just staring at it. My skin crawled. Something about it felt wrong. It looked deliberate, not like trash or some kid's craft that had gotten lost in the woods. Someone had put it there. I went back inside, locked the doors, and pulled the curtains shut. I sat on the couch, heart pounding, staring at the dark windows. I tried to tell myself it was just someone else's weird idea of a joke, maybe from a long time ago, but the feeling in my chest told me otherwise. That night was the worst. Around midnight, I woke up to the sound of the back door banging against the frame, hard, over and over, like something was throwing itself against it. I jumped up, grabbed the flashlight and the heavy fire poker from the fireplace, and crept to the kitchen. My heart was hammering so loud I could barely hear. The door handle rattled violently, then stopped. I stood there in the dark, flashlight off, fire poker clenched so tight my hands hurt. For what felt like forever, there was only silence. Then, soft footsteps moved along the side of the cabin, crunching the leaves. They stopped by the front door. I stood there, barely breathing, until the sun started to lighten the sky. When it was finally full daylight, I opened the door and stepped outside, clutching the poker like a weapon. There were no tracks, no sign that anything had been there, but the ground was mostly dry and hard, covered in leaves. It would have been easy not to leave prints. I knew then I couldn't stay another night. I packed my bags as fast as I could, cramming everything into the truck without bothering to fold or organize it. I didn't even stop to eat. Every minute I spent there felt like an hour. I kept feeling like if I looked up, I'd see someone standing just inside the tree line, watching me. When I finally turned the truck around and started back down the gravel path, I didn't look in the mirrors. I didn't want to see if anyone was standing there. The drive back felt endless. I didn't relax until I hit the highway and saw other cars around me. People, movement, noise, civilization. When I got home, I unpacked slowly, still wired with nervous energy. I didn't sleep much that night either, even though I triple locked my doors and left every light on. A week later, out of some sick curiosity, I went back to the rental website to see if anyone else had left a review for the cabin. Maybe I wasn't the only one who had felt like something wasn't right. There were a few reviews. Most were old, talking about how peaceful and rustic the place was. But the newest one, posted just a few days before my trip, caught my eye. It was short, just a few sentences. Asterisk. Felt like someone else was there the whole time. Heard footsteps at night. Found things moved around. Left early. Wouldn't recommend if you're alone. Asterisk. I never went back to Wayne National Forest after that. I never stayed in another off-grid cabin again, no matter how badly I thought I needed a break. Some instincts you just don't. It was the summer of 2014 when I decided to get away from everything for a while. I was 29 back then, burnt out from my job at a machine shop in Evansville, Indiana. I had some vacation time saved up, and I figured it would do me some good to get away from the noise, the stress, the constant pulling of people needing things from me. I didn't want a crowded tourist trap or anything that would put me around more people. I just wanted to be alone, somewhere quiet, somewhere I could hear myself think for once. I remembered hearing from an old coworker about a small cabin up north near a town called Ironwood in Michigan. It was pretty secluded, tucked away near the Ottawa National Forest. He said his uncle used to own it, and it was the kind of place you went if you wanted real silence. Not just a lack of cars, but a thick, heavy kind of silence that pressed against you. At the time, that sounded perfect to me. The cabin wasn't listed on any rental sites. It was the sort of place you had to know somebody to get into. I managed to get the contact information through a few phone calls, and after some back and forth, the owner, an old guy named Harold, agreed to rent it out to me for 2 weeks for $500. Felt like a steal. I packed up my old Chevy Blazer with the basics. Some canned food, bottled water, extra clothes, my hiking boots, a hunting knife I kept more for peace of mind than anything else, a heavy-duty flashlight, and a cheap prepaid cell phone since my regular one wouldn't work up there. Harold warned me about that. Said reception was almost non-existent that far into the woods. That was fine by me. I wasn't going there to call anybody. I left early on a Saturday morning. The drive was long and mostly boring once I crossed into Michigan. Just endless stretches of green trees and small towns that barely looked alive. I stopped once for gas and another time to grab a burger from a drive-thru. The further north I went, the more the world seemed to thin out. Buildings got further apart. The roads turned from smooth pavement to cracked, crumbling blacktop, and finally to rough gravel that kicked up dust behind me. The directions Harold had given me were rough. No GPS, no nice printed map. Just landmarks. Take the gravel road past the broken-down tractor, turn left at the split where the birch trees lean heavy, and keep going until you cross a small wooden bridge. The cabin would be just beyond that, tucked into a clearing. Took longer than I thought it would to find the place. I drove past that bridge twice before realizing it was barely wide enough for my Blazer to cross. It looked old, rotted in places, but it held when I drove across it. The trees here were dense, their branches almost knitting together overhead, casting deep shadows on the ground even though it was only mid-afternoon. Finally, after what felt like forever, the trees opened up a little. The clearing wasn't much, just a rough patch of tall grass and wildflowers that had gone untended for who knows how long. The cabin itself sat near the edge of the woods, looking like it had been dropped there 100 years ago and forgotten. It was a squat, one-story thing made of gray, weathered logs with a sagging porch out front. One window on either side of the front door. No lights on, of course. I pulled up next to it and shut off the engine. The sudden silence was jarring after the steady hum of the drive. I grabbed my duffel bag and flashlight and walked up the porch steps, which creaked under my weight. The key Harold had sent me fit the door, but it stuck a little before turning. When I finally pushed the door open, it groaned on its hinges. Inside, the air was cool and musty, like the cabin had been sealed up for a long time. Dust floated in the slanting beams of light from the windows. The place was simple. One big main room that served as a living space and kitchen combined, with a small wood-burning stove in the corner, a battered couch facing a cold stone fireplace, and a rickety table with 2 chairs pushed up to it. A short hallway led to a single bedroom and a tiny bathroom with a cracked sink and a toilet that looked like it might still work if the plumbing was good. There was no electricity, no running water. Harold had warned me about that. The well pump out back was supposed to still work, and there was a generator in a small shed if I really needed it, but I planned to live rough. Read books by flashlight, cook over the stove, clean up with bottled water. I wanted the simplicity. I spent the first hour airing the place out. I propped the door open, opened the windows that would still open, and swept out some of the bigger cobwebs. There wasn't much in the way of furniture or decoration. A faded quilt on the bed, a couple of warped pans hanging from nails in the kitchen, some old books stacked in a milk crate by the couch, westerns and survival guides mostly. Once the place felt a little less like a tomb, I unloaded the rest of my gear, set up my sleeping bag on top of the bed, and cracked open a can of chili for dinner. I ate it cold, too tired to bother lighting the stove. By the time the sun started going down, I was sitting out on the porch, watching the shadows creep across the clearing. The forest looked different at dusk. The colors drained away, leaving everything a flat, dark green. The trees seemed to inch closer somehow, like they leaned in when you weren't looking. The first night was fine, mostly. It got cold fast, colder than I expected for late summer, but my sleeping bag was heavy, and I curled up inside it. I lay there listening to the sounds of the forest, the occasional hoot of an owl, the rustle of small animals moving through the brush. Normal woods sounds, nothing to be scared of. Still, sleep didn't come easy. I kept jerking awake, heart pounding, sure I'd heard something bigger moving outside. But when I strained my ears, there was only silence. Just my imagination, I told myself. New place, strange sounds. The second day, I explored a little. There was a trail leading off from the clearing that I followed for a while. It wasn't marked or maintained, just a narrow path worn into the undergrowth. It snaked deeper into the trees, sometimes vanishing altogether where grass and moss had grown over it. I didn't go far, just enough to stretch my legs and see more of the forest. Something about the woods here felt different from the ones I was used to back home. The trees grew thicker, taller. The ground was softer underfoot, covered in a thick mat of fallen leaves and needles. Everything smelled damp and earthy, and it was quiet, not just free of human noise, but weirdly lacking in animal sounds too. No bird calls, no squirrels chattering, just the whisper of wind through the branches. I shrugged it off. Maybe it was just the time of day, or maybe the wildlife was just more cautious out here. The days settled into a rhythm. I woke up with the sun, made simple meals, walked the woods a little, read, and sat on the porch in the evenings. It should have been relaxing, but after a few days I started to feel watched. It wasn't anything I could prove, just a prickling on the back of my neck whenever I went into the trees. A sense that if I turned around fast enough, I'd catch someone standing there, just at the edge of sight. I never did, of course. I told myself it was just nerves. Being alone out here could mess with your head if you weren't used to it. Still, I started carrying my hunting knife whenever I left the cabin, just in case. Things escalated one night about a week in. I was sitting by the stove, reading a paperback about survival techniques when I heard a noise outside. Not just an animal rustling in the underbrush. This was heavier, more deliberate. Footsteps, crunching through dry leaves. I froze, every hair on my body standing up. The nearest neighbor was supposed to be miles away. I killed the flashlight and sat in the dark, straining to hear. The footsteps circled the cabin slowly, moving through the tall grass. Every so often, they stopped. I could almost picture someone standing just beyond the windows, peering in. I didn't move. I barely breathed. I sat there in the dark until the sounds faded away, swallowed by the woods. I didn't sleep at all that night. I sat up with my knife in hand, every creak and groan of the old cabin setting my nerves on edge. When dawn finally came, I stepped outside and checked around. There were no clear footprints. The ground was too dry and patchy for that. But the grass was definitely flattened in places, like someone had walked through it. I told myself it could have been a deer, a big one. Maybe it had just sounded human because I was spooked. But from then on, I kept the Blazers keys in my pocket at all times. The next couple of days were tense. I didn't stray far from the cabin. Every noise put me on edge. I thought about packing up and leaving early, but I kept telling myself I was overreacting, that I'd regret bailing on the trip just because I got scared. The real breaking point came 2 nights later. I woke up in the middle of the night to the sound of the front porch steps creaking. Not the normal settling sounds of old wood. This was sharp, distinct. One step, then another, slow and deliberate. I sat up in bed, heart hammering against my ribs. The bedroom door was half open. I could just barely see the front door from where I lay. There was no knock, no attempt to open it, just the sound of someone standing there, waiting. I slid out of bed as quietly as I could and crept to the hallway. I didn't have a gun, but I gripped my knife tight enough that my knuckles turned white. Back in the fall of 2017, when I was 29, I took a week off work to get away from everything. I was feeling worn out from my job at a construction supply company in Louisville, Kentucky. My head felt heavy all the time, my body ached, and it seemed like I hadn't slept right in months. I knew if I didn't take a real break soon, I'd end up burned out or sick. A friend of a friend, someone I barely knew named Mark, told me about this old hunting cabin he sometimes used deep in the Daniel Boone National Forest. It was about 3 hours southeast of Louisville. He said it wasn't anything fancy, no running water, no electricity, no Wi-Fi, but it was private and free to use. The owners had abandoned it years ago and let close friends use it when they wanted. He gave me rough directions and told me where the key was hidden under a loose stone near the steps. I packed up my old green Tacoma with what I thought I'd need: a heavy sleeping bag, canned food, bottled water, a hatchet, a flashlight with spare batteries, a gas lantern, and some paperback books. I threw in a .22 rifle too, just in case. I didn't expect trouble, but being a lone way out there, it made me feel better having it. I left early Sunday morning, windows down, cool air rushing through the truck. The first 2 hours were easy highway driving, but after that, I had to take narrower, winding roads through the hills. The farther I drove, the fewer houses I saw. Gas stations turned into small country stores, and those faded away too. Trees closed in tighter around the roads, their tops leaning together over the blacktop like archways. About 30 minutes from the cabin, I hit gravel. Dust kicked up behind my truck, making a long white cloud. There were no signs, no mile markers, just endless trees and the occasional old fence eaten up by vines. It was beautiful in a wild way, but also lonely. After another 20 minutes, I started checking my directions carefully, looking for a crooked wooden post and a break in the trees where a narrow path veered off. When I found it, I almost missed it. The path was barely wide enough for my truck, and branches scraped along the sides as I bumped and lurched forward. I kept thinking I had taken a wrong turn, but eventually, after about 10 slow minutes, the trees opened a little and I saw it. A small, weathered cabin sitting crookedly in a clearing of tall grass. The roof sagged in the middle. One shutter hung loose by a single hinge. The steps leading up to the front porch looked half-rotted. It wasn't exactly welcoming, but it was what I'd expected. I parked a little ways off on firmer ground and got out. The first thing I noticed was how quiet it was. No cars, no voices, no hum of power lines, just the whisper of wind moving through the trees and the occasional snap of a twig somewhere out in the woods. I found the loose stone, just like Mark said, and there was the key underneath it, rusty but still solid. I unlocked the door and pushed it open. Inside smelled like old wood, mold, and cold ash. There was one main room with a fireplace, a rough table, and 2 chairs. A smaller side room had a low, creaky bed with a thin mattress. Mice had definitely been in there. I found droppings in the corners and chewed up bits of cloth. Still, it was dry and mostly solid. I spent the first hour cleaning up a little, sweeping out leaves and dirt, clearing mouse nests out of the corners. I unrolled my sleeping bag on the bed and set up the lantern on the table. I didn't plan on doing much, just reading, hiking a little, resting. By late afternoon, clouds started stacking up in the sky, thick and gray. I made a small fire in the fireplace using wood from a stacked pile behind the cabin, cooked some beans in a pot over it, and sat watching the flames until it got dark. The night hit hard and fast out there. By 7, it was pitch black outside. When I stepped onto the porch to brush my teeth, I could barely see my hand in front of my face without the flashlight. The trees were just black walls all around me. No stars, no moon, just darkness. I went inside, locked the door even though it wouldn't stop anything determined, and settled into my sleeping bag. The fire died down to coals and the cold crept in. I pulled the bag tight around me and drifted off to sleep with the faint smell of smoke and old wood filling my nose. Sometime in the night, I woke up. It wasn't a sound that woke me at first, it was a feeling, a pressure, like someone was standing just outside the cabin watching me. I lay still for a long time, heart thudding slow and heavy, ears straining. After a few minutes, I told myself it was nothing, just my brain playing tricks on me. I pulled the sleeping bag over my head and eventually fell back asleep. The next morning was cold and gray. I ate a granola bar and decided to hike a little around the clearing. Maybe find the stream Mark said ran nearby. I loaded the rifle and slung it over my shoulder just in case. The woods were dense. Thin trees packed tight together, leaves already half fallen, carpeting the ground in browns and yellows. It was hard to move quietly. Every step crunched. Every broken twig echoed. I found the stream about a quarter mile away. It was narrow, shallow, running clear over smooth rocks. I knelt and splashed some water on my face, letting the cold wake me up fully. I stayed there for a while, watching the way the water twisted around the rocks. That's when I heard it. A sharp crack, like a branch snapping, up the hill behind me. I stood up fast, heart kicking hard in my chest. I looked around but didn't see anything. Maybe a deer, maybe a tree limb falling. I listened hard but didn't hear anything else. After a few minutes, I turned and headed back toward the cabin, moving faster than before. I didn't like the way the trees felt thicker now, almost like they were leaning in closer. I kept glancing over my shoulder, telling myself not to be stupid. I made it back to the clearing and saw my truck sitting there. The cabin hunched nearby like an old, tired man. I felt stupid for getting worked up. I spent the rest of the day chopping some firewood, reading, and trying to relax, but the feeling of being watched never really left. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept hearing things, soft, shifting noises outside. A scrape, a thump, maybe an animal, but it sounded too deliberate, too slow. At some point, I must have dozed off because I woke up to the sound of heavy footsteps on the porch. Real human footsteps. I froze, my whole body locking up. The steps creaked across the porch boards, slow and steady. They stopped right outside the door. I lay there in the dark, not daring to breathe, heart hammering so hard I thought whoever it was could hear it. I stared at the door, waiting. Minutes dragged by. Nothing happened. Eventually, the steps moved away, slowly, fading off into the woods. I didn't sleep again that night. I sat up in my sleeping bag, clutching the rifle, staring at the door until gray light started creeping into the room. When morning came, I stepped outside, heart in my throat. There were muddy boot prints on the porch. Fresh, clear prints leading up to the door, standing there, then walking away into the woods. I looked around, but the clearing was empty. No sign of anyone. I told myself it had to be a hunter who got turned around. Maybe he saw the cabin, thought it was abandoned, and decided to check it out. Maybe he realized someone was inside and left. Maybe. I thought about packing up and leaving, but I talked myself out of it. I had driven so far. I needed this break. I didn't want to run home scared because of some muddy footprints. I I spent that day close to the cabin, never wandering more than 100 feet away. I kept the rifle close. I listened constantly. Nothing happened all day. But that night, just after I killed the lantern and crawled into my sleeping bag, I heard it again. Footsteps. This time, they didn't stop at the porch. I heard them circling the cabin. Slow, deliberate steps crunching over leaves and twigs. Once, I thought I heard breathing just outside the wall. I didn't move. I didn't even blink. I just lay there, stiff as a board, clutching the rifle. At some point, I must have passed out from pure exhaustion, because the next thing I knew, it was morning again. I got up, packed my gear in record time, and threw it into the truck. I didn't even eat breakfast. I just wanted out. When I went to leave, I noticed something that made my stomach drop. The path back to the main road was blocked. A big fallen tree, freshly down, laying right across the narrow trail. There was no way my truck could get around it. It hadn't been there when I drove in. I got out and looked at it closer. The tree wasn't old or dead. It had been cut. Clean, fresh axe marks along the trunk. Someone had felled it on purpose. Someone had trapped me in. Panic started crawling up my spine. I looked around the woods, feeling eyes on me from every direction. I didn't see anyone, but the trees seemed too thick, too close. I grabbed the hatchet and started working on the smaller branches, clearing a path so I could at least drag the tree pieces aside. I worked fast, heart hammering, sweat running down my back even in the cold air. Every few minutes, I thought I heard something out in the woods, snapping twigs,